Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story volume 3 part 1. Chapter 201 Adjustments in the Third Beta Testing. Chapter 201 Adjustments in the Third Beta Testing. In the dimly lit Eternal Kingdom, Brainiac brought the plump hamsters to entrance No. 3. The 3 hamsters each carried a small piece of luggage. Big Boss walked out. Thank you for your hospitality. The dungeon is pretty good, though I don't have much of an impression. Did we pay? Big Boss asked in his helium voice. Brainiac nodded but didn't speak. Second Boss stood behind Big Boss and said, Big Boss, let's hurry. Why did we come here for a tour? We're looking for Lord Sherlock. Fat Atarku dragged his luggage and asked, Did we have a full meal? Why am I hungry? The 3 hamsters dragged their luggage and left Eternal Kingdom. Entrance No. 3 was immediately sealed. The gamers didn't discover the hamsters leaving as Brainiac had made them invisible. This was what happened. Brainiac was working in his burial hall early in the morning. His main job was listening to the gamers speak trash and reviving their corpses. Sherlock came to find him to send off the 3 hamsters via entrance No. 3. Hence, Brainiac was at entrance No. 3 to send off the hamsters. Brainiac looked at the distant hamsters and wrote in his journal. 201 Lord Sherlock didn't want the hamsters to recognize him. 202 I have to pretend not to know the 3 hamsters if I meet them. 203 Lord Sherlock's background is even more mysterious. 204 Fat Atarku is a glutton. I would like to research. Brainiac stowed away his journal properly before proceeding back to the burial hall. Sherlock was sitting in the dungeon lord main hall, and Eggface sat by Sherlock's legs and filed the nails of his own front claws. Evelyn was holding a list and reporting to Sherlock. Death compensation for 40,000 warriors. Damage compensation for 50,000 sets of armor, expenses for 10,000 units of medicine, alchemy and raw materials for magical items. And 100 beetlemans, Sherlock added as he raised his hand. Sorry, Lord Sherlock. Evelyn lowered her head apologetically and said immediately, I'll work harder the next time. I'm very happy you've assigned me to negotiate with Winterfell. I've always trusted you, and you're capable. I feel that you'll have no problem handling this issue. You'll do a good job. Don't worry. I'll help to disguise you for the whole journey, Sherlock said as he sipped his bloody chrysanthemum tea. Lord Sherlock. Evelyn lowered her head and wiped her tears. Did I say something wrong? Sherlock looked puzzledly at Eggface. Eggface lifted his head bewilderedly and said, Are my eternal foe? Why did you ask me such a question? The ruler of darkness is only a 2-year-old small black dragon. No, Lord Sherlock, don't be mistaken. You didn't say anything wrong. It's just that nobody has praised me since I started schooling. Lord Sherlock, you've always been helping me, taking care of my job, and giving me a place to stay. And you trust me enough to let me help. Really? Evelyn took out her fragrant handkerchief and blew her nose. It's nothing much. I'll praise you more in the future. Now go and do your work. Oh, and remember to record down the issues of Underground Forest No. 3, Sherlock reminded Evelyn. Evelyn bowed and left. Eggface had finished filing his own nails. He stood on his hind legs and straightened his coiled body with difficulty. Are you putting on weight? Sherlock frowned as he looked at Eggface. The King of Darkness is taking in the essence of the world. I have to maintain the rapid growth to handle the power in my body, Eggface said solemnly. Then his stomach started growling. Eggface left the dungeon lord main hall and shouted, "Servants, my loyal servants, come and feed me." A group of gamers rushed forward and escorted Eggface out noisily. Sherlock watched the door closing slowly, then he went into deep thought. "Why are you keeping this black dragon, Lord Sherlock? I feel it's a losing venture," Bruce said in a tone that suggested he was taking delight in Sherlock's misfortune. Sherlock didn't reply to Bruce but asked, "How was the assimilation of the Winterfell dungeon core?" "Perfect, Lord Sherlock. Do you know the feeling of a level 2 dungeon core swallowing a level 4 dungeon core tusk? It felt like a child eating an elephant. It'll need time to assimilate. I tried upgrading to level 4, but I failed. There is no way for a dungeon core to jump levels. It's a pity, but don't you worry, Lord Sherlock," Bruce quickly said, "though I'm unable to upgrade to level 4, I'm not wasting the excess dungeon core. In fact, I've used it to create various assistive functions." "Assistive functions?" Sherlock frowned. "That's correct. The assistive functions of Dungeon Eternal Kingdom according to the gamers. As you know, their souls were summoned from the other world. In other words, their existence is dependent on our existence. Compared to the recruitment of natives, this kind of summoning method has many benefits. We can modify their appearances but not their bodies," Bruce said. "This will allow them to feel that this world is more like a game and elevate their gaming experience. For example, a small live map on the upper right corner will show their explored area in real time. Unexplored areas will be in the dark. Their explored maps will be kept in my database. Besides the map system, I have created the assistive combat system to reduce their training period significantly. It is equivalent to a loophole that allows them to accelerate their combat learning experience. Then there are the Marner system and bow system. These integrated systems will allow the gamers to have a higher level of combat experience. Yes, they are necessary. They were ineffective against the ancient gods, believers, and died many times, didn't they?" Sherlock nodded and said, "If they are that weak, it's not beneficial to me." "That's correct. In addition, Eternal Kingdom has expanded to twice its original size. Lord Sherlock has to come up with new excavation plans. If you wait until the third beta testing, the dungeon will be unable to accommodate the gamers with our current size," Bruce suggested. "How many gamers can you summon?" Sherlock asked. "For the third beta testing, I suggest 10,000 gamers with our existing functionalities," Bruce replied quickly. 10,000, that's more than I expected. Then assign more daily excavation missions. Concentrate on the living quarters and delay excavations for the other areas," Sherlock said. "I understand. Lord Sherlock, I have a suggestion. We've constructed the medicine concoction platform and magical items creation platform. Once the Marner area is completed, we'll be able to commission its use. The medicine concoction platform will be operated by Little Fairy and Reindeer. For the magical items creation platform, only Brainiac is a suitable candidate for its operation, so we have to reduce the workload of Brainiac." Bruce continued saying, "My suggestion is to overhaul the revival system that reduces two different methods of revival into a single direct revival using flesh regeneration. Only the gamers with a constitution upgrade will be able to choose the flesh regeneration revival. This will reduce Brainiac's workload, but it will use more of Lord Sherlock's Marner. Let me consider it." Sherlock pondered. In addition, Bruce said with concern, "Lord Sherlock has to find an additional Marner source. With 10,000 gamers in the third beta testing, Lord Sherlock may be able to cope, but when it comes to the fourth beta or the open beta, there may be tens of thousands to millions of gamers. Even if a few Satans were to combine their mana, it wouldn't be sufficient. I suggest building a mana pool or a sunwell to store excess mana. When mana is required, the mana storage can be used. Is there such a possibility? No, Sherlock said frankly, I can't create such facilities. Though there are mana storage devices, to supply mana to 10,000 gamers requires too much money and resources. Unless we can plant a Yggdrasil or rob a current Yggdrasil, that is extremely difficult. Brew sighed and asked, Lord Sherlock, I have a small question. Do you know the son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria? Chapter 202 Pity on all father-in-laws. Chapter 202 Pity on all father-in-laws. In the rundown meeting room of Winterfell, the wall damaged by the Black Dragon wasn't repaired. This was considered the best meeting room in Winterfell. A superior devil sat in the chair, and the room was lit by crude candles. After losing the dungeon car, Winterfell was in total darkness. I don't know him, the seated devil said calmly. What Onionhead thought he heard wrongly and asked again, Wait a moment, Lord Alexandria. If you don't know Lord Sherlock, why were you so concerned about him? To be precise, Lord Sherlock doesn't know me, but I know him or have heard about him. Alexandria, who was hidden in the shadows, said, I'm representing my father during my visit to Winterfell. On the other hand, I heard Lord Sherlock was here, so I came to take a look. As for the details, I can't divulge much. Onionhead frowned and said, I see, Lord Alexandria. Can I ask you another question? Of course. When the ancient gods, believers attacked us, where were you? Don't be mistaken. I'm not suspecting you, but weren't we at the same meeting when we awoke? We were all naked, but when you appeared, you were all dressed up, Onionhead said as his eyes gleamed. I've already written a letter to the senior management of the Merchant Alliance. I know your doubts. Don't worry, I'm not part of the ancient gods. Alexandria laughed and said, after such an incident in Winterfell, it is doubtful if you can still be the dungeon lord. It's better to be concerned about your situation than mine. I'm leaving this place. If you're no longer the dungeon lord, come to my dad's dukedom. I feel that you're capable. Alexandria patted Onionhead's shoulder and left. The thin senior beast, who was behind Onionhead, looked fiercely at the insolent Alexandria. It was a pity that looks couldn't kill. After Alexandria left the meeting room, Beast punched rapidly in the air and started cursing. That Alexandria is too much father-in-law. How can you be dismissed? Winterfell was built from the ground up by you, Beast said fiercely. If he dares to appear before me, I'll remove all his teeth. Beast Onionhead sat slumped in his chair and stared at the ceiling. I'm unable to take care of you. What father-in-law? What are you saying? You've married your daughter to me. You have to take care of me till I die, Beast said in fear. After this incident, the Merchant Alliance won't let me off. Soon, they will take action against me. In fact, I received information that I'll be sent into prison for corrective labor, Onionhead said softly. My daughter passed away early. You're the only one I'm worried about. Though you're not my son, I've treated you as my son. After I leave, there will be many creatures who don't like you. The new dungeon lord will not keep you. The main reason is that you have too many misgivings. Misgivings? What? Beast's eyes lit up, but Onionhead looked lovingly at Beast. Onionhead beckoned Beast to kneel down and caressed Beast's permed head as he said, though you are a good child who has permed hair, tattoos, and a smoking habit, I know your special interest in worshipping the sacred light. Beast looked fearful, But Onion Head said, "Don't worry, only I know about it and the cleaning lady, my secretary, the office worker Wang, garrison guard captain, and in a classmate gathering." Father-in-law Beast knelt down in pain as he said regretfully, "It wasn't intentional. I was taught the learning and worshipping of sacred light by a group of creatures. One time during our meeting, a few of them told me they would show me good stuff. Enough, I know you're a good kid at heart. I won't betray you, but am unable to protect you." Onion Head caressed Beast's head and said, "Resign and leave the Merchant Alliance. After your deeds are exposed, the Merchant Alliance won't let you off. Father-in-law, you have to save me. The Merchant Alliance may punish you by sending you to cut trees." "No, I won't leave. I'll fight for the Merchant Alliance to my last breath." Beast looked determined and his eyes lit up with anticipation. "Preposterous, you have to go. I've arranged for your next home." Onion Head took out a letter and passed it to Beast. "Go to Eternal Kingdom and look for Lord Sherlock. Forgo your salary and benefits. Remember to work hard every day. It's enough to have food and lodging. After I'm released from prison, I'll look for you. During this period, I'll ask Lord Sherlock to take care of you. Otherwise, the Merchant Alliance won't let you off." "I understand." Beast stowed Onion Head's letter gravely. Onion Head said loudly, "You're disgraceful. I know what you're planning just by looking at your eyes. Do you intend to give yourself up and cut trees after I'm imprisoned? Why aren't you repentant?" "Father-in-law, You'll swear by the name of the sacred light," Onion Head shouted fiercely. Beast wanted to resist, but after looking at Onion Head's gaze, he couldn't. He raised his hand and said tearfully, "I, Beast, swear by the name of sacred light." 5 days later, in the dungeon lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom. "So that's the reason you're defecting to me." Sherlock listened to Beast's words and took the letter from Onion Head. "To the respectable Lord Sherlock, Onion Head. 500,000 magic stones. 1,000 units of various ores. 1,000 units of wood. 10,000 sets of Winterfell equipment." Sherlock put down the letter that was laden with paternal love and looked at Beast as he stood up. Then Sherlock grabbed Eggface's wings, opened the door, and threw Eggface out. Sherlock placed his hand on Beast's sweaty shoulder and beckoned him to sit down before saying, "I'm old friends with your father-in-law. Though we knew each other for a short period of time, we felt like close friends. It was as though we knew each other while we were in our mother's wombs. Treat this place like your home. Relax and don't worry. The citizens of Eternal Kingdom are good, though a small portion of them are a bit strange. Please don't mind them. I know you're a great leader, so I'll arrange a leadership position for you. Yes, your salary and holidays." Beast gave a bitter smile and said, "Lord Sherlock, my father-in-law is unable to be the Winterfell dungeon lord. After his dismissal, I'm likely to be implicated and be a wanted criminal. How can I ask for more?" "I understand. Don't worry, I'll arrange a suitable job for you." Sherlock nodded and said, "Follow me, I'll explain the details of the dungeon to you." Dragonborn stood at the entrance of the dungeon lord main hall. He was with other gamers who were looking inside. Just now, an Orc rode a beetleman to Eternal Kingdom. The cloaked Orc was covered in dust as he leaped off the beetleman. Then, he adjusted his cloak and smoked a uranium stick before swallowing it. With an unyielding look, he puffed out a mushroom cloud. Under the gazes of the gamers, he walked into the dungeon. Sherlock had received notification and waited at the entrance. After that, he led the Orc into the hall for a discussion. Until now, A lot of gamers were wondering whether that was the new race being prepared for the third beta testing. Eggface was thrown out from the hall and subsequently taken away. The cauldron was set up to stew Eggface. Though it was called stewing, it was essentially a bath for Eggface. Dragonborn waited with the other gamers. After a long time, the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall was opened. Shirley brought Beast warmly to the gamers and said, "This orc will be the head Sacred Light missionary. Well, build a Sacred Light worshipping chapel, please." Applaud. Chapter 203 The Power of Sacred Light. Chapter 203 The Power of Sacred Light. Sherlock arranged for Beast to stay in an empty cave, then he assigned the gamers to build a house for him. The Sacred Light worshipping chapel would be built later. It was mentioned to give the gamers an idea. It would depend on Sherlock as to when the chapel was built. While Sherlock was making the arrangements, Brew was speaking excitedly in Sherlock's mind, but Sherlock ignored him. When Sherlock returned to the Dungeon Core main hall, Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, this is too dangerous. Why did you open up the Grand Priest profession if the power of Sacred Light is discovered by the other dungeons? Fail use it as a reason to revoke your devil's status." Sherlock sat down and said, "I'm not the one using the power of Sacred Light. Why do they want to revoke my devil's status? There will be 10,000 gamers during the third beta testing. If all of them use Marner for combat, won't I be exhausted? Isn't it better to let some gamers use the power of Sacred Light?" This sounds reasonable, but using Sacred Light in the Underworld is prohibited. It's the same principle as humans being tempted by devils and selling their souls. I'm merely letting them use the power of the Holy Lord or the power of Sacred Light. They don't have to sell their souls. Fail pray together with Beast and make confessions to the Lord and angels. I feel that it's pretty good. Sherlock said, "This will enrich the gameplay, and I'm able to add a profession without spending money." Didn't the gamers complain of being sick of magicians, warriors, and archers on the forum? Being a Grand Priest is pretty good. Tusk, you don't look like a devil, but after pondering, you're such a devil, Brew said thoughtfully. What is Lord Sherlock's plan for developing the Grand Priest profession? Do you want to make an announcement on the official website? That is a definite. As for the development of the Grand Priest, Sherlock said, "I'll have to find a few laboratory rats." Well, see. Beast was bewildered as he sat in the cave. A few days ago, he was still in Winterfell awaiting the arrangements of his father-in-law. Today, he was in Winterfell and chatted with Lord Sherlock, after which he was arranged to stay in an empty cave. Sherlock even said, "Are you a Grand Priest? Are you interested in developing the power of Sacred Light in my dungeon?" What was that a devil asking him to develop Sacred Light in his dungeon? It was like hearing that Sherlock intended to kill himself. That was Sacred Light. If he spread the gospel of Sacred Light, would other creatures agree? When Beast was doubting whether Sherlock was fooling him, numerous goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men with green words above their heads stood outside the cave. They were looking at him as though he was an animal in the zoo. Beast didn't feel that he was a caged animal in the zoo. He was just troubled whether Sherlock was fooling him. The group of creatures quickly dispersed, shouting as they left. "Gosh, only 100 places for the first batch. Let's excavate quickly. Don't compete with me, I'll take over the project for that space, I'll kill whoever competes with me." Half of the creatures ran off, though a few goblins stood like fools while gaping at Beast. Beast didn't like to be watched. There were many of them before, so he had kept quiet, but now there were only a few of them. As an auk, he stood up and walked over. "Roar! Beast roared at the goblins, thinking his roar was rather imposing and could intimidate them. The goblins were taken aback by the roar and started talking. Gosh, it gave me a fright. Why is the NPC scaring us? Let's go, there's no more plot animation, I guess. After being scared by Beast, the last few goblins ran off. What were the goblins going to do? Of course, they were going to excavate diligently. Though Sherlock wanted the gamers to know about the power of sacred light, it was impossible to spread the gospel within this short period of time. The requirement was devoutness. Since their souls were left back in the other world, when they prayed for the power of sacred light, it was a question mark whether there would be any responses. Sherlock would create a mission to let the gamers do construction enthusiastically. With the current size of the dungeon, accommodating 10,000 gamers was impossible. If the basic facilities weren't constructed, there would be no third beta testing. Sherlock wasn't in a hurry. Brew was still assimilating the Winterfell dungeon core and refining the assistive system like maps and the assistive combat system. They would only be completed after a month. The gamer's mission was: Mission title: The Power of Sacred Light. Preface. Mission description: Eternal Kingdom received a guest from Winterfell. He is different from other underworld creatures as he possesses the unusual power of sacred light. Though the power can be uncontrollable and cause irreversible effects, the threat of the Void Legion is growing by the day. Lord Sherlock decided to risk accepting this power to save the underworld. Warriors, it is time to accept the challenge. Are you prepared to receive the power of sacred light? Mission objective: every day, a tally will be taken for construction-related missions. The gamers with the most construction-related missions will receive the Power of Sacred Light mission. After a month, the 100 gamers with the most construction-related missions will also receive the Power of Sacred Light mission. Mission title: The Power of Sacred Light. Mission description: This is a power from the Holy Lord, which is different from the Devil's power. You are required to have a faithful and devout heart to be enlightened with the power of sacred light. The power intensity is dependent on your spiritual quality and devoutness. After obtaining the power of sacred light, you will be unable to use the Devil's power and Marner. Mission requirement: only the top daily construction gamer and 100 top monthly gamers will receive this mission. Mission reward: receive the power of sacred light. That was what the gamers would receive for the mission. Instead of gaping at Beast at the cave entrance and waiting for the impossible strange encounter mission, it was better for the gamers to work hard in the construction missions. It was simpler than fighting monsters. Soon, the gamers forgot about the battle campaign in Winterfell and started carrying bricks diligently. Eternal Kingdom went through a golden period of construction with the help of the passionate gamers. On the morning of the second day, Beast woke up early. He surveyed the dilapidated surroundings and the dark dungeon environment outside. He still wasn't used to the environment. He stood up, rubbed his face, and wanted to wash up. He had only walked out of the cave when he saw a gnome carrying water and food at the entrance. It was Yoder. "Are you Senior Beast?" Yoder walked forward and said, "I'm Yoder. I was once a Winterfell Marner engineer. You may not have an impression of me, but I always saw you in meetings. You're the Winterfell office supervisor. Why are you here in Eternal Kingdom?" Yoder looked at the puzzled Beast and the food he held in his hands. Then he quickly explained, "I saw you yesterday. As there were too many creatures, I didn't have a chance to greet you. Then it was too late, so I didn't disturb you. Since it's your first time here and you're not familiar with the environment, I thought I'd bring you around." Thank you. Beast was grateful, and he asked, Did Lord Sherlock send you to bring me around? Lord Sherlock, no, I came here on my own. Of course, I have some favors to ask of you. My sons and daughters are of schooling age. Though I can bribe using money to get them into the best schools, with your recommendation, the teachers will be more enthusiastic. I do have my personal motives. Since Winterfell has encountered such a calamity, you'll be very busy. How's your work? Yoder asked with embarrassment. Our work is pretty good. Let me have something to eat, Beast muttered awkwardly. He was unable to reconcile the fact that he was no longer an office supervisor. He was even feeling sad. Sherlock had brought along a group of goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. To be exact, he only brought a goblin. The rest were just following curiously. Yoder noticed Sherlock and bowed to Beast before walking towards him. Beast saw Sherlock talking to Yoder for a while. Then Yoder nodded and left. Sherlock walked before Beast and pushed a goblin to the front. Sherlock said to Beast, "This is the most hard-working and devout goblin. Let him try to see if he can use the power of sacred light." Chapter 204 Sacred Light Baptism. Chapter 204 Sacred Light Baptism. Beast couldn't believe his eyes. A superior devil brought a goblin to let him test the power of sacred light. Was he being fooled? Since when could the power of sacred light be discussed in such grandiose and with that many creatures? How many creatures were there? Hundreds to thousands. Beast was nervous. He thought Sherlock was fooling him. He was tricked once during the Ancient Ruins incident. He thought his belief in sacred light would be secret, but Sherlock got to know this, and even his father-in-law knew about it. A goblin dashed forward and said to Beast devoutly, "Our senior Beast, I'm willing to accept your baptism, the sacred light baptism." The creatures at the side started shouting, "Gosh, it's preposterous and stinky. This dungeon stinks. I don't wish to stay any longer. With this kind of a name, how can I be a sacred knight? It's Grand Priest. Can I use red tea? What a good laughing point for the game." The gamers didn't chat for long as Sherlock exerted his dominant aura to restrain them. Sherlock walked out and said to Beast, "This is the Winterfell believer of the Holy Lord. The power of sacred light is not welcomed in the Underworld, but to defeat the Void Legion, we have to resort to this power. Beast, please bestow the power on them. They need you. They need the power of sacred light." The gamers recovered their speech and started shouting, "Demon, the stench is killing me. Why are you called a beast? I don't care about the ancient gods or Void Legion. I want to complain about the NPC's name. I reject such a stinking sacred light. I feel it's pretty good. I don't see any problem." Sherlock smiled and said to Beast, "See, fair welcoming you warmly." Beast looked at the green-skinned creatures who set up a huge cauldron filled with water. Then they formed a circle with Sherlock at the side. Beast thought Sherlock was fooling him, but he saw that the gamers were extremely respectful towards him and passionate about the sacred light. He was touched. Though it was dangerous to preach the sacred light to the Underworld inhabitants, he was already in a precarious situation, and he couldn't care less. Sherlock knew his background. If he didn't cooperate, Sherlock could report his crime to the Merchant Alliance. Would he not be doomed? The main point was that, as a Holy Lord believer, if he had the chance to preach the Holy Lord's gospel and the power of sacred light, who could resist such temptation? Since you are earnest in receiving the sacred Lord's love, then be mentally prepared, Beast said devoutly. Later, I'll bless this cauldron of underground water and use the water to baptize you. During the process, you'll relive your life process. If heaven thinks that you're kind and qualified, then you'll be halfway through the sacred light gateway. When you worship the sacred light, you'll be fully through the gateway. Are you ready, Goblin? I'm ready. The Goblin, Change Winter Horse, nodded solemnly. There are neither chapel nor baptism tools here, and the conditions are crude, but if you're devout, there'll be no problem. Come forward, Goblin, Beast said. He drew a triangle on his chest. Then he held Change Winter Horse's hand and closed his eyes. After, he asked sincerely, "What do you wish for?" "I wish for power, equipment, reputation points, and game coins if possible. I hope to be reincarnated as a cool superior devil, like Shirley." Beast frowned and asked, "What benefits do they bring you?" "I can be cool," Change Winter Horse replied. "Be cool, forget it. If you want to worship the sacred Lord and be his servant, listen to his gospel. You shall not scold or attack Holy Lord believers. Be progressive and learn diligently. Then you'll get full marks in science subjects and be a useful person in society." "Can you do that?" Beast asked seriously. "What the heck?" that difficult Change Winter Horse blurted out, but he quickly said, "No problem, I like learning. I'll be in discomfort if I don't learn for a day." The gathered gamers spoke in agreement. 666. You're awesome. You're like me, a philomath. Only learning can show our true value. I feel like cutting down a tall tree. Leave the calculus to me, don't compete with me. The gamers' discussion stopped very soon as Sherlock raised his hand to beckon them to be silent. They had to give Shirley face. After everyone became quiet, Beast said, "Always remember your vows. Child, you'll receive my baptism. What you've done over your entire life will be judged fairly. Even if you pay with your life, you'll not regret it." "That's right, I'll not regret it," Change Winter Horse said seriously. "Very good, my child. May the Holy Lord bless you." Beast put his hand into the water, and sacred light illuminated Beast's body. Then, the sacred light went into the water. Sherlock was illuminated by the reflected rays of the sacred light. He stepped back silently and hid in the shadows. Beast cupped some water in his hands and scattered the water on Change Winter Horse's face. "Has it ended?" Just as Change Winter Horse finished speaking, Beast held the back of his skull and pushed his head into the water. Change Winter Horse struggled for a while, but he remembered he felt no pain. He remained submerged in the water and held his breath. His mind flashed with various images. When he was young, he played with fire at night and put the stink bug into the flames. When he was young, he played with firecrackers and put them in the cow feces. When he was in kindergarten, he lifted the girls' skirts. When he was in elementary school, he stole stationery from his classmate. When he was in middle school, he cheated. When he saw an old granny fall down, he didn't help her. He intentionally ran red lights, spat and smoked in public, drank liquor at an illegal age, visited internet cafes, failed examinations, bickered with his mom, wasted food, didn't help with household chores, and had a procrastination habit. When his mind flashed with images that looked like a slideshow, he recalled all the bad things he had done. Of course, there were some good things as well. He reported his classmates cheating and his dormitory mate for skipping classes. He caused the elementary students to lose a competition and gloated for reporting all the students in the internet cafe. When he met pretty gals selling expensive fake wine, he used his credit card to pay so that they could have a good life. When all was peaceful, Change Winter Horse saw himself sitting in a classroom. An object with brilliance stood before him, and a voice came from afar. "Huang examination set 1 with a duration of an hour. Changeu Winterhorse lowered his head and looked at the examination script. DMN. In the game world, after some time, Beast pulled up the motionless Changeu Winterhorse and muttered unintelligibly. Beast placed him on the ground and touched him a few times. When he was sure Changeu Winterhorse couldn't be saved, he announced with regret, "My friend here didn't pass the Sacred Lord's test. He didn't have a passionate, learning, and open heart, so he was eliminated from this world." Remember, it's not only your choice of selecting the sacred light is also selecting you. Be a choice of the sacred light, then you'll have the qualification to use the power of sacred light. It's a cruel baptism process. Sherlock nodded and clapped his hands. He said to the gaping gamers, "Okay, the sacred light baptism shall end for today. Everyone, please go back and prepare. I believe you'll do better the next time." The gamers left noisily, dragging the drowned Changeu Winterhorse to Brainiac for revival. After most of the gamers had left, Sherlock spoke to Beast for a while before leaving. Tusk, it's a difficult test. This is the first time I saw a baptism. Did those wielders of sacred light go through the same ritual? Brew asked when Sherlock arrived at the Dungeon Lord main hall. This is my first experience too. The feeling is mystical, Sherlock said thoughtfully. Changeu Winterhorse looked like he was in agony. I'm very curious, Brew said with regret. In regards to the sacred light update, we may have to wait longer. Lord Sherlock, we have to ensure that the gamers are able to receive the power of sacred light. Chapter 205 King of Voluminous Questions. Chapter 205 King of Voluminous Questions. In a dim room, a computer was on a table. The computer was in screensaver mode while numerous books were placed on the table with the following titles. Third-year college examination 5-year series, Huygens Secret Manual, Advanced Mathematics, Examination Questions Research, and College Examination Full Score Composition Compilation, and various supplementary books. An open book was on the side with a drawing of an ugly green monster and the words, "Gnome, take a spear hit." Take a spear hit opened his eyes and sat up. While he was lying down, walls were built around him and a ceiling constructed above him. There were other gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men lying in the house. The ceiling had a small hole and a ladder attached to it so that they could access the second floor. For the second floor, the walls weren't constructed. During this period of time, there were the battle campaign scenario and the new areas for exploration, so the gamers didn't have time to build their house. Take a Spear hit was with Springfield Flower Kindergarten. The guild members had accumulated resources to purchase their guild land. Later, the guild leader and his loyalists defected to Dragon Rarger, so Dragonborn became the new guild leader. After that, conflicts of land ensued. As the previous guild leader defected with his loyalists, they demanded a refund on their private lands. Dragonborn and his guild members had to find new land to settle down. It was fortunate that they helped each other. The Dragon Rarger Guild also helped with a negotiation, which was resolved after a few days. The problem was that Take a Spear hit had new roommates. He didn't recognize the sleeping gnomes around him. Take a Spear hit. You didn't come online yesterday. A gnome dragonborn and a hounded man Seal-head Ling Chong ran in just as Take a Spear hit stood up. Seal-head Ling Chong spoke loudly, but it was harmless since the other gamers were offline while they slept in the game. They wouldn't be awakened by noises. Gosh, I've been studying all day, Take a Spear hit shouted. Your studying is the college examination 2 days later. Dragonborn was taken aback and asked, sorry, most of the gamers are either undergraduates or professionals. We haven't heard of college students. Aren't you an undergraduate? I'm a first-year undergraduate. I'm not studying for the college examination. I'm doing it for the power of sacred light. Take a spear hit said, I've found my goal. With my poor luck, I won't be able to obtain the Marner Skills book and be a magician. Then, I saw on the forum that Changey Winter Horse and the veteran gamers had to take an examination to obtain the power of sacred light. I finally understand that luck is secondary. The most important thing is capability. If I study hard, I'll be able to answer the questions. It's not a matter of luck anymore. Gosh, since when did you become so spirited and ambitious? Dragonborn was dazed, but Take a Spear Hit said, I've always been spirited and ambitious. You've always looked down on me. I've decided my goal is to be a grand priest. I'll obtain the power of sacred light. Stop bluffing. Veteran Hemp Rope Technology is receiving the sacred light baptism. Let's hurry over to watch. There should be no problem. The three of them stopped chatting and proceeded to the cave where Beast was staying. That location had become a temporary baptism site. In simple terms, it was the profession change location for sacred knight or grand priest. There were lots of gathered gamers. For the past few days, all the candidates for baptism had failed. As the wisest representative with excellent scientific knowledge, Hemp Rope Technology brought the gamers on a brave and irreversible journey of discovering shocking gnome technology. Hemp Rope Technology wasn't interested in combat, but to challenge the test of the sacred light, he chose to carry bricks diligently. With everybody's effort, they managed to make Hemp Rope Technology the top gamer for daily construction missions. Hence, Hemp Rope Technology was brought by Sherlock to Beast for the sacred light baptism. Beast had conducted baptism for 8 gamers, but all of them failed. They had issues regarding learning attitude, so they weren't qualified by the sacred light. In the Underworld, it was considered crazy and decadent behavior to be passionate about learning. Beast didn't cherish any hope for the gnomes, goblins, and hounded men. Enlightening them with the power of sacred light was too difficult. But Lord Sherlock would still bring a group of excited gamers to him for baptism. Even if Beast had given up hope in his heart, he didn't decline in action. He looked at the goblin that was laden with bladders. Like before, he asked, What do you wish for? I wish for knowledge. What benefits does knowledge brings you? Knowledge makes me strong. If you want to worship the sacred Lord and be his servant, listen to his gospel. You shall not scold or attack holy Lord believers. Be progressive and learn diligently. Then you'll get full marks in science subjects and be a useful person in society. Can you do that? I have done that. Beast saw that the goblin was confident, but he was indifferent. The previous candidates bluffed their way through, but did they not drown during the baptism? They were yearning for the power and not passionate about learning. Beast put his hand in the water. Like before, Beast was illuminated with sacred light. Even the cauldron water was luminous. Are you ready? Beast grabbed the back of the goblin's skull and touched his forehead with the goblin's forehead as he said, May the Holy Lord bless this child. Then he pushed the goblin's head into the water. The goblin didn't have any initial reaction. After a while, his fingers moved, and the crowd became hysterical. Gosh, that was mental arithmetic. What's that about? Mental arithmetic, that's a technique of a true master. He's able to calculate the answers without a calculator or rough paper. He only touches his fingers. Didn't you watch it on television? Didn't they use that for special effects on television? No. Most of them aren't just for special effects. That's too awesome, oh my god. Take a spear hit looked puzzledly at hemp rope technology, who was receiving baptism. Everyone waited for the result. Beast waited for 10 minutes before pulling hemp rope technology up. During the 10 minutes, hemp rope technology had been touching his fingers to do mental arithmetic. After being pulled up, hemp rope technology relaxed his fingers. Beast put hemp rope technology carefully on the ground and did resuscitation to revive him. After doing a complete set of resuscitation, Beast shook his head with regret. The gamers became quiet for a while before being hysterical again. How difficult are the questions? Shucks, if hemp rope technology can't solve the questions, then we'll have no chance. Is the game producer fooling us again? Perhaps there's a hidden conspiracy. I'm a 30-year-old man. I practiced the questions the whole of last night. I have been cheated. It's a pity, but this brother didn't pass the Holy Lord's test. Beast shook his head. Then, hemp rope technology suddenly became luminous with sacred light. Sherlock took a step back as the sacred light was too bright. In the sacred light, hemp rope technology's hollow voice came from a distance. I saw Galileo, Charles Darwin half kneeling by my throne. Newton, and Emperor Qin Shi Huang in school uniforms guarding by the side. Wang Anshi is blowing the coronation horn. Zinkiji and Bismarck led millions as they submit to my rule. Avogadro is crowning me. Hemp rope technology landed steadily on the ground. On his head were various figures of scientific geniuses: Newton, Charles Darwin, Galileo, Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Tesla, Faraday. In addition, there were various formulas: CQU, EMC2, FEV2, DS0. Hemp rope technology's eyes were filled with a brilliance that showed extreme intelligence and rationale. A faint image of a compass appeared on his left hand, while his right hand held a book with the title Historical Records. Behind him was a knowledge hall. He shouted loudly, "I'm the king of voluminous questions. Awesome, this is awesome. I finally understand why when the devils and the heavens were born, they were at odds. In this situation, it's hard for them to maintain peace." After seeing hemp rope technology being crowned by the sacred light, Brew said excitedly, "If I'm given a choice, I'll choose the devil's camp. As decadence, is more relaxed. Life should be relaxed and casual to be enjoyable." I don't understand what you're saying. I didn't expect these gamers to be such decadent creatures. Sherlock lifted his head with worry. Outside the Dungeon Lord main hall, there was hectic shouting. "I want to learn. I'm passionate about learning. Whoever stops me from learning, I'll kill him. Today, nobody's going to stop me from learning. Quick, give me questions. I'm able to do more." And other similar shouts. On the discussion forum, there was a prominent post. Large number of questions online. You can also be crowned with sacred light. Chapter 206 Preparation for Update. Chapter 206 Preparation for Update. When hemp rope technology was enlightened with the power of sacred light, he tested the power and hammered a gamer who was sent flying. After that, the gamers started to like learning. Besides mathematics, the gamers also studied other subjects. The power of sacred light was different from Murner in that it couldn't be controlled. The power was mainly used to strengthen one's own body. A goblin who could send a gnome flying was very strong, at least in the eyes of the gamers. After the baptism, Beast talked to hemp rope technology on the effects of the sacred light. The power of sacred light wasn't limited to the strengthening of bodies. Sherlock was on the discussion forum when he noticed hemp rope technology's post. Introducing the sacred light profession. Sacred knight. My profession has been successfully converted to a sacred knight. The game officials haven't announced this profession. According to Beast, the correct term was Grand Priest. This name is too low profile, so I decided to call it Sacred Knight. It sounds grander and more classy. I will discuss the Sacred Knight's profession, combat, and daily mission performance. Let me make this clear, I have never participated in combat training. Even now, my weapon level is at 1. Besides daily missions, I am able to do research. After inventing the bladder bombs, I am very curious about the unlimited reality of the game physics engine. I have been thinking of creating a nuclear explosion. That is only an idea. I didn't expect a non-combat gamer like me to find suitable gameplay. That is the power of Sacred Light. The greater my learning power and passion for learning, the greater my power of Sacred Light. According to Beast, my enlightenment of the Sacred Light was unprecedented. During the Enlightenment, I felt myself standing on the shoulders of countless scientific geniuses. That feeling was mystical. Thank you, Dungeon, for allowing me to interact spiritually with those geniuses. I will explain the details of obtaining the power of Sacred Light. First, you have to create the chance for baptism. The most practical way is to be the monthly top 100 gamers for construction missions. The top 100 gamers who complete the most construction missions for that month will receive a chance for baptism. The baptism procedure is simple. Report to Beast, who will prepare a huge cauldron of water. After using the Sacred Light to bless the water, he will push your head into the water. Do not struggle in the water as it is useless. Beast is very proficient. Once he grabbed the back of my skull, there was no way to struggle. In the water, the ugliest and most honorable events in your life will flash by. Then it's answering the questions. Everyone is able to perform this step. Beast told me discreetly that evil creatures who have skin ulcers on the soles will fail immediately. For example, our Shirley wouldn't even have the chance to do the questions. I'm not sure why he's so confident, but this may be a hidden plot. Please take note. There may be a strange encounter mission. The next point is answering the questions. After confirming that you're not an evil creature that is beyond hope, you will be given a chance to do the questions, which cover all the things that you have learned. Because I collated the questions that the other gamers and I had, I discovered that the questions weren't standardized. They were taken from all your knowledge. I feel that the test isn't about how good your knowledge is but your passion for learning and your grasp on your understanding. To make it simple, if you have good learning habits, your chance of passing the test will increase tremendously. Do not chase after the answers to difficult questions. It's the attitude that is the key. Even if you're a moron, if you have a passionate and open heart for learning, you will obtain the power of Sacred Light. Those were Beast's words. I feel that it is similar to the encouragement given by the teachers. In fact, if you are passionate about learning, with a human intellect, obtaining a high grade is quite easy. The higher the examination score, the greater the power of Sacred Light. The third point is the combat effects of Sacred Light. I calculated carefully. My strength and reaction speed increased 5 times within a short period of time. I am still unable to maintain the power of Sacred Light for a long period. I can only maintain the Sacred Light for about 3 minutes, and that is considered impressive. Only learning will improve productivity. Students, please revise all your textbooks and exercise books. Don't depend on luck. You will be tested on all your previous knowledge. In addition, classes are available in the discussion forum and in the game. Sherlock closed the page containing the post. They were too decadent. What more could be said? Lord Sherlock, Your strategy is successful. Is the power of the Holy Lord that strong? Can a creature obtain such strong power just after baptism? Brew asked thoughtfully. No, I haven't seen hemp rope technology's power of sacred light before. Sherlock shook his head and said, I don't understand the situation of the surface world since I haven't been up there for a long time. Eggface opened the door to the room and walked in. As Sherlock's secretary, Eggface had never learned to knock on the door. It's terrible outside. Oh my God, a goblin is filled with sacred light, Eggface muttered as he struggled to move his fat and short legs. He walked to the counter and searched for a long time. He was taken aback and looked at Sherlock as he asked, Where's my bloody chrysanthemum key? Sherlock stood up, grabbed Eggface's wings, opened the door, and threw him out. Good, it's quiet now. Sherlock sat down and accessed the discussion forum. Then he typed furiously on the keyboard. It's time for a new update. After working for half a day, he completed his latest update. He checked the contents carefully before publishing it. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Update Log Version 0.22 Chapter 207 Update Log Version 0.22 Chapter 207 Update Log Version 0.22 Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Update Log Version 0.22 Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Version 0.22 Official Update Warriors, you have successfully beaten back the ancient god's army and saved Winterfell at a critical period. The Underworld is cheering your names. We have a period of precious peace in Eternal Kingdom. Your pace of advancement will not slow down. Added many pieces of new equipment. Winterfell series equipment. Eternal Kingdom received large amounts of equipment from Winterfell. Gamers can buy Winterfell standard equipment from the blacksmith shop and carpenter workshop. Amended the Winterfell equipment prices. We lowered the Winterfell equipment prices as the warehouses are overflowing with the equipment. Added a new area, the industrial area. The industrial area is near the commercial area. It's currently being excavated. All future equipment smelting and forging and other metal and wood product creation will be concentrated in the industrial area. Added a new structure, large furnace. The impressive structure of Eternal Kingdom, which spans a height of 10 meters. It will be opened in the near future. The large furnace occupies the entire middle portion of the industrial area. The Marna engineering and forging activities will be carried out at the large furnace. Gamers do not need to queue up at Simber's blacksmith shop. Added a new area, the Marna area. Marna usage is getting popular in Eternal Kingdom. Gamers are able to use Marna skills to facilitate daily activities like cultivation, forging, and cooking. In the Underworld, Marna skills are part of a gamer's life. In the future, you will encounter Marna formations, Marna powder with various functions, magical items like magic wands that increase Marna skills, magician robes, special Marna oils that add magical effects to weapons, and short-lived Marna released from Marna scrolls and healing potions. They will be produced in the Marna area. Added a new structure, medicine concoction platform. The products derived from plants can be made into various potions. If you are friendly with Little Fairy, you can learn how to make potions before a potion specialist comes on board. The medicine concoction platform is located in the Marna area. Added a new structure, alchemy platform. The products derived from plants and other raw materials can be used to make alchemy products. Brainiac will teach you simple alchemy skills. Perhaps you will be able to use magic powder to send information to each other. A gamer added a new structure, Eggface's Nest. Eggface will be staying in the area between the commercial area and industrial area. To accommodate his rapid growth, Please excavate a larger nest. A gamer added a new structure. Succubus little house. Please construct the house according to Evelyn's requirements. She is the only succubus. Please take care of her. A gamer added a new structure. Beast's little house. Just build a simple house for Beast since orcs are easily satisfied. A gamer added a new building. Sacred light worshipping chapel. We are not very sure of the details. Get the instructions from Beast for the construction. Added new legendary equipment. Winterfell mysterious loot. The equipment of the werewolf commander. Gamers can reserve the equipment via the auctions. There are only 3 reforged pieces of equipment, which are a breastplate, short sword, and plate leggings. Added new functional flying device. The Roman 20 airship as seen by the gamers. This is the airship that made its debut in Winterfell. We have not thought of a good name. We are asking all gamers and forum members to suggest a good name. Added a new profession. Sacred Knight. It was originally called Grand Priest, but everyone seems to prefer Sacred Knight. Gamers can perform daily construction missions to be the top gamers for either the daily or monthly tally. That will obtain them a chance to go through the Sacred Light test. If you are successful, you will be able to obtain the Sacred Light blessing and power. The currently known test is various examination questions. I hope that everyone can obtain 100 marks. As for the usage of the power, gamers have to find out for themselves. Added a new bug. Eggface on a strike as Eggface isn't satisfied with the recent food quality. The Hounded Man reincarnation project will be subjected to a bug. If you completed the Hounded Man mission but are unable to be reincarnated, please give Eggface a good treat to solve the bug. Added a new group effort. I'm not sure of this. I will leave it blank. When I think of it, I will add it. Like before, Sherlock's post garnered lots of enthusiastic replies. Million-year Otarku, I don't believe you, you bad old man. I'm about to become a Hounded Man when suddenly you have a bug. A normal supervising researcher. I'm very excited. The legendary equipment is going to be auctioned. Seeking mystical white. It has nothing to do with us. It's an auction for the rich. Cressfire, can you add an alias system to the game? Pigeon Expert Chopper Heavenly Retirement Officer. When is the PvP system going to be updated? Went ladder tournament, group, and personal PvP mentioned in the previous updates, but now we only have guild PvP. Always trust I know the reasons. Is there a date for the 3rd beta testing? Will befriend 16 to 25 are old beautiful gals. Look at my name. Melee Invincible. Shirley's awesome. I saw not wearing pants post. Shirley's cool. While Sherlock was browsing his post, there were 3 letters being thrown out by the flames in the dungeon core. Sherlock didn't expect to receive 3 letters. The first letter was to Eternal Kingdoms Dungeon Lord Sherlock, Northern Gladiator Arena. Dearest Lord Sherlock, old friend, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I thought you forgot about our agreement. Then I heard that you courageously led the gladiators to save Winterfell. That is exhilarating news. We can use this gimmick for advertising warriors who defeated the ancient gods' army to fight in the arena. If you are willing to let your warriors be our models for the new advertisement, then many spectators will be enticed. Of course, there will be remuneration in magic stones for the job. The board of directors has come up with new gimmicks for the arena. If you have time, do visit us. Love from Northern Gladiator Arena. To Eternal Kingdoms Dungeon Lord Sherlock. Professor Bacon, Spectre College. Dearest Lord Sherlock, old friend, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I thought you forgot about me. Then I heard that you courageously led the examination combatants to save Winterfell. That is exhilarating news. But Lord Sherlock, those gnomes, goblins, and hounded men have become outrageously strong. There were many strange behaviors, like using murder. We recorded the scenes using adamantine rocks. I hope that Lord Sherlock will visit Spectre College so that we can discuss the issues. Send my regards to Brainiac. I hope that he is working well in the dungeon. Love from Professor Bacon. This was the last letter. The workmanship was very exquisite. To Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock Baron Nicholas. Dearest Lord Sherlock. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for saving Winterfell and all of us from the ancient gods. I am not representing the Merchant Alliance in this letter. As the earliest merchant to deal with Eternal Kingdom, I should have visited Lord Sherlock to discuss the merchant band route. But I was busy recently. In the coming future, I will bring my merchant band to visit Lord Sherlock. I hope we can establish a fixed merchant band route. I prepared an unexpected gift for you. Love from Baron Lassie. Sherlock looked at the 3 letters and put them aside grudgingly. Things were piling up. Chapter 208 Raw Vegetables Inquiry. Chapter 208 Raw Vegetables Inquiry. At the Spectre College main gate entrance. Partar, partar, partapum. A strong beetleman ran quickly and stopped at the entrance of Spectre College. A cloaked Lick stood at the entrance, waiting. When he saw a devil coming down from the beetleman, he went forward to welcome him. Lord Sherlock, apologies for not welcoming you at the training grounds. The school has been having meetings for the past few days. Apologies for not welcoming you personally. Professor Bacon was greeting Sherlock warmly. Thank you, Professor Bacon. I understand that you have meetings and matters to deal with. Well, do away with the formalities. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for your understanding. Professor Bacon was feeling gratified and guilty at the same time. Yes, when you attend our graduation meeting, you may have to record a lot of information. I've prepared a secretary for you. Professor Bacon was about to shout for the secretary, but Sherlock raised his hand and said, "It's not necessary. I've brought my own secretary." Behind him, the fat Eggface crawled down from the beetleman. His front claws were grasping a briefcase, and a pair of spectacles was perched in front of his eyes. If Eggface's brash personality was discounted, he looked like a secretary. Professor Bacon's eyes lit up when he saw Eggface. He said to Sherlock excitedly, "Lord Sherlock is very capable. After setting up the dungeon for a few short months, you're already recruiting black dragons." "Oh, it's nothing much. It's just a small dragon," Sherlock said modestly. Then he shouted, "Eggface, this is Professor Bacon." "Greetings, Professor Bacon," Eggface shouted as he adjusted the spectacles, which didn't have any lenses, on his nose. He squeezed his wings and bowed deeply to Bacon. You're very courteous." Professor Bacon was shocked. He lowered his head and bowed. Sherlock was here to attend the meeting and not watch both of them bow to each other. Professor Bacon led them to the meeting room. Previously, Professor Bacon visited Winterfell or Eternal Kingdom to meet Sherlock, but this time, he invited Sherlock to the school for a meeting. The graduation issues weren't boding well. It was just as expected by Sherlock. Sherlock and Eggface followed Professor Bacon to the meeting room. They saw a long table seated with skeletons, who were Spectre College's professors or management staff. The Lick sitting at the helm was the principal. Professor Bacon introduced Sherlock and greeted all the liches in the meeting room. Sherlock greeted them solemnly and sat down. Eggface also sat down and said to a nearby Lick, "I'd like to have a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea." The Lick was dumbstruck. but he quickly went to get a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and placed it in front of Sherlock. Then Eggface extended his claws and pulled the tea away. He finished the tea noisily and licked his lips with satisfaction. He asked, "Do you have more?" While the other liches were in a daze, a lich with the name Raw Vegetables, who was sitting opposite Sherlock, stood up and gazed firmly at him. "Are you Lord Sherlock?" We were introduced just now." Sherlock nodded. "Lord Sherlock, I hope we can deal with the issues seriously. Though you are helping us with the graduation issues, if you maintain such a poor attitude, I'm afraid we won't be able to collaborate any further. In fact, due to your competence, our graduation rate didn't increase. Instead, it has plummeted." The lich, Raw Vegetables, said loudly, "Due to the contractual agreement, the equipment of the liches was taken away by your combatants. Though the equipment wasn't worth a lot, it feels like the college has cheated them of their equipment. The crux is the graduation problem. The parents of the students came to the college numerous times to protest that Madam Raw Vegetables, if the students are unable to graduate, that's not a bad thing either, as the college can collect school fees," the principal said with a pacifying tone. Madam Raw Vegetables slammed on the table and shouted loudly, "Principal, please be more serious. We are discussing a practical issue. If we don't solve this issue, the reputation of Spectre College will be adversely affected." The principal was scolded by Madam Raw Vegetables, and he kept quiet. "I don't think the problem you raised is a problem. 2 liches are to fight against 5 goblins. Even if the goblins are swapped with gnomes, aren't 4 liches supposed to fight the gnomes?" Sherlock said calmly. "According to gnomes, liches are supposed to be commanders on the battlefield, controlling the Spectre army to attack the enemies. If they can't even defeat common goblins, then such graduated liches will be of poor quality. Don't you think so?" The other liches started discussing. "Quiet. Keep quiet." The principal raised his hand and controlled the chaotic situation. "You have a valid point." Madam Raw Vegetables took out an adamantine rock and placed it on the table. With an infusion of Marner, images started appearing. In the images, a few gnomes cut open several bladders. A half-naked gnome sang strange incantations and activated Marner before charging at the skeleton boss. After a huge explosion, the entire image was filled with an inferno. Then the images stopped. Chapter 209, Level A and B of the Graduation Examination. Chapter 209, Level A and B of the Graduation Examination. Besides the video of the gnome making an explosion, Madam Raw Vegetables also used the adamantine rock to show the gnomes setting traps, digging through the ground and smearing oil so that the boss, and even they themselves, were unable to stand upright while they tried to slide and kill the boss. The adamantine rock also showed the gnomes using Marner fireballs and various Marner skills to kill the boss. "Lord Sherlock, are those your common gnomes, goblins, and hounded men?" Madam Raw Vegetables gazed authoritatively at Sherlock without fear of the superior devil's status. Eggface was at the side, drinking a new cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea noisily. "Madam Raw Vegetables, I'd like to ask a personal question. How many years has it been since you've been to the outside world? I mean, how many years have you taught in Spectre College?" Sherlock asked, not at all intimidated. "Is that a relevant question?" Madam Raw Vegetables frowned. "Lord Sherlock, Madam Raw Vegetables is a professor with hundreds of years of teaching experience. She has always been cautious and conscientious," Professor Bacon said. "Like I thought. A dedicated professor like Madam Raw Vegetables isn't in touch with the outside world. Like we've always said, times have changed." Sherlock pointed at Eggface and said, Even the small black dragon is coming out to work. It's not hard to understand gnomes, goblins, and hounded men learning some minor skills. There are many gnomes who are great magicians. Goblins and hounded men are less intelligent, but that doesn't mean they can't learn. Millions of years ago, wasn't the Underworld a place where everyone was killing each other, and aren't we sitting down having a meeting now? The meeting room erupted with another round of discussion. Quiet, quiet, the principal shouted. When it was quiet, the principal said to Sherlock, What Lord Sherlock said is reasonable, but if the combatants are too powerful, the college will face difficulties. As you know, the parents aren't as easygoing as previous times. It won't be easy to pacify them. The principal sighed, and Sherlock felt empathy. After defeating the ancient gods, there was a period of chaos. The liches used to be on the side of the ancient gods. All the dungeons were in conflict, and they resorted to using liches as the main battle force. Hence, the liches were rapidly accepted by the underworld. The lich students were being recruited even before they graduated, and they participated in a real battle for their graduation examinations. Professor Roar Vegetables, principal, and all professors. Sherlock stood up and said, I have the same thinking as you. That is to let the lich students graduate as soon as possible after studying for tens of years, to allow them to contribute to society as a useful skeleton. But reality is cruel. If the college is like a normal school that goes after profit and a high graduation rate, then the quality of the liches will be questionable. Even if the liches graduate, they will harm the reputation of the college that has been established for millions of years. Before the professors started discussing, Sherlock said, I feel that the current situation is a good thing. Every graduated lich will be capable and be praised by every dungeon lord. That will undoubtedly raise the reputation of Spectre College. As for the protests of the parents, I studied the issue before coming. I don't think it's because of the low graduation rate or the loss of equipment. The parents simply don't know what the college is doing. When the students went home, they conveyed the wrong message to their parents. Madame Raw Vegetables asked doubtfully, Is Lord Sherlock saying that the low graduation rate and loss of equipment aren't the reasons for the parents' protests, but the parents raised these points whenever they came to the college? Madame Raw Vegetables spoke gravely. On the surface, it seems so, but we have to understand the parents' worries. They are worried that the money spent on their kids wasn't able to let their kids graduate and get a good job, Sherlock said. This is due to the college not doing enough publicity, so the parents are perplexed. We feel that it's necessary to obtain a classic example to publicize. I am willing to volunteer for this advertisement. Lord Sherlock is saying Professor Bacon narrowed his eye sockets. Isn't Brainiac working in my dungeon? I'll bring Brainiac to Spectre College to create an advertisement. It's to publicize that although the graduation rate is low, the graduates have the best benefits. You can also prepare similar videos to advertise. The main point is to show that Brainiac obtained a job easily after graduation and with great benefits. I believe Brainiac will accede to the request. The principal slammed excitedly on the table and said, This is a good solution. The last time I attended the spiritual education conference, I mentioned that we can't just concentrate on academic teaching. We have to take note of publicity. I feel that Lord Sherlock has a valid point. Wait. Are the issues resolved just like that? Though the principal supported Sherlock, Madame Raw Vegetables wasn't happy. Of course not. It's not sufficient to depend on publicity alone. Sherlock said as he took out a plan and spoke to the other liches. I prepared a new graduation plan for Spectre College. Times have changed. Isn't it time for a change? Sherlock explained his plan in detail. The content was simple. It was to separate the examination into Level A and B. Level B candidates would follow the previous rules and take part in the training grounds examination. Sherlock would adjust the level of his gamers to be suitable for the Level B candidates. The Level A examination was for the most outstanding students in Spectre College. They would face the strongest gamers. Level A candidates would be allowed to use skeleton magicians and more advanced skeleton soldiers. Students of Spectre College could choose between Level A or Level B for their examination. The students who wanted to graduate could choose Level B, while students who wanted a high salary, benefits, and reputation could choose the Level A examination. For Sherlock, he could roll out a new instance dungeon. Sherlock and the professors had a fierce debate. Finally, they decided to implement it. Chapter 210 New Instance Dungeon. Chapter 210 New Instance Dungeon. When Sherlock walked out of the meeting room, a few lick professors spoke with each other while they left. Sorry to impose on you, Lord Sherlock, Professor Bacon said apologetically as he walked behind Sherlock. It's nothing much. It's what a contract partner should be doing to satisfy the contract. Sherlock smiled and didn't put the unhappy matters to heart. Professor Raw Vegetables didn't make things difficult for you intentionally. She's just passionate about Spectre College, Professor Bacon said thoughtfully. We have to amend the old agreement. Your suggestions are very good. Is that my sole effort? It's the result of our discussion, Sherlock said. I'll have to trouble Professor Bacon again. Professor Bacon waved his hand in a matter-of-fact manner. He looked embarrassed as he said, No problem, but is that necessary, Ayer? I haven't acted for many months, and I feel a bit awkward. What's my name again? bar.mauroff.con. Do you need to read the script? Professor Bacon, Sherlock said as he took out a script. There's a script, let me take a look. It has been a few months. I almost forgot everything, Bacon said gratefully as he took the script and examined it. Oh, that's how it goes in the bar.manoroth.con of the Void Legion. This is embarrassing. It feels like acting. No problem. Just relax, Professor Bacon. Bacon nodded, and they talked for a while before proceeding to the teleport portal at the training grounds. Eggface was following behind Sherlock, holding his empty journal in his left hand and a box of bloody chrysanthemum tea in his right hand. The bloody chrysanthemum tea was a gift to Sherlock. Sherlock would like Bacon to act in a new plot. The previous Spectre College Instance Dungeon was created from a plot. Since there was going to be a new Instance Dungeon, there would be a new plot. Otherwise, the gamers would make a big fuss. That was Bruce's suggestion. The two of them were discussing things enthusiastically when they arrived at the Spectre College training grounds. There were tens of gamers who were gathered there. They were very well equipped, full of energy, and strapped with numerous bladder bombs. They were even shouting, calling for a leader to challenge Spectre College. 4 members are ready and lacking a leader. If you want to complete a mission and gain reputation points, equipment, and coins, join us. Hurry before the position is taken up. Forming a team of 5 based on role loot distribution. We have a magician and 2 seasoned warriors. We just need 2 more members. If you bring your own bladder bombs, there will be extra incentives. Selling equipment. Anybody want to buy traps? Self-made traps extremely effective. I guarantee that the boss won't be standing. The training grounds were bustling with activity. Some gamers were shouting, entering the instance dungeon, or waiting for members to join. Professor Bacon was very familiar with the scene and he didn't have any issues. Bacon looked through the script again and nodded at Sherlock as he said, "Lord Sherlock, I'm ready. Let's begin." Sherlock nodded his head and walked to the teleport portal. Then he used Marner to create lighting effects to imply that he had walked out of the portal. He also removed his invisibility. The gamers were enticed by Sherlock's sudden appearance and flocked to Sherlock noisily. Some gamers went back via the teleport portals to inform other gamers. Sherlock walked forward as he said, "Is this Spectre College warriors? You have done well. I feel that you have greatly weakened the power of the Spectre College." Sherlock exerted his dominant aura to restrain the gamers. "It's time that we launch an attack against Spectre College." When Sherlock's voice faded, special lighting effects appeared in front of him. A black-robed Professor Bacon or Bar.Manoroth.con walked out of the lighting effects. "Sherlock, I should have known it was you, the Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom." Bar.Manoroth.con pointed his skeleton finger at Sherlock and said, "You'll lose. The Void Legion is invincible. Your end is close." Bar.Manoroth.con Sherlock shouted and extended his wings as he charged at Bacon. White Marner exploded from his hands. Like a slam dunk pose, Sherlock slammed on the head of Professor Bacon. But Professor Bacon raised both his hands that were accumulating gray Marner. Two opposing Marner collided and exploded with huge shockwaves that sent the gamers reeling. The Marner special effects created brilliant lighting, leaving the gamers in awe. As the gamers were restrained, they were unable to speak. Sherlock and Bacon separated, and Bacon waved his cloak and said, "Sherlock, you can't stop me. Do you think the power of the Void Legion has been weakened? Don't be naive or prepared. Meet your doom. The first is Eternal Kingdom." After speaking, Bacon gradually vanished. "What, they have a new source of power? We have to obtain new information. Warriors, continue to weaken the Spirit Legion. I have to go back and activate the non-existing intelligence organization to counter the impending crisis." Sherlock disappeared from sight. The gamers were no longer restrained, and they started speaking hysterically. "Gosh, what's that? Is the instance dungeon updating? What happened? A plot animation just occurred. The game has always been unpredictable. Thank goodness I'm here. Otherwise, I would have missed the plot animation. The official website will upload previous videos. Don't you know that? Since when is that new function updated? Like before, we have been deceived by the trashy plot animation. I must admit that the special effects are good." While the gamers were chatting, Sherlock bade farewell to Professor Bacon. He left the training grounds with Eggface and went to the Dungeon Lord main hall. He accessed the computer and published an update on the forum. It was the training grounds instance dungeon update. Eggface brewed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea for Sherlock and himself. Then he sat excitedly beside Sherlock to watch him. Eggface was thrilled by the actions of Sherlock and Bacon. He said, with his frail appearance, "I didn't expect him to be part of the Void Legion. I, King of the Dark Flames, will not allow the Void Legion to invade Eternal Kingdom." Sherlock ignored the comments of Eggface. Eggface didn't speak to himself for long. He sat quietly and watched Sherlock edit the new announcement. New update to Spectre College Instance Dungeon for 15-member Team Lick arrival. Chapter 211 Spectre College Troops Training Grounds. Chapter 211 Spectre College Troops Training Grounds. A Beetleman stop in a dim tunnel. There were 3 hamsters with luggage. They didn't speak a word. After a long time, the leftmost hamster said. Who suggested coming to such a desolate place for a tour? Big Boss, I don't know. It must have been you, as you've always made the decisions, the middle hamster said. Can we have our meal first? The rightmost asked with concern. The three hamsters kept quiet. Then the leftmost Big Boss said loudly, It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You're slandering me. Sounds of partar, partar, partar were heard from afar. A beetleman ran over and came to a halt in front of the three hamsters. That was the beetleman to Winterfell. After the three hamsters left Eternal Kingdom, they walked very far and avoided numerous dangers. They took clay when they were hungry. Then they followed the tunnel towards Winterfell. After 5 days, they arrived at the Beetleman stop. The three hamsters boarded the Beetleman and went to the rear. After putting down their luggage, they sat down. Pay money, the gnome Beetleman driver said to the three hamsters. Zai, the three hamsters emitted gasps of surprise. What's there to chirp about? Pay with your magic stone cards. The gnome pointed to the magic stone card device at the side. Big Boss stood up and walked to the magic stone card device. Then he turned around and rubbed his buttocks on it. A strange helium voice was heard. Beep, magic stone card. Beep, magic stone card. Beep, magic stone card. After the 3 beeping sounds, Big Boss walked back to the rear as though nothing had happened. DMN. The gnome was furious. He stood and wanted to beat them up. He had been a Beetleman driver for many years, but this was the first time his intelligence had been severely insulted. What kind of silly dudes had he not encountered? However, he hadn't encountered nutcases like that before. The gnome stood up and glanced at a notice on the Beetleman's metal shell. Winterfell arrest warrant 3 hamsters. The Winterfell garrison guard seeks the help of the Underworld inhabitants to provide information on the wanted criminals. Please contact us immediately if you have any information. Any creature who provides information and assists in the arrest of the criminals will be rewarded by the garrison guard. The following are the 3 criminals at large. 1. Big Boss, male hamster race. Birthday is unknown. Height is 150 cm, weight is 90 kg. Round face with a fat body that has black and white fur. His voice is like the hilarious helium voice. His behavior seems honest, but don't be deceived. He is a highly dangerous criminal. Please do not antagonize him. Inform the garrison guard the moment you see him. Do not interact with him. If you do, don't infuriate him. Accede to all his requests to ensure you have an intact corpse. Picture 2. Second Boss, male hamster race. Birthday is unknown. Height is 148 cm, weight is 89 kg. Oval face with a fat body that has white and black fur. The voice has a similar quality to a helium voice, but with less intensity. He will not do foolish things, but don't think that he is rational. He is highly dangerous. The same advice as above. Inform the garrison guard when you see him. Picture 3. Fat Atarku, male hamster race. Birthday is unknown. Height is 152 cm, weight is 100 kg. Big pie face with an extremely fat body that has black and white fur. He will only talk about food and nothing else. Run when you see him. If he is hungry, he will eat anything. Picture. If you have any information, please inform the Winterfell garrison guard immediately. The contact address is XXXXXXXX. The gnome driver was stunned. He looked at the 3 hamsters sitting in the rear. That was correct. Their faces matched the pictures on the notice. The hamsters were so plump and prominent that it couldn't possibly be a coincidence. What happened? Second Boss, who was sitting in the middle, asked. "I'd like to eat something," Fat Otarku said. Oh, the gnome driver felt goosebumps. He got close to the Beetleman exit. If possible, he wanted to flee. But Big Boss discovered the gnome's strange look. His eyes gleamed as he said, "We aren't trying to cheat the fares, don't be mistaken. My magic stone card is placed deeply in my fur, so it's hard to find. Because of that, I brushed the magic stone card device with my fur. The sound is weird because your device is malfunctioning. I didn't use my voice to imitate the device." Big Boss looked at the driver and asked softly, "Can we start the journey?" Yes, Second Boss said happily. "I'm hungry. I want to eat," Fat Otarku said. I understand." The gnome driver braced himself and returned to the driver's seat while trembling. If he escaped now, he would be harmed by the three hamsters. There were no other passengers except the three hamsters. He was now in a precarious situation. What should he do? The gnome tried to think of a solution. Perhaps he could get a passenger as a scapegoat once he arrived at the next stop and a passenger boarded the Beetleman. He would be saved when he fled. The passenger would be an obstacle to the three hamsters. The gnome planned for his escape while driving the Beetleman. Soon, he arrived at the next stop and waited for a long time, but there were no passengers. The three hamsters didn't know why the Beetleman stopped for so long, and they didn't dare to ask. Fat Otarku kept shouting that he was hungry and started biting the leather seat in front of him as he looked suspiciously at the driver. That suspicious gaze was detected by the driver in the rear mirror. It was an intimidating stare that implied he would be eaten if he didn't continue the journey. The gnome shed tears of hopelessness as he drove the Beetleman towards Winterfell. In Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock had completed his update of the latest instance dungeon under the watchful gaze of Eggface. New update to Spectre College Instance Dungeon for 15-member Team Lick arrival. Lord Sherlock's attack against Spectre College was stopped by bar.manoroth.con. He had no choice but to return to Eternal Kingdom. Soon, the non-existing intelligence organization obtained terrible news. The power of the Void Legion has become stronger. They were training more powerful Spectre warriors and even liches. We have to destroy their troops' training grounds. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom, do not stop your pace. Advance. Continue fighting for Eternal Kingdom. We will open up a new group instance dungeon, Spectre College Troops Training Ground. Gamers will encounter countless skeleton legions. At the troops' training grounds, the instance dungeon map is larger with more bosses. The rewards obtained will also be correspondingly larger. We will provide revival for perished gamers in the new instance dungeon. However, there will be a time limit that lasts for a day. Gamers have to defeat all the skeleton warriors in a day, or they will have failed to conquer the instance dungeon. The difficulty level of the instance dungeon Spectre College Troops Training Grounds, the number of monsters, and the power and skills of the bosses are all random. Spectre College Troops Training Ground entry requirements. Member count of 0-15. Weapon level 3 and above. Reputation level 3 and above. Completed preparatory mission. Spectre College Training Grounds Instance Dungeon. Mission description: your capabilities have to be vetted by Lord Sherlock before challenging the instance dungeon. Mission objectives. Completed construction-related daily missions 0-30. Completed construction-related monthly mission 0-1. Completed collection of raw materials missions 0100. Completed Spectre College Training Grounds 05. Sherlock checked through the contents of the update before publishing it. Chapter 212 Instant Group Performance. Chapter 212 Instant Group Performance. I love because I don't think of challenging the instance dungeon without doing construction-related missions. Little thief, this lousy game should be called World of Carrying Bricks. I am now carrying trash back home instinctively. My girlfriend left me because she thought I was going nuts. DMN, I'm going to carry bricks for the daily missions for the entire night. Most universe before I can challenge the 15-member instance dungeon, I have to challenge the 5-member instance dungeon. I give up. My beautiful dreams. Do I have to carry bricks just to fight a boss? I haven't encountered a game producer like you before. Not wearing pants. Gosh, does it mean we have to do a monthly mission and 30 daily missions to challenge the new instance dungeon? Leather Bear, perhaps the game producers haven't completed the new instance dungeon, and they are using the prerequisite mission to delay for time. Soft Candy Gal, I am yielding. What are those words? Why am I not able to recognize them? While Sherlock was browsing the discussion forum, Eggface was watching and asking questions since he didn't understand. When Sherlock was playing computer games, he only had to watch the game character moving around, but the discussion forum was full of words. It became difficult to watch without understanding. You're only 2 years old. How many words can you understand? Sherlock replied as he browsed the forum. The words seem to be the words above our servants' heads. It's very strange. Are they playing computer games too? Eggface asked. Sherlock turned to look at him but didn't respond. War, this name is the same as the word above the Houndhead man's head. Is that how it's written? Eggface used his front claws to dip into Sherlock's bloody chrysanthemum tea, then he wrote the word peasant on the ground. Sherlock looked at his bloody chrysanthemum tea and at the curious Eggface. He stood up, grabbed Eggface's wings, opened the door, and threw Eggface out. Shucks, I received a mission to steam the Black Dragon. How can I steam the Black Dragon? We don't have a steamer. Where's veteran hemp rope technology? Please help a novice gamer. Voices came from outside the door, then there was silence. When it was quiet, Sherlock read the posts in the discussion forum. Spectre College accepted Sherlock's proposal and prepared the level A graduation examination. A lick student would be able to use all kinds of skeleton soldiers. If he ensured that all 6 bosses went killed, he would pass the examination. As for the details of the instance dungeon map, that would be custom designed. For example, if a lick student concentrated all his skeleton soldiers and bosses together at the instance dungeon entrance and killed off the gamers one by one, then even if there were 100 gamers, they would all be massacred. Initially, the college was against the proposal. The main consideration was the cost. Previously, the college only needed to pay death compensation for 5 gamers if they perished. And now the new proposal had 15 gamers with automatic replacements. Would the college have to pay death compensation for more than 100 gamers? Even if Spectre College was wealthy, they wouldn't be able to bear such expenses. However, Sherlock suggested a fixed cost of 300 magic stones for each level A graduation examination. That caused a commotion among the liches as it was extremely affordable. Would they not be required to pay death compensation? Then the contract had to be amended. Sherlock admitted that the concession was due to his close working relationship with Professor Bacon. Hence, the matter was swiftly decided. Of course, Sherlock wouldn't be spending money to help Spectre College build new training grounds. The new training grounds had to be larger and more detailed with better sound effects. They would cost a fortune. Considering the tens of thousands of liches waiting for graduation, and the frequent protests of the parents, this sum of money was considered negligible. Spectre College would need a month of preparation for the new training grounds. As such, the gamers would be doing prerequisite missions during that month. Sherlock looked forward to seeing the new instance dungeon. Before that, he intended to assign Brainiac a mission. That was to create a promotional video. Eternal Kingdom bought a new alchemy platform and magical items creation platform, which were under Brainiac's charge. As the revival system hadn't been overhauled, Brainiac's workload became heavier. As a rare genius from Spectre College, Brainiac was familiar with alchemy and magical items creation. However, both of them cost a lot of money. Sherlock wasn't afraid of anything except for spending money. Brainiac didn't receive any monetary subsidy. He merely used simple materials like underground spiders, dire wolves, large lizards, and dried fish from the marshing stews to create simple and useless alchemy items. Like soap. When Sherlock arrived at the alchemy room, Brainiac was working, while a group of gamers carried a basket of soap out. The gamers weren't bothered by Sherlock's visit as they were used to Sherlock walking around the dungeon. "Lord Sherlock." Brainiac bowed to Sherlock. Brainiac, you don't look too well. Did you have a good rest?" Sherlock walked to Brainiac and showed his concern. "Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for your concern. Perhaps it's due to my lack of rest," Brainiac said without emotion. "I see. Have more rest without affecting your work." Sherlock then said, "I have a new assignment for you." "New assignment?" "Yes, it's related to your college." Sherlock sat down and asked, "Do you know about our working relationship with Spectre College?" "Is that about Eternal Kingdom participating in the college graduation examination?" Brainiac asked. "Yes, previously. You were in charge of the invigilation of the examination grounds, so you must be aware of the college's situation. The recent graduation rate is very low," Sherlock said casually. "The graduation rate is dwindling. It's expected." Brainiac nodded, not looking surprised. "Some parents protested, so I attended a meeting at Spectre College and provided some suggestions," Sherlock said, and then continued, "There are 2 levels of examination now. Students who want to graduate easily can choose level B. For distinction, students can choose the harder level A. I will deploy stronger citizens to the level examination ground and weaker citizens to the level B examination ground. The streaming is to ensure a good graduation rate and encourage the students to study hard, since the different levels will mean different jobs and remuneration." "I see. But what has it got to do with me?" Brainiac asked, bewildered. "Because we have decided to cast you as the main character for the promotional video." Sherlock nodded at Brainiac and said, "You're a recent graduate and a rare genius. You will definitely be a level A graduate. Therefore, we need you to be cast in the promotional video to describe your excellent work environment. You can also include your burial hall, daily work content, and remuneration. Do you understand my intention? You have to present the idea that you don't need to worry about a job after graduation, and that you have an excellent salary, benefits, and opportunities." Brainiac nodded and said, "Am I in charge of the shooting, directing, makeup, acting, editing, and post-production?" "Of course not. I'll provide you with assistance." Sherlock pointed at the gamers behind him and said, "Take a look. Aren't the gamers instant group performers?" Chapter 213 Tell Me About Sherlock. Chapter 213 Tell Me About Sherlock. Brainiac's promotion video was completed quickly. As a rare genius, he was also familiar with video production. 3 days after assigning the task, Sherlock received Brainiac's completed video. Brainiac was very efficient. After watching the video, Sherlock went into deep thought. The starting image was Brainiac speaking without emotion, saying, "I'm Brainiac, a Spectre College level a graduate. I'm happily staying in Eternal Kingdom. Thus food, lodging, and a laboratory for my research. My boss treats me well, and there is no overtime according to my working hours. Would you like to be in my situation? You can be a Spectre College level a graduate like me." Then the video ended. After 3 days, you've only shot tens of seconds of video. Sherlock put down the round adamantine rock and asked, "No, there are a lot more videos. This is the final edited version." Brainiac took out a round adamantine rock, which Sherlock took and examined. In the images, a goblin's face filled the entire screen as he said, "Oh my God, what's this about a video camera? Does this mean we can produce videos?" New voices were heard off-screen. "I'm uploading the video to the PivX website. This is awesome. I'm going to produce a video." Then the video was interrupted with a new scene. The recording device was fixed in the burial hall and facing Brainiac and the gamers. A few gamers looked at the recording device while some off-screen gamers spoke. "Say something cool to let the audience feel excited. It's still shooting." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." The gamers who were queuing up at the front nodded in agreement. A gamer with a broken femur had his leg supported by a brace. He sat down happily to receive treatment and said, "Ayer, I have a sister who is preparing for her college entrance examination. My examination results used to be bad, but recently we have been cutting down trees and my mathematics results have become extremely good. The month leading up to her exam, she came to me daily for tuition in mathematics, and she obtained the first position in the model examination. She invited me to participate in cosplay. She was the model and had her hair dyed yellow. My sister is so cute." After the gamer, tall pensive Plank, finished speaking, the other enthusiastic gamers became silent. "What's happening? The recording device is rolling. Keeping talking." "No, I don't feel like speaking." The video was cut off, and a new scene began. In the video, a few gnomes were queuing up to receive treatment. Voices were heard off-screen. "Apologies, I heard wrongly. It's not to let us act cool, it's to let Brainiac act cool. Okay, 1, 2, 3, begin." Then the queuing gamers started to speak. "Ayer, Brainiac is awesome. When he arrived at Eternal Kingdom, he worked 24 hours a day without any complaints. He helped to treat our wounds and revive us. Yes, Brainiac is the best lick. And that group of evil creatures in Spectre College, they're too evil. Eternal Kingdom is the most awesome dungeon in the Underworld. Brainiac is the most awesome lick. Brainiac is very powerful. We're severely wounded, but he is able to heal us. That is awesome." The subsequent images were about gamers' casual conversations, transactions, forming of teams, and guild war conflicts. Sherlock put down the round adamantine rock. He understood why the final edited version had only tens of seconds of video. "This isn't working." Sherlock frowned as Brainiac shook his head and said, "I've tried my best." Sherlock pondered for a while and asked Brainiac to leave. Then Bruce said, "Lord Sherlock, it's difficult for Brainiac to handle such a publicity assignment. Let me do some editing while adding some content." Sherlock put away the round adamantine rock, then he looked at an invitation letter from the Northern Gladiator Arena. "I'll put aside the Spectre College matters. Let me visit the Gladiator Arena." Sherlock stood up and walked towards the teleport portal. "Brew, take care of the dungeon. Partar, partar, partar." Pom. A beetleman halted at a beetleman stop. The door opened, and 3 fat hamsters with short legs walked down from the beetleman. They turned their heads back and said, "Thank you. Thank you very much. The leather seats are delicious." The beetleman ran off and receded into the distance. The 3 hamsters stared at the faraway beetleman and looked at each other strangely. Then they walked in the direction of Winterfell. The more they walked, the stranger they felt. The roads looked very dark, and the passers-by looked listless, as though they had gone through a war. The 3 hamsters didn't know what happened, and they didn't dare to ask as they proceeded towards Winterfell. An Auk who was bearing a magic lantern walked towards them and said, "What are you doing?" The 3 hamsters were surprised to be stopped by the Auk. They looked at each other. "What are we doing here?" "Yes, why are we here in Winterfell? Where is Our Lady?" "We're here to have our meal." The wary Auk sized them up. He felt they looked familiar. "Wait a moment, you're—" The Auk frowned and grasped the hilt of his sword as he shouted, "Someone, please come here, I found them." The nearby garrison guards heard the cries and ran towards them, which caused the 3 hamsters to panic. Then the Auk held their paws warmly as he said, "Ayer, it's you. When we escaped with the captain, we saw you at the camp of the Northern Gate. You came with Eternal Kingdom to save us." The 3 hamsters were taken aback as they didn't understand the Auk. "What camp of the Northern Gate? What Eternal Kingdom? What's that Eternal Kingdom, Big Boss?" Who was the representative of the 3 hamsters? Asked curiously. "Eternal Kingdom is a dungeon helmed by Lord Sherlock." The Auk smiled as he explained. "Wait, did you say Lord Sherlock?" Second Boss shouted. "Is that superior devil Lord Sherlock?" "Yes, that's correct." The other orcs gathered around them. They saw their benefactors and wanted to thank the 3 hamsters. But the hamsters ignored them. They looked at each other and started talking. "Wait, aren't we here to find Lord Sherlock?" "Yes, I remember now. Our Lady wants us to find Lord Sherlock." "Did Lord Sherlock set up a dungeon?" "Hey, can we have our meal?" The Auks laughed and passed their food to the hamsters while an Auk explained Eternal Kingdom to them. Behind the hamsters, a pair of white tender bare feet stepped on the dirty floor, but they weren't stained at all. Black feathers that reeked of decay floated down on the back of the right foot. The sudden imposition of a dominant oar made the Auks breathless. The 3 hamsters turned their heads and their eyes widened. The clean white legs that were like fine pieces of art walked towards the hamsters, and a pure female voice said, "Tell me about Eternal Kingdom and that Sherlock." Chapter 214, Are You a Girl? Chapter 214, Are You a Girl? At the Northern Gladiator Arena, only 10 of the spectator seats were filled. For an arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, it was already a good number. Previously, there were only tens of spectators in the arena. Even the spectators' cheering and applause had to be simulated by a lick. It was pathetic. After Eternal Kingdom signed the agreement with the Gladiator Arena, and after a few bloody gladiator fights, there were more and more spectators. The lick wasn't required to create cheering and applause sound effects any longer. In the arena, tens of gnomes shouted while killing each other. Magical lights and special effects flew all over the place. There were even bladder bombs exploding among the gladiators. The gladiator arena was filled with explosions and screams of agony. It was a grotesque sight. The spectators were very excited. When the gladiator fights ended, all of them stood up and applauded. In the arena, the corpses that were covered by mosaic vanished with the use of Marner. The victors cheered or stood in a daze in the arena, but they left before the workers who were cleaning up and collecting the equipment. Har har, Lord Sherlock, your gladiators are awesome thanks to their mana, their relentless battle, and various traps. The gladiator fights have become popular again. The committee members are very satisfied with your gladiators. Poison Skin stood at the VIP stand, his hands holding onto the railing. His mouth had a red-hot uranium stick that was emitting mushroom clouds and sizzling sounds. Sherlock stood at the side while the wary Evelyn stood behind Sherlock. This is what a gladiator should be doing. What do you think of my arrangements for individual and organization gladiator fights? Sherlock looked at Poison Skin and asked. We're scheduling the construction of over 100 gladiator arenas in the northern underworld. The management also received the money from the Merchant Alliance, and the arenas will soon be completed. Compared to the ladder tournament and the battlefield ideas, the management prefers the last man standing model. Poison Skin removed his uranium stick and puffed out a large mushroom cloud. Then he shook his fat body and said, in order to be the sole winner, hundreds of gladiators kill each other and advance towards our chosen location. Various equipment is scattered on the huge map for them to pick up. Every gladiator has an attached magic eye for the audience to observe them. This idea is excellent. Lord Sherlock, you're a genius when it comes to gladiator fights. This is my favorite too. However, it requires a lot of equipment. The location has to be huge, and the landscape must be interesting. It's good to have varying terrain like hills, valleys, and the sea. It's best if magic scrolls are torn and thrown on enemy ground. This is a must-have, but they require huge sums of money, Sherlock said earnestly. No problem. Within a month, your gladiators have turned business around. Before long, we'll get to see the full glory of gladiator fights. Poison Skin extended both his hands and shouted excitedly. Sherlock was relieved to see Poison Skin being ambitious. They found a place and discussed the calculated remuneration of the gladiators for the recent month. Besides the last man standing model, there were other models like Battlefield in which hundreds of opposing creatures fought to obtain resources and accumulate the highest tally. The main point was to simulate real battles. This kind of gladiator fight would definitely garner a sizable market. Both of them discussed their plans happily, and the gamers continued playing their dungeon game. At the marshland of the Marsh Ink Stewers outside entrance No. 2. Peasant thrust his pike at the mouth of a large lizard. Peasant grasped his pike tightly, and his other hand held a kite shield. A few gnomes and hounded men were sieging 3 large lizards. A gnome with 2 daggers stabbed at the buttocks of a large lizard, but it spun around and stopped his attacks. A gamer stood in front of the gnome with a large shield. Behind the large lizard, a gnome secured a long pole noose on its leg. Other gamers held long pole nooses and waited for opportunities to attack. The gamers were proficient at hunting large lizards. In the marshlands, the gamers had to run when they encountered large numbers of large lizards. However, they were able to deal with 2 to 3 large lizards. As long as they waited at the mudlands, there would be large lizards. Before long, Peasant and his companions subdued the 3 large lizards. They restrained them using long pole nooses and stabbed them to death using pikes without harming the skin. An intact large lizard would fetch more reputation points. We have succeeded. Why is the daily mission so difficult? We have to submit 3 large lizards. Oh my God, I think that I'll be unable to complete my daily mission and have to continue tomorrow. Burning Chest Hair, who was wielding 2 daggers, sat on the ground. His leg was scratched by the paws of the large lizard, and it was a bloody mess. Because he didn't feel any pain, he wasn't bothered. Why don't you use a pike? Peasant was equipped with a full set of body armor and a pike. Though it felt weird for a Houndhead man to use a pike, it was extremely useful for hunting large lizards. This is my belief, which is to use my daggers for critical strikes. Why didn't Arthur use a pike? It's his belief in swords, Burning Chest Hair said loudly. You're a cheapskate. How can you be compared to my Arthur? Sylvarners punched Burning Chest Hair's chest. No, I'm saying Arthur's belief is in swords. Burning Chest Hair smiled, and the other gamers interjected. Then your belief is in daggers. Dagger King Chest Hair. No, he should be called Furious Hair. Burning Chest Hair raised his 2 daggers and shouted, I'll let you have a taste of my critical strike daggers. A few gamers unsheathed their weapons to fight against Burning Chest Hair. However, they were just fooling around. They were in the same guild, the Pioneer Alliance, which consisted of veteran gamers. They brought the dead large lizards back to the marsh ink skewers. After a month of treading by the gamers, faint paths were seen in the tunnel. The gamers walked as they chatted. We haven't seen Arthur for some time. Doesn't he need to do daily missions? One of the gnome asked. Arthur went to receive an award. Not wearing pants said. Award? What kind of an award? Sylvarners was surprised, and the others were puzzled. Gosh, don't you know? Didn't Arthur tell you he was chivalrous and defeated 3 knife-wielding robbers, so he was awarded the commendation for being public-spirited? Everyone gasped in surprise. Gosh, is he that courageous he dared to fight against knife-wielding robbers? Is he that cool? Wait, is he in Beijing? I read the news on the internet. My results improved by leaps and bounds after playing this game. As for Arthur, he became a martial artist. Could be his bodyguards, since Arthur is very wealthy. Isn't it normal to bring along bodyguards? No, I don't see Jack Mar having bodyguards. Sylvarners frowned and looked at not wearing pants. Wait, why did Arthur tell you instead of me? Are you a girl? What the heck? Chapter 215 Sherlock's Ambitious Plan. Chapter 215 Sherlock's Ambitious Plan. As the leader of the Marsh Ink Skewer tribe, Salted Fish had become the mayor of the Marsh Ink Skewer town within 2 months. The mayor alias was created by the gamers. Salted Fish gave them missions and exchanged rewards for the dead large lizards, so the gamers created an alias for him. Within 2 months, the Marsh Ink Skewer tribe had undergone a great change. It was surrounded by a wall that was as high as a goblin. Rocks were available throughout the Underworld, so the gamers didn't have to go back and carry the rocks. They only needed to collect rocks from the tunnel and stack them up for the wall. In addition, the land was leveled. Buildings made of rocks, wood, and other materials were constructed. Some of the buildings were ordered by Brew, while the rest were constructed by the gamers themselves. The buildings ordered by Brew were for storage of the gamers' materials, which were the skin, bones, and meat of the large lizards. As for the gamers' buildings, they were for their own homes. The rich gamers bought the wood and constructed wooden houses. Brainiac could cut the trees and send the wood to Mufarser for processing. Normal gamers would just stack up the rocks to build a house in the Marsh Ink Skewer town. Salted Fish couldn't understand the gamers. Should they not be living in the dungeon? Why were they still building houses outside the dungeon? Though Salted Fish couldn't understand, he saw a large number of dead large lizards being sent to him. He also felt safe with the surrounding walls, so he wasn't bothered by the strange behavior of the gamers. A group of gamers dragged 3 large lizards and sent them to Salted Fish to exchange for reputation points. Salted Fish couldn't understand, but he knew that he had to reward them if they helped to kill the large lizards. Rewards like skinned products, food, and darting birds. When the group of gamers was deciding what to exchange for, a black armored gnome arrived while riding on a darting bird. Arthur. The group of gamers shouted as they flocked to Arthur. Even Salted Fish recognized that gnome called Arthur, as he had good prestige among the gnomes. Salted Fish thought for a while and walked to the black armored gnome. The group of gnomes stopped chatting and looked at Salted Fish, who pleaded, "Warriors, thank you for defending us against the attacks of the large lizards. Can I request your help us take back our homeland?" At the Northern Gladiator Arena. It's like this. A month from now, there will be a new model for gladiator fights. It'll have to depend on Lord Sherlock for providing the gladiators. Poison Skin sat in his office and pointed to the Northern Underworld map as he spoke to Sherlock. "Don't worry, we have an agreement. There will be more gladiators, and not less." Sherlock sat in the chair and held his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea. He thought for a while and said, "Yes, previously, we discussed the last man standing gladiator fight live streaming. I have an idea, but it will cost a lot more." Lord Sherlock's idea, tell me. "It must be a good idea," Poison Skin said excitedly and straightened his obese figure. "If we use the arena for the last man standing gladiator fight, the environment is too small. Since the underworld is so huge, especially the northern underworld market, we have to make proper use of it. I encountered a new invention called the Internet, which allows creatures from afar to see the same images. If we can think of a way to create a magical internet and allow the northern underworld inhabitants to watch the gladiator fights at home, then we can collect money from every family." Poison Skin stood up and paced around with a frown. After 2 rounds of pacing, Poison Skin looked at Sherlock and asked, "Lord Sherlock, is this idea feasible?" "Yes, it's still in the research stage. There are ways to do it. It's just that the research grant," Sherlock muttered. "Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, if this idea is feasible, we will provide money, creature, and material resources. You have shown your capability, and we trust you. Of course, we will have to sign a contract." Poison Skin waved his hand and said, "Of course, I'll go back and draft a contract. You can join in as an investor, but I can't guarantee the timing of the research." Sherlock also stood up. The two of them had a fruitful discussion and decided on the direction of the new collaboration. They would go back and do preparation work. Sherlock left the gladiator arena after a warm farewell from Poison Skin and brought his secretary Evelyn back to Eternal Kingdom. Eggface was still being steamed, and he was feeling extremely comfortable. When Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom, he discovered a group of gamers discussing at a pile of trash located at the plaza in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall. A few gnomes were even shouting at each other. "What are they doing?" Sherlock asked Brew curiously. "They obtained Salted Fish mission and are gathering other gamers for an expedition to reclaim the Marsh Inkstewar's homeland," Brew replied quickly. "But most likely, they will be killed by the large lizards." "I see." Sherlock nodded. "Is Lord Sherlock intending to create new media?" "There is a large difference between the Otherworld's internet and Marner. The internet is popular because of economies of scale. If we push out this new media, the only solution is the Marner formation. Even with economies of scale, the capital and maintenance will be astronomical," Bruce said with concern. "I know, but the profits are sizable too," Sherlock nodded and said. "Though it's expensive, I believe a large number of underworld inhabitants will foot the bill. Besides the live streaming of gladiator fights, I have other ideas like games, movies, and animations. Aren't these common in the other world? From what I've observed, if I can promote these ideas, the profits are sizable. Is Lord Sherlock intending to create an entertainment revolution? I have no idea how to implement it, as the other world's technology can't be used here. How do we create something similar to computers and the internet? Brew asked. There is nothing that Marner can't do. The question is sufficient materials and money. Brew. Sherlock looked in the direction of the burial hall and said, though we aren't able to implement the real-time internet technology of the other world, it's still possible to push out recorded videos. I believe Brainiac will be interested in such technology research. I feel that Brainiac is only interested in the research of your goblins, gnomes, and hounded men, Brew commented. Don't make it as if I'm giving Brainiac more work. Magical items creation and research are under Brainiac's work purview. If the Northern Gladiator Arena is willing to invest, then money is no problem. We only need to concentrate on research, publicity, and implementation, Sherlock said as he walked towards the burial hall. As for the publicity, isn't Nicholas coming to Eternal Kingdom? Chapter 216 Just Call Me Lassie. Chapter 216 Just Call Me Lassie. So, Lord Sherlock wants me to research a magical item that can show a live video. Brainiac thought for a while and said, can't we use the round adamantine rock directly to record and watch the video? If we use it to watch videos, it'll work, but I'm thinking of a magical item that will receive video at any time and place for a live stream. Do you understand? Sherlock explained the meaning of live stream, to which Brainiac nodded. Sherlock gave this difficult task to Brainiac. As he was about to leave, Brainiac said, Lord Sherlock, I have modified the previous 100 hounded man eggs according to your instructions. They are very cute. Brainiac took out a locked chest from the burial ground. The gamers were outside the burial hall. When Sherlock was speaking with Brainiac, he wouldn't let them come in. Brainiac opened the chest with Marner. There were various items in the chest like crystal balls, magic powder, newspapers, a rubber ducky, a bicycle pump, a pink bell, a feather pen, plasticine, a stool, a pacifier, and bolster. At one corner were 100 small eggs. Sherlock could grab 4 to 5 eggs using one hand. How do you incubate them? Sherlock took one egg and examined it. Put it beside a fire for a while. Sherlock nodded and took the hounded man eggs. How is Lord Sherlock going to use these hounded man eggs? Brew asked. To reward the hard-working servants. Sherlock returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall and accessed his computer. The door of the Dungeon Lord main hall opened. Who, after absorbing the mixed water and fire elements in the air, I feel my body packed with the power of darkness. Eggface was covered with a white towel as he dragged his fat short legs and walked in. He muttered to himself and walked to the shelf containing the box of bloody chrysanthemum tea. Wait a moment. What are you doing? Sherlock lifted his head and looked at Eggface. The crimson-red pellets with hidden mysterious power are the source of power for the King of Darkness, Eggface said as he tiptoed to reach the box of bloody chrysanthemum tea. Then he pulled it open. Talk normally. Eggface lifted his head, opened his eyes widely, and sniffed in his mucus while he was still brewing his tea. I want to drink the bloody chrysanthemum tea. Tusk, let's sell this small black dragon for money. It's a shame for a small black dragon to have such behavior. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the Great War, when huge dragons extended their wings and covered the sky, they incinerated the lands with their breath. If I hadn't witnessed the war, I would think that the legend is a bluff, especially when I see that small black dragon. Brew spoke regretfully in Sherlock's mind, but Sherlock didn't respond. He looked at Eggface, who had finished brewing his tea. Eggface said, "Please, Lord Sherlock, Gulu. Tusk, it's really nice." Eggface finished his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and put it back. Then he removed the white towel, found a stool, and sat right beside Sherlock. "Is Lord Sherlock playing that rolling undead character? I'll be your mentor. No underaged dragons aren't allowed to watch." "I don't intend to play now." Sherlock shook his head. He wanted to finish the contents of the update. "Just play for a while. I feel that you should relax now." Eggface placed his claws on Sherlock's arm. As Sherlock was about to grab Eggface's wings and throw him out, Brew's voice was heard. "Lord Sherlock, there's a merchant band from Winterfell at entrance No. 3. If I'm not wrong, they should be the Baron Nicholas merchant band. Eggface, take your stuff, I'm receiving guests." Sherlock stuffed a briefcase into the arms of Eggface. Then he took out a black coat from the chest and walked towards entrance No. 3. Eggface wanted to stay back and watch the undead game, but he was unable to defy Sherlock's order. Eggface took out a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles and placed them on his face. Then he followed Sherlock. Sherlock walked directly to entrance No. 3. The gamers noticed both of them and knew that there was a plot animation, so they followed Sherlock and Eggface. They were able to review the previous plot animations on the official website since Sherlock let Brew upload the videos from the adamantine rock to the website. However, the gamers preferred to watch the plot animation live. After Sherlock walked out of entrance No. 3 with Eggface, the gamers were unable to follow as Sherlock didn't allow access. Soon, Sherlock saw Nicholas' merchant band in the distance. Nicholas was sitting on top of a beetleman. After spotting Sherlock, a large swarm of bats appeared next to Nicholas and covered his entire body. After that, the bats flew to Sherlock and dispersed. Nicholas stood in front of Sherlock and bowed deeply to him. "Respectable Lord Sherlock, you have come to welcome me personally. I feel very honored." "You're too formal, Lord Nicholas. We have a close relationship." Sherlock patted Nicholas' shoulders warmly. When he noticed Nicholas staring at Eggface, Sherlock explained casually, "This is my secretary, Eggface." "Eggface, greet Baron Nicholas." Eggface walked up and adjusted his spectacles. Then, he squeezed his wings together and bowed deeply to Nicholas. "Greetings, Baron Nicholas, I'm Eggface." "You are too polite. Lord Eggface may call me Lassie." Chapter 217 Don't dare to say or ask. Chapter 217 Don't dare to say or ask. Nicholas was in turmoil. It was as though there were tens of beetlemen running incessantly in his mind. Though he heard that Sherlock had a small black dragon as a servant, he didn't expect the dragon to be his secretary. And the dragon was very courteous to bow to him. Even if he was a small black dragon, his status was equivalent to a devil. Nicholas felt his legs going soft. He asked Eggface to call him Lassie. He felt that Sherlock's background was becoming more mysterious. Previously, Winterfell was corrupted by the ancient gods, and it was Sherlock who saved Winterfell. After investigation at the Old District, many battle locations and a pool of blood were found. After researching using Marner, the perpetrator was found to be the corrupted devil Octopus Ball. Nicholas went to look at the battle scenes in the Old District and was astonished. Though he hadn't seen the combat power of Sherlock, he trembled at the thought of it. Sherlock pulled Nicholas to one side and found a rock to sit on. He looked at the merchant band behind Nicholas and asked, "Has Baron Nicholas brought his merchandise?" Yes, Winterfell was in trouble. The Merchant Alliance prepared a new dungeon core for Winterfell, but the transportation of the core will take about a month. I can't do much in Winterfell since the teleport portals can't be used, so I brought my merchant band to trade. Without the Winterfell dungeon car, the prices of most items will increase. Nicholas smiled and said, "Of course, Lord Sherlock. I'll never inflate the prices of merchandise sold to you. If the items that you require have price increases, tell me so that I can contact the relevant merchants." "That's not necessary." Sherlock waved his hand and said, "In your letter, you mention setting up merchant band routes with Eternal Kingdom. In sticking to my previous intention, I'm agreeable with trading, but a sole trading agreement is out of the question." "I understand Lord Sherlock's intention. With your capability, you can choose your trading partners. I was too arrogant previously, so I suggested investing in Eternal Kingdom." "Please don't put it to heart," Nicholas said with a smile. "If you want to invest in Eternal Kingdom and trade with us, I'll always welcome you. In fact, I have a business proposal." Sherlock smiled and pulled Nicholas towards Eternal Kingdom. He said, "Let's proceed to Eternal Kingdom. I have a lot of ideas and businesses. Perhaps you may be interested." Nicholas was interested, but the wilderness wasn't a suitable location for discussion. The merchant band would stay outside entrance No. 3 because Eternal Kingdom was too crowded with 2,000 gamers, so there was no space for the merchant band. Both of them proceeded to the dungeon. Nicholas remembered the rules, which were to not ask questions and spread disinformation. Nicholas had signed an agreement, so he was taking it to heart. When Nicholas walked into Eternal Kingdom, a group of gamers surrounded him and asked a multitude of questions. "Is that Lassie? Gosh, is that a new plot? Where's Lassie's merchant band? Are we having a merchant band activity?" Nicholas didn't say a word. When he saw the legendary hounded men, he didn't ask about them. He saw a distant lich who was gazing at him, as well as a group of goblins, gnomes, and hounded men who tried to climb on the lich to get a better view. He didn't say anything. When he saw a few goblins using rocks to write mathematical equations, he suppressed his disdain and didn't ask about them. A goblin who was emitting pure white sacred light said solemnly to his comrades, "Let me see if my sacred light can harm Lassie." Gosh, I'm in plot mode. Nicholas couldn't stand it, but before he said anything, Sherlock preempted and said to Nicholas, "Don't ask. Hold back." In the dungeon lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, Eggface was very obedient. He brewed 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea, placing 1 cup in front of Sherlock and reserving the other cup for himself. Then he sat in a chair while Sherlock sat in the last chair. Relax and treat this place like your home," Sherlock said cordially when he noticed Nicholas standing reservedly at the door. "Yes, Baron Lassie, why are you standing at the door? Stand closer," Eggface said cordially, but his actions weren't the same. He was a black dragon, after all. Nicholas didn't speak or complain as he stood in front of Sherlock. He saw Sherlock take out a contract and pass it to him. It had the words, "Eternal Kingdom and Northern Gladiator Arena Collaboration Agreement Version A." Nicholas was surprised. He looked at Sherlock and asked, "Is Lord Sherlock collaborating with the Northern Gladiator Arena?" "That's correct. The things I'm discussing with you are related to the collaboration with the arena." Sherlock placed his hands on the table and said, "We're currently providing the arena with gladiators from Eternal Kingdom. They are the goblins, gnomes, and hounded men that you have seen, and they obtained the gladiator qualification certificates. I'm currently researching a new technique. After that, I'll promote it. I'd like to collaborate with you on the publicity of this technique. I do know the Winterfell press. If I contact them and help Lord Sherlock publish in the papers." Sherlock raised his hand and interrupted Nicholas. "No, it's not the Winterfell press. I want to contact the entire Merchant Alliance and publicize to the Northern Underworld." Chapter 218: A Gamer Who Sneaked into Winterfell. Chapter 218: A Gamer Who Sneaked into Winterfell. "Lord Sherlock, are you promoting your products via the Merchant Alliance?" Nicholas thought for a while and said, "I can try applying for you, but there's no precedence." "I understand. Let's put this matter aside. When the product is finalized, we can discuss it in detail. The Northern Gladiator Arena is one of the investors and will be involved in the detailed discussion. Let's discuss trading." Sherlock took out the map of a large furnace and placed it on the table as he said to Nicholas, "I am constructing a large furnace to create superior equipment for sale. I hope Baron can help me arrange for the import of raw materials and the sale of the equipment. Then I won't have to look for another merchant." "No problem. There is a lot of demand on the Merchant Alliance's side. You may count on me for the sale of your equipment." Besides the equipment, Sherlock and Nicholas discussed the remuneration. Nicholas stated that it was an honor for him to be solely in charge of Eternal Kingdom's equipment. How could he earn a commission from it besides payment for transportation and miscellaneous costs? Nicholas wouldn't accept other payment. To Nicholas, he had confirmed that Sherlock must be at least a cousin or son of Satan. Otherwise, how could Sherlock be so awesome? Eternal Kingdom was a level 3 dungeon with a large furnace and a manor area in construction. After many battles, Eternal Kingdom was still crowded with servants. Nicholas was still curious about these recruited goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. Sherlock was moved, and he said to Nicholas, "I understand Baron's intention, but I won't let you take a loss. If Baron won't accept magic stones, then I'll compensate you by providing labor. If you need labor to create your products, equipment, or houses, just inform me. I have a pool of skilled and diligent workers." Sherlock raised his hand to interrupt Nicholas, who was about to speak. "Baron Lassie, I know what you want to say. You won't need to pay for the labor costs, nor their food and lodging. I'll foot the bills. Don't think that it's a huge sum, as I'll need your help in the future. You deserve to have the benefits. Lord Sherlock, this how can I impose on you and let you spend money?" Nicholas was moved. Sherlock saw his expression and patted the table as he said, "It's what I should do. If you need to produce large amounts of merchandise, just inform me. I'll arrange the labor for you and give you a 20% discount for the labor costs. You can pay using magic stones or in raw materials." Nicholas intended to stay in Eternal Kingdom for 3 days and sell some merchandise, which consisted of some equipment and magical items. Nicholas provided a list of goods for sale. He wasn't required to barter for raw materials this time. Raw materials were precious to Sherlock since the gamers required them for equipment improvement. As the demand was high, he wouldn't trade them with Nicholas. What was going to happen were the gamers going to use magic stones, but the gamers didn't have magic stones. Sherlock bought some magical items that weren't available in Eternal Kingdom from the list. As Sherlock was about to pay for his citizens, Nicholas was moved and stopped Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock, I'm moved by your kindness to your citizens. You're a good role model. I can't let you pay as you'll be making a loss. I'll let your citizens pay using their labor. Why don't we test this method now? As you know, I'm dealing mainly with female accessories. My business is good, but Winterfell is without a dungeon car, and my factory has lost its energy source and is unable to produce anything. So, you intend to manufacture your merchandise in my dungeon? No problem. It's a good chance to test it out. Baron, you'll provide the raw materials while I provide the labor. We'll waive all the magic stone charges as it will hurt our relationship." Sherlock waved his hand and gave his promise. The two of them were happy and decided to establish their collaboration with a contract. Nicholas brought his merchant band into Eternal Kingdom to unload his goods, then he left immediately for Winterfell to retrieve his raw materials. Sherlock obtained Nicholas' goods and a contract for labor. He felt happy since he could squeeze more work from the gamers. He intended to edit a new update to encourage the gamers to work harder and build a better Eternal Kingdom. It was then that he noticed a post on the forum. He narrowed his eyes and started reading it carefully. The post was "Sneaking in was successful. I have sneaked into Winterfell." The creator of the post was Marco Polo. "By chance, we used a loophole left after the Winterfell battle campaign to sneak into Winterfell and stayed behind. We weren't brought back to Eternal Kingdom by the plot. How could we stay in Winterfell after the war ended? Most of the gamers were taken back by the airship. The gamers who stayed back were pronounced dead and revived in the Eternal Kingdom. But the decision by the game system was made while you were online. At that time, I had an urgent matter to deal with, so I went offline at the critical point of the war. After a few days, I discovered my character was still in Winterfell. I didn't create any posts or divulge this matter because I know that the lousy game producer is stalking the forum. But I cannot stand it any longer. The main point is that I am unable to have proper meals in Winterfell. I encountered never-before-seen game content. These are the things that will be released at a future date. I just managed to experience them via a loophole. I was hiding in an alley when I went offline. When I was online again, I was moved to another alley. Even my equipment was missing. I suspect that it was a game bug. The first thing I did was look for food, as if I took in a large amount of clay, I would die of food poisoning. It wasn't easy for me to stay in Winterfell, so I couldn't just die off like that. After recalling the game's highly intelligent AI, I tested a common way of gameplay: begging the NPCs. I managed to fill my stomach by begging, so this is a viable gameplay method. Besides begging, I discovered other methods. There were many job opportunities in Winterfell. Gamers can work for NPCs, for example. Within these few days, I sold newspapers, helped in the construction of a house at the construction site, and did odd jobs at a restaurant. Initially, I was unaware of my nonsense and was dismissed. Then I realized that I had to be immersive in the game. I couldn't spout nonsense to NPCs. I disguised myself as an NPC and played accordingly. I was successful. Currently, I'm employed as a blacksmith apprentice. I'm starting work tomorrow, so I'm a little excited. In the future, the game may open up a channel for topping up our accounts, because I discovered the game's second currency. The NPC's currency: magic stones. I discovered I was unable to use my coins in Winterfell. Perhaps it's due to the incomplete development of the game system, but all the NPCs that I encountered were using the magic stone cards, which are similar to bank cards, for their transactions. In the future, we can use magic stones to do transactions with NPCs. The equipment in Winterfell is excellent in the blacksmith shop that I'm working at, though I'm unable to bring the equipment back for appraisal. According to my observations, they are purple legendary equipment. They aren't inferior to Arthur's equipment. In fact, many of them are superior to Arthur's equipment. I also encountered various underworld creatures such as werewolves, giants, Hades horses, lizard men, hellhounds, and slimes. They could be released in the game in the future. There are various strange professions like diviner, enchanter, magical items, craftsman, door guard, garrison guard, barber, hairstylist, and pet caretaker. The most important thing is that you have a chance to be employed if you are capable. According to our situation, if we go to the construction site to carry bricks, earning magic stones isn't a problem. This is like a second reality. This is a sword and magic world. The development team is awesome. I'm impressed by the massive amount of content. I'll show some pictures of Winterfell after the war and group photos of the Winterfell inhabitants and I. Then you won't say that I'm bluffing. Picture. This is a picture of me at work. Picture. Remember, I am Marco Polo. Chapter 219 Visiting Winterfell for Business. Chapter 219 Visiting Winterfell for Business. Boy, your app version is outdated. Please download the latest version from the forum to upload the pictures. Ceiling smoke are magic stones similar to the top-up vouchers in the Commerce City. PF is a dog. This free game is going to be made bankrupt due to the gamers. Leather Bear, the begging simulation is working fine in the game. Take a spear, hit veterans. How did you do that? Gosh. I want to find a job in Winterfell too. Two pugs cannot coexist together, you Winterfell traitor. If the lousy game producer reads your post, your account will be terminated. Burning chest hair, I understand. In the next battle campaign scenario, I will go offline halfway. After the war ends, I will go online to see if I can exploit the bug. Not wearing pants. We encountered the magic stone card in our previous mission. When we were doing the strange encounter mission, Yoder's wife gave it to us, and we exchanged it for legendary equipment. Sherlock finished reading the post and its replies. Then he told Brew, check the data of the gamer Marco Polo and see what he's up to. Okay, I understand. Brew was silent for a while. Then he said, I have the location data of Marco Polo after the Winterfell battle campaign. After he awoke, he was questioned by the Winterfell garrison guard. Then he searched the trash cans for food. After that, he begged for food on the streets. I have to admit, he has strong survival instincts. Wait, he begged without a license. Did the garrison guards execute him on the spot? Sherlock frowned as he asked. As Winterfell had lost the dungeon core, the dungeon was in a mess. The garrison guards had more important things to do than executing beggars without licenses, Brew explained and asked Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, what shall we do? Do we terminate his account? He exploited the loophole and challenged your authority. I suggest terminating his account so that your authority won't be diminished. Sherlock didn't think the same way as Brew. He said, I understand that some gamers escaped your surveillance and that you're feeling a sense of shame. But you're making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sherlock straightened his body and said, I have been thinking about an issue. The missions that we assign the gamers are too simple. I did so much for them, but I'm not obtaining the corresponding returns. As a superior devil, I'm feeling a sense of deep shame. I should give them more work so that they can repay my kindness. Nicholas' idea reminded me that the underworld is very large. Keeping the gamers by my side won't generate enough wealth. Brew asked excitedly. Lord Sherlock, have you finally understood? Are you releasing the fourth calamity? Don't worry, I have done the preparations for the third beta testing. When the 10,000 gamers are fully armed, we'll attack Winterfell while it's still without a dungeon core. We'll kill all those who aren't willing to yield. All the wealth will be ours, then we'll raise the entire northern underworld. What are you talking about? Sherlock interrupted Brew's fantasy and said, my idea is to wait for the third beta gamers and send them to factories to work, or to construction sites to carry bricks and be mercenary soldiers so that I can earn the death compensation. Lord Sherlock, you're a great devil, Lord Brew said thoughtfully. Sherlock stood up, picked up his windbreaker, and put on a tall Western-style hat. Or I'll set up a gamers guild that will have missions that aren't easily accomplished by normal creatures. Of course, the rewards will be correspondingly higher. Sherlock opened the door and walked out. Take care of the dungeon, Brew. Sherlock closed the door, and Eggface, who was sleeping at a corner, woke up and looked around. He said, A large airship was flying rapidly towards Winterfell. Yoder was at the helm controlling the airship. He was explaining minor engineering knowledge to the gamers, but Sherlock brought Evelyn to him and requested that Yoder fly the airship to Winterfell. The airship took off. A few gamers who were hidden in the airship were thrown out of the ship. Then the airship proceeded towards Winterfell. The airship was much faster than a beetleman, so it only took half a day to arrive at Winterfell. Of course, it wasn't as convenient as the teleport portal. However, since Winterfell was without a dungeon car, the teleport portals weren't functioning. The airship stopped outside Winterfell, and Sherlock and Evelyn disembarked from the ship. Sherlock wanted to find the gamer who was working in Winterfell. He also wanted to find an empty house so that he could create an official guild for his gamers. In the future, there would be no way to control the interaction of the gamers with Winterfell, but the behavior of the gamers had to be controlled. Otherwise, it would be like what Brew said, the gamers would be like the unleashed fourth calamity, and they would occupy Winterfell. That was like declaring war on the Merchant Alliance. Times were different. It was outdated to be involved in fighting and killing. Only devils with low capabilities would resort to destruction and killing. The real devils were good at manipulating the hearts of the creatures. He could also use the opportunity to earn magic stones. He brought along Evelyn because she requested it. She said, Lord Sherlock, are you going to Winterfell? Can you bring me along? I have used up my daily necessities, so I have to buy some. Sherlock couldn't possibly help Evelyn buy things, as he wouldn't do something at a loss. Evelyn could be his secretary as well. Sherlock was now a prestigious dungeon lord. Even the Winterfell dungeon lord had to show him respect, so he had to bring along his secretary when he visited Winterfell. We'll be back in 4 to 5 hours. Yoder, you may go home and visit your family. I'll use Marner to hide the airship. Don't worry. Sherlock then looked at Evelyn and said, Evelyn, let's go. Chapter 220 Silver Pocket Watch. Chapter 220 Silver Pocket Watch. The mana-simulated sun in Winterfell had vanished. Instead, there were magic lanterns seen everywhere along the sides of the streets. Though they weren't as bright as the mana-simulated sun, they were providing sufficient illumination. There were no traces of the ancient gods' invasion of Winterfell. Besides the worried faces of the passers-by, the dungeon looked like it was midnight with very few creatures on the streets. A superior devil attracted the attention of the passers-by in front of an open shop. If he was just a superior devil, nobody would care. Though there weren't many superior devils, they were still seen in Winterfell. The passers-by were enticed when they saw the name of the shop behind the superior devil. The Vampire Female Accessories Shop. The windows read, "We guarantee that you will be sucked clean." Sherlock was emotionless and didn't feel embarrassed. He was waiting for someone. Lord Sherlock. A tall succubus ran across the street. She was carrying a briefcase and was panting as she ran to Sherlock. She bent down and rested her palms on her closed knees as she heaved heavily. Fortunately, she was conservatively dressed, so there was no cleavage. "Lord Sherlock, sorry to make you wait for so long." Evelyn panted as she stood up and wiped the sweat on her forehead. "No problem. Why am I not allowed to watch when you buy clothes?" Sherlock looked at the panting Evelyn. No, because I'm buying the knee-length skirt, so I'm shy." Evelyn blushed. "I see." Sherlock nodded and said, "That is quite a bold fashion style. It's not suitable for me to be around." "Lord Sherlock, sorry to make you wait. Let's go in. After buying the items here, my shopping list is completed." Evelyn and Sherlock walked into the Vampire Female Accessories Shop. The shelves in the shop were stacked with various female accessories. A slime shifted over, leaving a trail of sticky liquid on the ground, and said in a sharp and shrill voice, "Welcome to the Vampire Female Accessories Shop. We have all the female accessories, body armor, Hades warhorses, self-detonating Marner runes, anti-pregnancy Mary water, and transformable toys." "What are you buying?" "Yes, I'd like the one that I use every month." "Do you have that?" Evelyn said softly. "Yes, please follow me." The slime brought Sherlock and Evelyn to rows of shelves with armor and weapons. Then they saw tethered Hades warhorses, followed by Marner runes, various strange potions, and a huge mace used by giants. Finally, they came to the shelves with beverages. On the shelves were the words, "Every month, there will be days when you lose Marner rapidly. Females have to replenish Marner proactively. You will feel energetic if you replenish your Marner. I want to purchase this brand." Evelyn picked a branded beverage carefully and gave it to the slime shop assistant. While Evelyn was choosing other beverages, Sherlock showed a card to the slime cashier. "Are you using this card for payment?" "No, credit her purchase loyalty points to this card," Sherlock said with a smile. "Lord Sherlock, the things that I bought were very cheap. Previously, a set of Marner replenishment beverages required tens of magic stones, but I was given a 50 discount. I can't remember when I became the shop's Diamond VIP." Evelyn was looking very blissful while Sherlock helped her carry a shopping bag. "That is a good deal." Sherlock also smiled contentedly. "Why is Lord Sherlock renting an office in Winterfell?" Evelyn asked curiously. "The dungeon is recruiting a large number of new creatures, and I'm renting an office in hopes of finding outside work for them," Sherlock said as he nodded. "I see. Is it like the Adventurers Guild?" Evelyn explained. "It's like the Surface Worlds Guild that helps people in need. After completing a dangerous mission, they collect rewards." "Yes, it's worth a try," Sherlock said while pondering. When he passed by a blacksmith shop, he stopped. Then he looked at the blacksmith shop before he said to Evelyn, "Yes, Evelyn." "What is it, Lord Sherlock?" Evelyn turned her head and asked curiously. "Return to the airship and wait for me. I have some matters to deal with," Sherlock said and faced the blacksmith shop. "I understand, Lord Sherlock." Evelyn was curious what caught Sherlock's attention, but she bowed to Sherlock, carried her shopping bags, and left. Sherlock took out a silver-rimmed pocket watch and glanced at it. "Lord Sherlock, The gamer Marco Polo isn't in this blacksmith shop. He's 2 streets away. If you can't find the place, I can guide you. What voice would you like for the guidance, Stephen Chow or Miss Kai Lin? Bruce's voice rang in Sherlock's mind, but he had no intention to respond. Sherlock looked at his pocket watch, whose needle was moving in a counterclockwise direction. It moved to an hour ago. Sherlock's thumb flicked the watch out, and the watch rotated in the air but stopped in midair as though time had frozen. A transparent murmur engulfed the street in front of Sherlock, and faint discernible images appeared before him. There were passers-by who walked by and those who walked directly towards Sherlock. And a Hades carriage with 2 magic lanterns sped by under the curses of a group of creatures. Then Sherlock saw 4 transparent figures that consisted of 3 hamsters and a blurry figure with bare feet. They walked towards Sherlock, and their blurry figures passed through Sherlock's body like green smoke. Sherlock spun around and gazed at the figure beside the 3 hamsters. Chapter 221 I like this name. Chapter 221 I like this name. Extremely wealthy area was Winterfell's area for the rich creatures. This was the most luxurious area with the softest Marna lighting. There would be no body odor coming from the beetlemen. The walking sounds of the creatures outside the walls were reduced to very low decibels. Even the clay in this area could be directly placed in the mouth and eaten. There was security provided round the clock. Little John was a guard in the extremely wealthy area. As an orc, he was often teased for his name. John, why is your name like a human's? This name is too effeminate. Most of the orcs are called lamballs, beefalls, crabstick. They are more manly. This is hilarious. You're called John. This is cracking me up for a lifetime. What a silly name. Can't your parents give you a proper name like beefsteak or tenderloin? Though he was ridiculed since he was young, he was indifferent. He worked very hard to become a guard at the extremely wealthy area. Like before, Little John was patrolling in the extremely wealthy area, which was very quiet. Those who lived here were either great merchants who had manors outside the dungeon or had relatives or friends who had manors. This was a critical period since Winterfell was without the protection of the dungeon core. Moreover, the dungeon had been invaded by the ancient gods recently, so nobody felt safe in Winterfell. The wealthy merchants preferred to stay in the manors outside the dungeon. Little John looked forward to having a manor. When he recovered, he saw a smiling superior devil wearing black ceremonial clothing, a tall Western-style hat, and holding a cane in his hand. When did he appear? Little John was nervous, but he greeted the devil. Greetings, Mr. Devil. Because he was nervous, he didn't speak smoothly. Greetings. Did you see 3 hamsters passing by and a devil following them? Sherlock smiled warmly and asked the nervous orc. No, I didn't see. Little John recovered from his nervousness. Wishing you a happy day. I have found them. Sherlock removed his hat to greet Little John and looked behind Little John. Just as Little John turned his head, his eyes became dark, and he collapsed to the ground. 3 hamsters came out from the green belt at the side. 2 of them pulled one leg of the orc and dragged him to the side, while the 3rd hamster lifted Little John's head. After they completed their chores, they went into the green belt and revealed 3 little heads. The leftmost fat Atarku muttered, "It's time for..." Before he completed his sentence, his head was knocked by the middle hamster. The rightmost hamster beckoned fat Atarku to keep quiet. A slender figure walked out of the shadows before Sherlock. Sherlock looked at the young lady with golden hair. A red crystal pendant was hung from her snow-white neck, and she wore a long floral skirt that looked exquisite and luxurious. The young lady's features were refined, and her skin was so white that it looked unreal. She was like a fine piece of art that was created by the best master. She stood with her bare feet and remained silent. A pair of huge black wings were folded neatly behind her back, and a few black feathers floated quietly to the ground. She exuded a grey dispirited feeling. "Sherlock." The young lady stepped forward towards Sherlock. Her voice was like the soulful echoes of nature. She used to be the most beautiful angel in the heavenly kingdom. Even if she was decadent, she was never corrupted. While other angels shed their feathers due to God's curse and obtained ugly devil's wings, only she didn't lose her beauty. Her name was Past Glory. She came from the summoning of Hades and was the angel who defied the oracle. She resented the sacred teachings, so she abandoned the heavenly kingdom and embraced Hades. With every step, black feathers floated down gently and vanished into glittering dust. The heavenly curse attrited her power and glory incessantly. "I thought you were in the spirit world." Sherlock looked at the young lady and said in a relaxed tone, "Are you referring to Hades? Since when did you learn the secular terms?" The young lady frowned and lifted her head to look at the tall Sherlock. "You should be there." Sherlock nodded and spoke confidently. "Hades is without you." The young lady lifted her chin and narrowed her eyes at Sherlock. Even if the luminous stars were before her, they would have lost their luster. Black wings that emitted dark energy extended quietly. She didn't mind grooming her feathers in front of Sherlock. Sherlock looked around and extended his hand to her in an inviting gesture. Perhaps you heard from your hamster servants some inaccurate and biased information. I think I owe you an explanation. This isn't a suitable place to talk. Shall we have a drink? I know of a nice cafe. Have a drink. You stepped on the supremacy and divine rights of all nations, and now you take a fancy to these unclean and ugly ants' nest. The young lady retracted her wings and edged closer to Sherlock. She extended her hand and pointed her finger on Sherlock's palm. "Times have changed. If you remain obstinate, you'll be obsolete." I can't help recalling my irreversible youthful times." Sherlock held the young lady's finger like a gentleman, while holding his cane in the other hand. Then he walked towards the exit of the extremely wealthy area and asked, "Did you give yourself a nice name?" "Lilo." The young lady lifted her head proudly and said, "I like this name." Chapter 222 Version 0.23 Update Log. Chapter 222 Version 0.23 Update Log. When the sun rose up during dawn, the underworld was shrouded in darkness. The hard-working Eggface had walked out from his nest. As a black dragon, he had a strict biological clock. The time was 7:30 a.m. He played the rolling undead game for the entire night, but that didn't affect his rest. Even if he had dark rings around his eyes, that wasn't a problem as he was a black dragon. When Eggface saw the airship coming back, he immediately shut down the computer and left the Dungeon Lord main hall. After Eggface had awakened, he went to wash up. Then he started his work as a secretary. A few gnomes had set up a huge cauldron of boiling water to let Eggface have a comfortable bath. Then a few gnomes and hounded men gave Eggface a full-body massage. A few goblins begged and pleaded with Eggface to give them a chance for a hounded man reincarnation. The unfeeling Eggface rejected all requests as the goblins were unwilling to kneel down and call him master. They didn't deserve to be reincarnated. After a comfortable bath, Eggface took his briefcase and checked his notebook. There was no entry for today, so Eggface was relieved. He received various worships from goblins, gnomes, and hounded men while he walked along. Farther, Eggface give me a hidden mission. Just a hounded man reincarnation chance, please, Lord Eggface. Are the king of darkness, I need your power. What kind of a dragon was Eggface? He was the king of dark flames, the master of darkness, the highest breed of dragon. How could they expect to be Eggface's closest servants with their naivety? It wasn't possible. With their capabilities, they were only suitable to be laborers. Eggface had arrived at the dungeon lord main hall. He opened the door and saw Sherlock typing furiously on the keyboard. He must be browsing the discussion forum. Eggface wasn't interested in the discussion forum. He put the briefcase on the table and brewed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea that he finished in a gulp. Then he started his work as a secretary. Eggface paced around the room and found a suitable corner, sitting down with his two front paws supporting the ground. Then, he slowly sprawled on the ground. It was time to work. Sherlock heard Eggface snore, and his typing crawled to a halt. What time did Eggface play until last night? Let me check. Brew became silent before he said, 30 minutes before you came. Tusk. Lord Sherlock, that fallen angel last night. Brew was puzzled, but he was interrupted by Sherlock. It was after my compulsory education. She was my 70 years classmate from higher education, Sherlock said without lifting his head. My initial capital for the dungeon was sponsored by her. She is considered my investor. Investor-sponsored. Brew raised the tone of his voice. I agreed to her conditions if she gave me a sum of money. Then, I have to give her some benefits according to the conditions, Sherlock said without emotion. From what I understand, it's a loan. No. There's interest to be paid per month for a loan, but I don't have to pay interest. If I meet her conditions, I won't need to pay interest, Sherlock corrected Brew. That's obtaining a loan by providing a nude picture of yourself, Brew said confidently. I can understand from the fallen angel's attitude of I cannot do without you how the process of getting back her loan could be rather intense. It's not appropriate to describe that as intense. Sherlock frowned and said, we had a happy negotiation, and I told her of the use of the loan. That's all. I see. Brew said thoughtfully, I was bought using the money from the fallen angel, a loan from your classmate. She tried to find you to get back her loan. Are the three hamsters her debt collectors? Tusk, I thought they looked cute. I didn't expect them to have such a horrifying background. Can I believe what you have said? Since when have I lied to you? Sherlock nodded and said confidently. How are you going to settle it? The creditor has found you. I don't think you can send her packing with a few words. Brew asked again. She has her name figured out. It seems like she's going to stay here for a long time. What's your plan? Are you going to sell me to repay the loan? Of course not. I said it before. She gave me money to invest. Though I'm not prepared, I can bring her to see the result of her investment. Moreover, she's the largest investor for Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock had completed his update content. Brew said, Lord Sherlock, what did she ask you to invest in? I don't think she asked you to invest in the dungeon. I'm just honoring what I said to her before a story. Sherlock looked as though he recalled something interesting. Stepping on the supremacy and divine rights of all nations. Yes, that's it. War, your expression with the dialogue was just slightly inferior to coolest. I thought you were just humoring me, but after speaking to you, I'm feeling happy. It seems like the Lilo fallen angel is the victim. I mean, she's one of your better golden geese. Brew said excitedly, "I'm in awe of Lord Sherlock's ambition. I initially thought that you intended to conquer the entire underworld. Actually, you're going for the supremacy and divine rights of all nations." I'm excited by the thought. Except for Satan, who fell from the heavens with a third of the stars, nobody ever did that. No, not even Satan. He was badly beaten up. The closest superior devil was that Michelangelo, but it's a pity that great person also failed in conquering the heavenly kingdom. I'm excited to follow such an ambitious superior devil like you. Are we going to attack the heavenly kingdom? Shall we start from conquering Winterfell? Brew was muttering about his chaotic plans for conquest, but Sherlock ignored his blabbering. Sherlock was checking the contents of his update announcement carefully. After confirming there were no mistakes, he published it. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.23. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.23 Official Update. Added new activity, Winterfell Merchant Band. The new Merchant Band is now at Eternal Kingdom. Besides sending a lot of equipment, there are many interesting items. They also intend to employ the warriors of Eternal Kingdom to create some simple products. Detailed gameplay of the Merchant Band will be updated live. Added new activity content. Dungeon Factory gamers will have the chance to work in the factory and earn work points, which can be exchanged for merchant bands, goods, special items, and even the exotic purple legendary equipment. The activities of the Dungeon Factory will be included in the daily missions. We have caught the escaped gamer. You will never see Marco Polo's post because his account was terminated. Just kidding, his account wasn't terminated. We are rewarding the gamer Marco Polo because he helped us find this critical floor. So he added the new bug inability to go offline in a game scene. You are now unable to go offline in special game scenes. Every time you go offline in the special game scenes, you will automatically be revived at Eternal Kingdom's revival point. Chapter 223 I am not fleeing. Chapter 223 I'm not fleeing. Triple Golden Tiger. The despicable game producer. I'm supporting Marco Polo M. His account wasn't terminated. My bad. Walnut Kernel 444. Are you a devil, game producer? Falling Morning Stars being prosecuted by the game official. Cutest foodie. I know the reasons. When is the update for version 0.3? I want to join the third beta testing. Evil Escape. It's not sufficient for us to carry bricks. Now we have to work in factories. Don't we have to work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Waiting for extramarital affairs. Is the stalking game producer that ruthless? I'm sad for Marco Polo. Arthur, when can we top up our accounts? I want to top up my magic stones. Is Shirley cross-dressing today? Preposterous veteran Arthur is requesting to top up his account. Peasant work points. I don't think my health can keep up with Eternal Kingdom's development. Sherlock browsed through the gamers' replies, and they supported his work points system. They looked forward to the new system and praised Sherlock as usual. In a few days, there would be a batch of equipment that had to be processed in Eternal Kingdom. They were from Nicholas' female accessories shop. The large furnace was completed. The apprentices of Simber could use the furnace to forge and process Nicholas' equipment. The remuneration for processing the first batch of equipment was to pay Nicholas, who helped Eternal Kingdom to establish trade routes. Besides letting the gamers produce merchandise, Sherlock had to assign gamers to the Gladiator Arena, Underground Forest No. 3, Spectre College's new instance dungeon, and the Marsh Inkstewer town. It was time to commence the third beta testing to boost the gamers' count. Before the third beta testing was rolled out, there were many preparations like excavating more living quarters. When the third beta gamers came on board, where were they going to stay? Before all these preparations, Sherlock had to prepare for Lilo's visit to Eternal Kingdom, as she was one of the investors of the dungeon. Sherlock thought for a while and decided to showcase his strongest combat power. He shouted loudly to awaken Eggface, who was sleeping in a corner. "Who's that who dares to awaken the sleeping darkness? Lord Sherlock. Are you yearning for a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea? I'll brew a cup for you." As a secretary, Eggface crawled up and walked unsteadily to the shelf. Then he brewed a large cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and finished it noisily. He intended to go for the second cup. "Stop for a while." Sherlock stopped Eggface and said, "There's going to be an important guest in the next few days. Eat more during this period of time. Be stronger. You have to represent Eternal Kingdom. Do you understand?" Eggface braced his chest and showed his fierce face. Then he bellowed in his young and tender voice, "Ow. I feel that if Lilo, the fallen angel, sees your impressive black dragon, she will be very happy with her investment. With Eggface's help, I believe we will be able to conquer the heavens soon," Bruce said confidently, but it was obvious he was using reverse psychology. Sherlock ignored Brew and touched Eggface's head as a form of encouragement and recognition. Sherlock took his windbreaker and walked outside. "Lord Sherlock, where are you going? Are you fleeing?" Brew asked. Sherlock adjusted his clothes and said, "Fleeing? No. I'm attending to some matters. I'll be back." There was a very rich fallen angel in Winterfell. The day she appeared, she purchased a manor outside Winterfell. In the same afternoon, numerous carriages arrived continuously at her manor. From common carpet, kitchenware, and branded female dresses and accessories to various magical items, she bought all the things that a rich wanted. There were even 12 giants standing outside the manor, acting as bodyguards. There were also succubi servants, a slime butler, exquisite carriages, and strong Hades warhorses. Things that a creature with power, money, and influence would have were being bought within a day. The commoners in Winterfell would probably discuss her after their meals occasionally, but to the rich and nobles from the Merchant Alliance or the other dungeon lords, this mysterious fallen angel was a huge question mark. A titillating question mark. "I'll use my gifts to ensnare the heart of that fallen angel." In an underworld tunnel, a devil whose spines were filled with spikes spoke in his hoarse voice to the group of devils and noble vampires at the side. Each of them rode on their warhorses, beetlemans, or darting birds. The speaking devil took out a piece of paper that was filled with words. "I have prepared a love poem. Cough, cough. Our unknown fallen angel, am willing to be the bubblegum on the leather shoe and the thorn in the flesh." Trash. The romantic devil didn't finish his poem before a tall devil looked over proudly and said, "Will the fallen angel like such a common and trashy love poem? Don't crack me up. I'm well prepared. I know what a fallen angel likes." The tall devil took out a potion with the words "super strong adhesive curse resistant formula." "Gosh, you're using such an item that's stepping over the line. It's infuriating. Why didn't I think of that? Can I go back home and get it?" "Fools, you'll hurt the ego of the fallen angel. It'll be strange if she falls for you." The group of creatures bickered as they arrived outside the manor. A succubus was cleaning the courtyard. When she saw the group of devils, she threw away the broom and ran into the manor. Chapter 224 The Strongest Organism. Chapter 224 The Strongest Organism. The incense wood burned in the incense burner and emitted a faint fragrance. Apple was a professional slime butler. He stood at the side of the incense burner and used his sticky hands to stain some incense ash before putting it into his body. This incense wood is pretty good. Buy more today, Apple said to a gnome servant at the side. A succubus servant ran in and shouted to Apple, "Butler, butler, lower your voice, don't make a big fuss in Lady Lilo's manner. You have to speak softly in all circumstances." The succubus servant was stunned. She knelt down and tried finding his ear. Before the succubus servant found his ear, there was a commotion coming from outside. A group of devils were at the entrance of the beautiful manor. Menace-simulated sunshine illuminated the surroundings, and a shield hemisphere engulfed the manor. Apple, who was in a black tuxedo, shifted his wavy body before the devils. "Welcome, devil lords, what can I do for you?" "We're here to look for the fallen angel, Miss Lilo." "No, you're not. I'm looking for Miss Lilo." "Don't argue. Miss Lilo will only meet me." The group of devils began arguing and almost started fighting. Apple was about to break up the commotion when the cantering of horses was heard. The cantering of the horses pervaded the manor as the carriage rang with a crisp tolling of bells. The carriage had the grandiose and complexity of the Rococo style. The black appearance of the carriage had the Gothic darkness and decadence. 4 strong black Hades horses were pulling a black pumpkin carriage. Apple left the devils and hurried over to the carriage. Apple wore his white gloves and opened the doors of the strange-looking carriage. A silver stiletto stepped on a metal ledge by the carriage door. The tall and sharp stiletto emitted a thud sound as a pair of fair-skinned and slender legs, which were covered with white swan stockings, were seen coming out before a thick black Victorian skirt covered them. The porcelain face was framed by golden hair rolls, which were covered partially by a slanted black round hat. On the round hat was a black floral accessory that covered the slanted side. A pair of large black wings were folded behind her back as she walked down the carriage. A succubus servant went forward to the carriage as 3 hamsters ran down the carriage and followed behind Lilo. "Miss Lilo, I'm the Baron of the Merchant Alliance." A devil walked politely forward, but before he finished speaking, Lilo had entered the manor without turning her head. The devils at the side wanted to strike up a conversation, but nobody was able to speak because the fallen angel's dominant aura made them unable to breathe. When Lilo walked into the manor, they were finally able to recover. "Misters, Our Lady has no intention to meet all of you. Please go back." After Apple finished speaking, he let the gnome at his side shut the metal gate of the manor. The devils looked at each other, but they were too shocked to say anything. More and more devils who heard of the fallen angel made their way in a continuous stream to the manor. Aged White Gin Tea House was located at a crossing of the commerce area in Winterfell. For the Underworld inhabitants, drinking tea was an essential pastime. Drink the most aromatic tea, ride the strongest beetleman. Underneath Aged White Gin's shop sign were these bold words. Sherlock, who was in black ceremonial clothing, walked to the entrance of the tea house and heard the rowdy noises coming from inside. Sherlock adjusted his dome-shaped Weston hat and pushed open the door. Dong ding ding dong. A stone golem sat in front of a worn-out piano. His fingers were pressing on the keys that emitted horrible tones as he sang with deep feelings. "He who forces me to eat the lemon makes fun of my luck. Sadness, grievance, and flowing tears, I can endure the sourness." It was from the Song of Lemon Essence. As his song reverberated in the tea house, Sherlock removed his hat and placed it on a hat stand. The tea house was dimly lit. The Underworld patrons were drinking tea and chatting loudly. Some drunken patrons made a din, but they were quickly thrown out by the werewolves that were acting as security guards. A few auks were gathered at a table, with one auk mixing multicolored tea as the other auks looked on excitedly. When the tea concoction was completed, the other auks banged their fists rhythmically on the table. By Satan's grace, finish this drink if you're not afraid of death. The auk raised his huge cup and gulped down the tea. Drink, 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 drink. The surrounding auks banged on the table and cheered wildly. The auk who was drinking the tea fell to the ground and vomited the tea that he had just drunk. The surrounding auks laughed. The auks noticed Sherlock walking over, and they turned their heads and bared their teeth. Devil, if you're drinking tea, go to other places. One of the auks was smoking a uranium stick, both his legs placed on the table as he glared fiercely at Sherlock. In here to look for Blackhand. I heard that this tea house belongs to him. Sherlock wasn't angered by the auk's words. He pulled out a chair and sat down. When Sherlock mentioned Blackhand, the surrounding auks gasped in astonishment. Then the entire tea house became quiet. A wooden cup even fell to the ground and made a clear thud sound. The auks turned their heads to look at the other side of the table. A few gathered orcs dispersed and pushed off tables and chairs. A huge boss chair's back was facing Sherlock. From behind the chair, a drake-like hoarse voice was heard. Why are you looking for Blackhand? Those who have tried to create trouble for him are all dead. No, 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 I'm not creating trouble for him. I heard that when he was young, he was Winterfell's strongest creature and took part in numerous wars. He trained countless warriors. I have a few thousand creatures for him to train, Sherlock said calmly. So, you intend to hire Blackhand to train your warriors? You better be prepared, because his price is very high. I understand. I've prepared the rewards. Sherlock took out a black pouch and threw it on the table. The black pouch opened up, and a few wriggling worms crawled out. The boss chair slowly turned around, and a white wing slammed on the table to prevent the worms from escaping. The wing dragged the worms towards a great white goose that was seated in the boss chair. The great white goose used his beak to suck in the worms. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at Sherlock. I am Blackhand. That's great. I don't have to look for you. Are you free? Can you spare a month of your time for me? Sherlock smiled. Your worms taste good. They're smelly and elastic, but they aren't sufficient to satisfy me. The huge white goose crossed his feet together and said in a drake voice, You have to be careful with your words. I'm not only the most violent, ruthless, and strongest creature in Winterfell but also the entire Underworld. My beak will bite until you regret being born. Creatures who create trouble will be bitten by me, superior devil like this. The great white goose extended his beak to the nearby orc and started biting wildly. The orc wailed in agony and knelt on the ground, trembling. The surrounding creatures looked at the goose in fear. There was even an orc sprawled on the ground and peeing a pool of urine. The great white goose made them recall their deepest fear. Besides providing worms for every meal, what should I do to employ you? Sherlock looked bewildered. Blackhand sat in his chair and used his wing to ignite a uranium stick as he said, Clean and comfortable dry hay nest with a basin of water that is changed daily. A 50-square-meter pond with a yellow rubber ducky that squeaks when pressed. Most importantly, the huge white goose puffed out a mouthful of mushroom clouds and said, I have to listen to sleep-inducing stories every night. Chapter 225 Great White Goose Blackhand. Chapter 225 Great White Goose Blackhand. On the walkway of the large furnace, Simber brought his apprentices along as he explained the functions of the furnace. Behind them were hundreds of gnomes, goblins, and hounded men. This is the material inlet. All the metal materials will enter here. After being smelted, they will enter the operating platform, which is just below. The molds can be placed there. Besides these differences, it's the same as what I taught you. Another point is that the fire in the large furnace must never be extinguished. Simber's voice reverberated throughout the entire industrial area. Below the industrial area, Arthur was carrying some materials. After the large furnace was completed, besides shifting the blacksmith shop, carpenter workshop, and the Marna engineering workshop to the industrial area, raw materials used for other professions were also stored here. The industrial area had specialized warehouses to store these materials, so the gamers were assigned to transport them. Even a rich top-notch gamer like Arthur had to do daily missions. Arthur, and gnome, Sylvarners, with a short bow and a longbow slung behind her back, walked towards Arthur and said, "Arthur, how long will you take to finish this mission? Do you need my help?" "It's not necessary. Aren't you cutting trees?" Arthur placed the materials into the warehouse and looked at Sylvarners. "I only cut down a few trees. It's too taxing on my brain. I'm not hemp rope technology. Who likes to do the sums?" Sylvarners said angrily. "It's perverted for this lousy game to have the sacred knight profession. It's upsetting the balance. Hemp rope technology became number one just by doing the questions. Even you can't defeat him. That's too much." Sylvarners complained as a hounded man, peasant, walked over from behind. "It's only for a few minutes." Dungeon is a positive and progressive game that encourages learning to obtain power. This is reasonable. I give up. Other games require topping up an account to become strong, while this game requires learning to become strong. Sylvarners rolled her eyes. Arthur completed his mission after transporting the materials. After submitting his mission, he said to Peasant and Sylvarners, "Let's go and challenge the instance dungeon. I'll call not wearing pants and chest hair." Peasant turned his head and was about to shout when Arthur stopped him. "Don't call chest hair. He's helping out with the opening ceremony of a family's shop. I found a replacement." Who? Sylvarners was wary. Dragonborn. Moros was working hard today. There were many things happening in Eternal Kingdom. Those warriors, Underworld saviors, and the chosen ones, which were the green-skinned creatures, saved Winterfell from the clutches of the ancient gods. Moros got to know this after some time. He was wary at first as Winterfell had good security. How could it be invaded? He had to admit that the green-skinned creatures who were able to be revived were powerful. However, he was still unable to believe that Winterfell had been invaded by the ancient gods. After he received a letter from his wife, he got to know that the green-skinned creatures and Yoder went bluffing. Because the teleport portals were down, he didn't return to visit his wife. Sherlock was generous enough to send him back using the airship, but Moros declined as he had to work hard for Lord Sherlock. Moros didn't return home. When Moros was feeling happy that his trainees had become the heroes of Winterfell and thinking about how he was going to boast of his achievement, he heard the conversation of some training green-skinned creatures. "Did you take a look at the notice board? A new trainer is coming." "Gosh, another new NPC." "Yes, a higher-level combat trainer." Higher-level Moros frowned. Lord Sherlock had underestimated his abilities. "Everyone, take a rest," Moros said to the gamers. Then he walked towards the Dungeon Lord Main Hall. When Moros arrived at the Dungeon Lord Main Hall, there was a group of creatures outside looking at the notice board. They gave way when they noticed Moros, who was very happy with their respectful behavior. He read the announcement on the notice board, welcoming Winterfell's Blackhand, who is to become Eternal Kingdom's advanced combat trainer. Mr. Blackhand, a combat master from Winterfell who specializes in fencing, wrestling, Marna skills, offensive shield techniques, and other combat techniques. He was labeled the most terrifying creature of Winterfell and one of the 3 Winterfell demons. During a street fight, he bit off the legs of tens of creatures and caused a devil to live in fear for the rest of his life. Hence, Blackhand stayed in prison for half his life. The description is Mr. Blackhand's autobiography. Let us extend our warmest welcome to Mr. Blackhand. Morose finished reading the announcement and had a "what's the big deal" expression. He wondered why the name sounded so familiar. Morose didn't care. Blackhand was threatening his position, so he decided to fight for himself. He walked to the dungeon lord main hall and knocked on the door. He heard movements within. Then Eggface opened the door. Isn't he the trainer? Morose is Morose Blackhand. The bespectacled Eggface carried his black briefcase and asked Sherlock. Eggface gave way, and Morose walked in. Sherlock wasn't surprised to see Morose. He sat behind the table and looked at Morose, who said, "Lord Sherlock." "Don't ask. I know what you're asking." Sherlock interrupted Morose. "Blackhand is my highly paid advanced combat trainer. He's only staying in our dungeon for a short period of time to teach assaulting techniques. Morose, you are my respected combat trainer who will be teaching long-term in the dungeon. Both of you are serving different needs," Sherlock said as he took out a pile of hay, a yellow rubber ducky, and a pile of worms. "Take a look, these are the items I have to prepare for Blackhand. But you're different, Morose. Don't think too much. Go back and work diligently. Eternal Kingdom always needs you." Morose only spoke a few words and was motivated by Sherlock. His worries vanished and he was ushered out of the room. Then he saw a great white goose walk over. A gamer tried to get close, but the great white goose extended his beak at the gamer like lightning. After a series of afterimages, the gamer was lying on the ground. The great white goose swaggered towards Morose. His eyes were sharp and intense. Morose felt fear from the bottom of his heart just by looking at his beak. He gave way to the goose and trembled. He recalled from his deepest memories the background of Blackhand, that terrifying creature whose name couldn't be uttered. He was Winterfell's most ruthless, terrifying, and strongest creature and one of the 3 tyrants, Great White Goose Blackhand. Chapter 226 Winterfell's Tyrant. Chapter 226 Winterfell's Tyrant. I, Blackhand, am Winterfell's Great White Goose. Am currently teaching in Eternal Kingdom as the advanced combat trainer. I didn't wish to accept the devil's request, but his conditions were too enticing. I was unable to resist. They were smelly and tasty worms, a clean and comfortable hay nest, a water basin that is changed daily, a 50-square-meter pond, and a yellow rubber ducky that squeaks when squeezed. I wouldn't accept based on these conditions, but the superior devil agreed to tell sleep-inducing stories during bedtime, so I decided to take a look. I did some research before coming. My pathetic subordinates told me that Eternal Kingdom saved Winterfell from the ancient gods. They are very powerful, especially the superior devil. I feel that Lord Sherlock is very hard to handle, but that is the only concern. If we were to fight directly, I'm confident of winning within 3 rounds. I was filled with curiosity as I signed the 1-month contract with Sherlock to help train his citizens to become outstanding warriors. I didn't bring any luggage when I went to Eternal Kingdom to become their advanced combat trainer. When I saw the citizens of Eternal Kingdom that had green words above their heads, I was very sure these goblins, gnomes, and hounded men would have to go through tough training. In their current state, they aren't warriors or heroes of Winterfell, they are simply inept creatures they have to train. Welcome, Blackhand, our advanced combat trainer. Sherlock stood up and gave a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea with worms to Blackhand. Dispense with the formalities, Lord Sherlock. The things you promised me. Blackhand sat in the chair. Behind Sherlock, Eggface hid resentfully in one corner and muttered, "I came first." Sherlock ignored Eggface and took out some items from underneath the table. Though the rubber ducky smelled of a Liz odor, Blackhand had to admit that the squeaking of the duck made him feel wonderful. Eternal Kingdom had a new advanced combat trainer. He was provided with a clean and comfortable hay nest, a basin with water that was replaced daily, and a yellow rubber ducky. Blackhand walked to the hay nest and started smelling. He nodded with satisfaction and squeezed on the yellow rubber ducky. Gar gar. The yellow rubber ducky squeaked. Blackhand frowned and asked, "Why is there a skeleton stench?" That's the yellow rubber ducky bought from the dungeon's lick. I paid for it with 100 gnomes, Sherlock smiled as he said. Blackhand nodded and said proudly, "I know the price for hiring a few hundred gnomes is expensive. Worth every cent." Blackhand squeezed the yellow rubber ducky. When he was about to squeeze the third time, Sherlock dry coughed and asked, "Mr. Blackhand, when are we starting the training classes? An investor is coming to observe the dungeon, so I hope my citizens can become stronger as soon as possible." "Don't worry, Dungeon Lord, it'll begin now." Mission title: Eternal Kingdom's Facade. Mission description: Lord Sherlock decided to improve everyone's capabilities. He recruited Mr. Blackhand as the advanced combat trainer for a high price. Only 100 gnomes and hounded men will be chosen to undergo the training with Mr. Blackhand. Mission objective: if you receive this mission, proceed to the plaza at the Dungeon Lord main hall to receive your training. Mission reward: the mission is the reward. Take a spear hit, and Seal Head Ling Chong stood in a formation. They were amongst the first batch of gamers to be trained with Mr. Blackhand in advanced combat. Take a spear hit didn't feel that he was a complete African. While they were training, they heard unfavorable comments. "Blackhand is a great white goose," cracking up. "Am I hearing it right? One of the 3 tyrants in the village is a deuce." "Gosh, that a deuce, I haven't started to train," and panicking. "What's this game up to? Is that intentional?" While everyone was discussing excitedly, Sherlock brought a great white goose and his secretary Eggface to the plaza. Everyone entered plot mode. Sherlock introduced the great white goose to everyone. When plot mode ended, Sherlock retired to one side. The great white goose walked to the front of the gamers and quacked gar. The gamers exploded into laughter. "Hardy men, the game producers are fooling us. What a lousy mission. I can't take it, I'll post on the forum tomorrow. I can't take it, I'm posting on the forum now." Take a spear hit was the closest to Blackhand, and he laughed the loudest. Blackhand surveyed the crowd and fixed his gaze on Take a Spear Hit. He walked to Take a Spear Hit and shouted in a Drake-like voice, "What's so funny, silly dude?" Take a Spear Hit was laughing, but after being scolded by the NPC, he became angry. He slashed at Blackhand. The gamers at the side were unable to stop him. Take a Spear Hit had just finished his slash, and he was left with only the sword handle. "Gosh, where's my sword? Is there a bug?" Take a Spear Hit looked puzzledly at his short sword with improvement level 5. To be precise, it was only a sword handle. Are you looking for this? Blackhand chewed and spat out a pile of metal pieces. What the heck? Take a spear hit through his sword handle at Blackhand, but Blackhand's figure flashed, and the sword handle was chewed to pieces. Then Blackhand charged at Take a Spear Hit. The agile great white goose attacked Take a Spear Hit with his flat beak. Take a Spear Hit had adjusted his pain threshold to 0. He saw his armor being shredded until it disappeared. Take a Spear Hit shouted hopelessly, "No." The great white goose ignored Take a Spear Hit's wailing as he disintegrated Take a Spear Hit's equipment. Then he gazed at Take a Spear Hit, who was slumped on the ground in a daze. The great white goose belched and gazed intensely at the gamers. He shouted at the fearful gamers in a drake-like voice, "This is the result of harassing me." Chapter 227 Onionhead's Letter. Chapter 227 Onionhead's Letter. The great white goose, Blackhand, controlled the situation in a split second. The gamers became obedient. Any laughing would cause personal equipment to be disintegrated. All gamers entered training formation mode. Starting from discipline, they stood at attention, then at rest. They turned to the left and the right. They flew up and dug holes at their positions. These were the basic techniques. The great white goose performed 2 of his killer techniques. He flapped his wings to attain great height, then, using the most powerful source energy, he descended in a free fall to assault his enemies on the ground. The gamers called this crow bomber. Another technique was to use his body to rotate at high speed in order to create an unstoppable and destructive tornado. The gamers called it Carpark Wrecking Tornado. Though the names were strange, the great white goose liked them a lot. He said that he would be teaching the gamers the 2 techniques in this month. This would repay Lord Sherlock. If any of the gamers weren't able to learn the techniques, then Blackhand's clothes would be shredded by the gamers. The gamers were moved, and they knelt on the ground and cried. Even Sherlock was moved by how the gamers were in awe of the great white goose. Sherlock was relieved that the great white goose was training the gamers. When he returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall to browse the discussion forum, he saw many praising posts. Discussion of the ruthlessness of the lousy game producers. I lodged a complaint. The game developers must be devils to produce such a sick game. I haven't played such a vicious game before. There were many forum members who gave support and encouragement. And as Harmony, your sword and equipment are gone. Continue to be a tribal chieftain. Shadow return reply fish expose his insidious intent instead of destroying him. Soft candy gal I am the 4th calamity. Am not afraid of anything except for losing my equipment. Sherlock closed the pages of the forum. What was there to worry? The training, led by Blackhand, proceeded smoothly. As there were too many gamers, Blackhand's training was similar to Morrow's. Every session consisted of 100 trainees who would train for a 3-hour session. There were 4 sessions in a day. The remaining time was for Blackhand to rest. As a great white goose, Mr. Blackhand had a strict biological clock. When night fell, he must have someone tell him a sleep-inducing story. If not, he would enter a vicious state in which he would choose a gamer randomly and destroy their equipment as such. The frog and the prince lived happily ever after, a gamer said gently and was about to shift his body. It was then a white wing grasped his throat and said, "Tell me another story." Brainiac looked at the great white goose, the gamers queuing to read bedtime stories, and the small yellow rubber ducky in the arms of the great white goose. He turned his head and saw Sherlock sitting in the burial hall, reading the Winterfell Daily Digest. "Lord Sherlock, is that the great white goose Blackhand Brainiac sat beside Sherlock and asked. He's quite famous in Winterfell. Though he may not be the best for my citizens, to have the best outcome in the shortest time, he's the right choice. Sherlock browsed through the newspapers, and Brainiac saw articles that had the words, "Mysterious fallen angel, Miss Lilo, is putting the entire northern underworld on tenterhooks," and "A true report on the rejection of Eternal Fire's high management staff by the fallen angel. Incorrect, it's total disregard," and "Who can capture her fancy? The four Winterfell young masters are helpless." Every column of the newspaper was reporting on the fallen angel. They were previously reserved for advertisements. Brainiac only looked at the articles, he didn't comment. When Sherlock put down the newspapers, Brainiac said, "To prepare a spirit legion within a month is difficult, but a detachment with hundreds of spirits isn't a problem. To create a spirit legion is indeed hard on you. Go for the spirit detachment instead," Sherlock said to Brainiac. "I got it." Brainiac nodded and turned his head to look at Blackhand. He thought for a while but didn't say anything. When Sherlock got up to leave, Brainiac asked, "Lord Sherlock, my yellow rubber ducky. What is it?" "No, it's nothing," Brainiac said without emotion. "He's pitiful. His beloved yellow rubber ducky was robbed by his ruthless boss," Brew said with sympathy, but Sherlock ignored him. Sherlock passed through a tunnel filled with gamers. He returned directly to the Dungeon Lord main hall and opened the door. He noticed Eggface standing at attention at the side, a rotating chair, and a computer emitting a buzzing sound. After a while, the buzzing sound vanished. The computer was just shut down. Sherlock walked to the computer and touched the core components. It was warm. "Did you play computer games?" Sherlock looked at Eggface, who was standing in attention. "Do you want some tea? I'll get some tea for you." Eggface quickly brewed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea for Sherlock. Sherlock sat down and sipped the bloody chrysanthemum tea. "Did you play computer games secretly?" Sherlock asked. "I feel the calling from the darkness. I sacrificed myself and lit myself to become the light for the world," Eggface said softly. "Lord Sherlock, don't worry, I have installed a child lock on the computer. Without your permission, he can't watch any videos," Brew said solemnly. Sherlock became silent for a moment and said to Eggface, "Enough. Y'all go out." Eggface immediately ran out. Once the door was shut again, Sherlock was sitting in the chair when a fire lit up in the core. A letter was thrown out. "To the respectable Lord Sherlock, Dungeon Lord Onionhead. Dearest Lord Sherlock, I am vacating my Dungeon Lord post. Before I leave, the Merchant Alliance is organizing a ball to uplift the depressed inhabitants who were attacked by the ancient gods. We have invited all the nobles and the nearby dungeon lords. If you're available, do attend our ball tomorrow afternoon. If you're able to bring along a dance partner, that would be best. Love from Dungeon Lord Onionhead." Chapter 228 Winterfell's Ball. Chapter 228 Winterfell's Ball. "Tusk, it looks like Dungeon Lord Onionhead is really vacating his post. I wonder what the Merchant Alliance is going to do to him. I have quite a good impression of this gnome. Without him, we wouldn't have obtained the logging rights of underground forest no. 3 so easily," Brew said thoughtfully. "Who is Lord Sherlock going to invite as your ball partner? You're a famous person in the northern underworld. The news of you saving the northern underworld must have already been spread like wildfire. If you don't have an impressive dance partner, it'll be a disappointment." Sherlock put down the letter and pondered. Dungeon Lord Onionhead inhaled deeply. With the help of the elderly orc, Onionhead put on his Onionhead wig. just like his heavy heart. Dungeon Lord, the guests have arrived. The elderly Ock stood by Onionhead and invited him to leave the room. Onionhead inhaled deeply and nodded before walking out. Gnomes and slimes were pushing their delicacies carts everywhere. The Orc guards were in full body armor and wielding halberds. There was a sentry placed every 20 meters. At the end of the tunnel, the guests were socializing. They were the dungeon lords, nobles of the Merchant Alliance, and other socialites. Onionhead smiled and walked out. At the end of the tunnel was a speaker's platform with protective railings. Everyone kept quiet when he appeared, then they applauded him. Sherlock was in the crowd, and behind him was the emotionless Brainiac. "Lord Sherlock, why did you bring me to such an event? I saw that you were unhappy with the loss of the yellow rubber ducky, so I brought you out to relax." Sherlock also applauded as he explained to Brainiac. "Why do I have to attend this event?" Yoder, who was standing beside Brainiac, asked bewilderedly. "If you didn't fly the airship, we couldn't have arrived on time," Eggface said to Yoder. "Why are you here?" Sherlock looked at Eggface. Lord Sherlock's loyal secretary." Eggface looked earnestly at Sherlock and said, "Lord Sherlock, can you share with me your code for being so loyal to you?" "What code? I don't understand what you're saying." Sherlock was bewildered. At his right-hand side, the shy succubus Evelyn was hiding herself behind Sherlock while she held the back of her skirt with her hand. Evelyn wore a normal and not very luxurious gown. It was her best dress. As a succubus, she had a perfectly endowed body that was the envy of everyone. The length of her gown was bolder than her normal dressing style. The gown reached her calf and almost touched her knees. Evelyn was extremely nervous. Even when she wore office lady clothing, her skirt was never that short. She had no choice but to bring out her best clothes in order to be compatible with Lord Sherlock. "Winterfell is inviting me to attend a ball to bid farewell to Dungeon Lord Onionhead. I need a dance partner. If you're free, can you join me tomorrow?" Evelyn was unable to decline Sherlock's request. She wasn't good at declining requests. Besides Brainiac, Eggface, Yoder, and Evelyn standing behind Sherlock were not wearing pants. Sylvaners, Peasant, Arthur, Burning Chest Hair, Take a Spear Hit, Dragonborn, Seal-Head Ling Chong, and 30 other goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. They were chatting enthusiastically. "Gosh, it's an awesome ball. Why didn't we see this manor the last time? If only I could salvage the items here. Can we do that? When can we start moving?" The gamers liked this manor that was located outside Winterfell. As the dungeon core was missing in Winterfell, the ball was arranged in a manor outside Winterfell. The reason why these gamers were here was because of what NPC Yoder said. "Tomorrow, I can't teach Marner engineering as Lord Sherlock is attending the Winterfell ball. I'm in charge of flying the airship to Winterfell. What you're thinking of going to the ball too? That's going to be difficult. I didn't hear Sherlock mention that you're going. What you've looked for Lord Sherlock complain on the discussion forum." "What's a discussion forum? What? Hey, the few of you over there, don't sleep at my place." Then Sherlock saw a discussion forum filled with posts of people requesting to join this hidden mission. They said that they were willing to do anything if they could attend the ball. Sherlock thought for a while and let Brew choose tens of gamers with excellent performances, long durations of online presence, and high construction-related work points. Mission title: Winterfell's Ball Invitation. Mission description: Lord Sherlock received the invitation for Winterfell's Ball. He will choose 40 citizens of Eternal Kingdom with excellent performance to be his bodyguards and entourage when he attends the ball. Mission objective: attend Winterfell's ball with Lord Sherlock. Though Brew was wary of bringing the gamers to the ball, Sherlock was indifferent. If the gamers were able to have more varied gameplay and promote his dungeon game, then there would be more applicants for the third beta testing. Sherlock would have more choices. Sherlock filtered out the wild chattering of the gamers behind him. When Dungeon Lord Onionhead appeared, the crowd gradually became silent. Even the gamers became quiet. The gamers had learned to be obedient. After numerous incidents, they realized that they had to be immersive in the game. The gamers' words and their actions would have corresponding reactions, which were good and bad. They had to behave like an Underworld inhabitant or an NPC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Winterfell's ball. I'm Onionhead. This is my last time organizing a public Winterfell event because I'll be vacating my Dungeon Lord post. Onionhead looked depressed and regretful. Then he said loudly, I will become one of the judges of the Merchant Alliance Northern Area. Everyone applauded loudly. I remember that Dungeon Lord Onionhead told Lord Sherlock that he was going to vacate his post soon. Brew was surprised and said, so he was being promoted. Why did he send Beast to our dungeon and make it like he was going to be dismissed? It's not hard to understand. If you were a father and your son-in-law was a believer of the sacred light, and there was a reasonable chance to send him away, what would you do? Sherlock said. Of course, I would chase the scumbag away. RIC. Did Lord Sherlock know about this already? Why is Onionhead that sure that Lord Sherlock would retain Beast? Because he helped me to do things. Tens of thousands of rewards and sets of armor, 100 beetlemen, and half a year of logging rights. Onionhead helped me apply for them. After he helped me, how could I not help him by keeping his son-in-law? Sherlock applauded as he said, this isn't a bad thing. I need a talent such as Beast. This is really Brew didn't know how to describe Dungeon Lord Onionhead. After announcing his news, Onionhead clinked his glass to have everyone quiet down. Then he said, I have another important announcement. Chapter 229. He brought tens of dance partners. Chapter 229. He brought tens of dance partners. Dungeon Lord Onionhead surveyed all the guests and inhaled deeply. He announced solemnly, the no-price cut supermarket will be officially open for business in Winterfell next month. We'll provide 100 VIP cards with a 10 discount, which can be obtained with a single top-up of 1 million magic stones. Wash Cut Blow Steam Dye Perm Salon is offering bald head care sets to make your hair shiny. The perming of hair will last a lifetime. Winterfell Dungeon Sale Department is offering benefits for a 150 price increase. The original price of a dungeon core was 20 million magic stones. The price has increased to 30 million. Don't miss the chance. If you don't buy now, it'll be 40 million tomorrow. After Onionhead finished reading a piece of paper, the elderly orc by his side passed him another piece of paper. Onionhead started reading the paper again. After reading a few pieces of paper, Onionhead looked at the crowd. He clapped his hands, and two goblins walked forward and pulled open a horizontal banner. First Winterfell Dark Rider Tournament. Onionhead said, I have other matters to announce. As one of the 10 judges of the Merchant Alliance Northern Area, I would like to thank everyone for your support and continued development of Winterfell. I have applied to the Merchant Alliance for money to organize a Northern Underworld tournament. The final winner will be named the Dark Rider. In taking part, I will be the Dark Rider. Arthur, register for it. The gamers behind Sherlock cheered wildly in support of the tournament. But after a while, they discovered no other creatures were cheering, so they stopped shouting. Besides the 40 goblins, gnomes, and hounded men who were excited, the other creatures didn't have any reaction. Onionhead quickly said, "The winner will get a 5 discount shopping in Winterfell and have a chance to have dinner with my daughter. She's already divorced and is currently single. Me. It's time for a Furong egg roll like me to step forward. Humph, nobody can compete with a tenderloin meat patty like me. I'm the final Dark Rider. Don't think too much. Only I, the chicken meat roll, is the real victor." The number of applicants increased, and they registered on spot. The gamers also signed up. After the participants had registered, Onionhead nodded at the long list of names. Then he signaled for the musicians to start playing. Melodious heavy metal music reverberated in the ballroom. Onionhead raised his wine glass happily and shouted, "Please enjoy yourselves." The nobles and devil lords went to the dance floor and started dancing. Some creatures carried orcs like a stick and danced wildly. Some creatures stepped in a messy rhythm while shaking the head, and some creatures did breakdance twirling on the spot. Everyone was dancing very elegantly. Multicolored lights complemented the elegant heavy metal music. The atmosphere became highly charged. Sherlock didn't dance on the dance floor. He held a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and stood at the side. He got Evelyn to be his dance partner, but there was no rule to indicate that he had to dance. Moreover, he had to watch over the 40 gamers to prevent them from doing strange things. Evelyn looked like she wanted to speak but couldn't. "Are you feeling all right? Drink more warm water," Sherlock said with concern. Evelyn blushed, lowered her head, and said, "No, it's nothing." Brainiac looked at Evelyn and then Sherlock. Finally, he looked at other places without emotion. Yoder held a cup of bubbling green beverage and drank noisily. Eggface had gone into the wooden barrel containing the bloody chrysanthemum tea. He gulped noisily, and the level of the tea dropped rapidly. The other gamers didn't indulge themselves. After registration, they returned to Sherlock's side to perform their bodyguard duties. Evelyn hesitated for half a day. Then she drummed up her courage and shouted to Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, shall we?" "Wait a moment, Evelyn." Sherlock interrupted Evelyn and looked at a figure that flashed by outside the hall. That was a cloaked beast who was hiding his figure. "I'll be back." Sherlock walked over as 40 bodyguards followed him. Beast sat on the outside steps sadly. The ballroom didn't have many lights. Even the security guards were at other distant locations. He removed his hood dejectedly and said, Why did he lie to me?" Sherlock moved beside him and consoled him. "Perhaps there's going to be a twist of events." "No, it's impossible. I already know Onionhead's reasons for doing it. He knew about my belief in sacred light and felt that I'm a hopeless freak. So he used such a method to chase me away. I resigned from the Merchant Alliance and divorced my wife. I no longer have a chance." Beast lowered his head as tears dripped down from his eyes. "Before I left, I had tens of sacred light exercise books at home. He burned them in front of me and said it was good for me. Now I understand. Think on the positive side. Onionhead didn't lodge a complaint against you. Don't you think he's good?" Sherlock comforted him. An elderly orc passed by with a few guards. He was Onionhead's assistant. They walked and said, "Yes, that supervises Senior Beast. We have sufficient evidence to lodge a complaint against him for believing in the sacred light. He has broken the heist law in the Merchant Alliance. If you see him, kill him on sight." "I got it." When the group of orcs passed by, Beast hugged his knees and cried like a child. "Oh, war war." The gamers behind Sherlock walked up to comfort him. I finally understand that your father-in-law abandoned you because your learning results were too good. High score, low intelligence. Even your wife isn't helping you. Did she divorce you straight away? Perhaps she had a lover outside. Yes, you've been cuckolded. But you've gained instead. Do you have kids? Is the child dark-skinned? What dark skin? Perhaps there's a change in DNA. Who says that an orc must be green-skinned? Is your child red-skinned? The gamers comforted him warmly, but it didn't achieve the desired effect. There was one more sad orc in this dungeon. In a beautiful manner, a slime butler was checking the manor environment to see if there were any improvements to be made. He was a professional slime butler. 3 hamsters darted rapidly past the courtyard. The slime butler knew that they were the confidantes of Miss Lilo, so when he saw the running figures, he pretended not to see. The 3 hamsters ran to a closed door, and each of them knocked once on the door. Dong dong dong. Then they shouted, "Lady, we found out that Lord Sherlock is attending a ball. He brought along a dance partner. The clay at the ball is delicious." Swoosh. The door-room was opened. Lilo, who had golden curls and wore a white teddy bear sleeping gown and cap, held a teddy bear in her right arm. The black wings extended behind her back. "Tens of dance partners," the 3 hamsters said in unison. Chapter 230 Jealous Devil. Chapter 230 Jealous Devil. The misunderstanding in Winterfell was perpetuating. After Onionhead made his announcements, the dungeon lords and nobles commenced their dancing. "Ayer, your beard looks very nicely groomed." "Yes, I groomed it according to a particular creature. Isn't it nice?" "I heard your stitches stitched on 2 goats' horns was the power increased dramatically." "It's good. He's able to walk on all 4s and use the horns to attack. It's like installing a killing weapon." "I heard your dungeon had some scandals. Your gnome guard seduced the wife of the stone golem blacksmith and eloped." "Hee hee." Similar conversations could be heard everywhere. The most popular creature was a tall, superior devil called Baron Andrew. "Baron Andrew, it has been a long time since we last met." Dungeon Lord Onionhead held his glass of bloody chrysanthemum tea and walked warmly to the handsome superior devil. He raised his wine and toasted the devil. "Greetings, Baron Andrew." "Greetings, Baron Andrew." The surrounding guests shouted. The superior devil Andrew raised his glass and toasted to the guests. He smiled and said, "Octopus Ball was corrupted by the ancient gods. It was a great mistake on Eternal Fire's part. As the 3rd successor to Eternal Fire, I can't be exonerated. Compensating Winterfell with a few billion magic stones is what I should be doing." The guests were full of praises for Andrew. "Baron Andrew is a good creature. How can Eternal Fire make mistakes? We already dismissed Octopus Ball from Eternal Fire. He has no relationship with you. It was the fault of Octopus Ball and the ancient gods." Yes, how can Lord Andrew shoulder all the blame? Even if Andrew was an evil devil, he compensated Winterfell with 1 billion magic stones and didn't publicize it. A superior devil wouldn't do anything wrong to us. Everyone was feeling harmonious. Andrew quickly asked, "Yes, who is Lord Sherlock? I remember he's a superior devil like me. He defeated Octopus Ball and saved Winterfell from the ancient gods. He saved the entire Underworld. A small devil came out to correct the mistake, and someone came up to him and slapped him hard. Do you know how to speak? If you can't, shut up." Baron Andrew said, "Lord Sherlock saved Winterfell, so it's Winterfell." The nearby guests agreed. Dungeon Lord Onionhead stood out and said, "I just saw Lord Sherlock over there." Lord Sherlock. Sherlock was with the 40 gamers: Evelyn, Eggface, Yoder, Brainiac, and Senior Beast by the side of the dance floor. They were consoling Senior Beast. Sherlock lifted his head and saw a group of creatures approaching him. A superior devil and Dungeon Lord Onionhead were in the lead. "Lord Sherlock, is that superior devil your classmate?" Brew asked. "They're coming for you." "No, there are too many superior devils in the underworld. How can each of them be my classmate?" Sherlock said as he noticed Beast wearing his hood and leaving in a panic. When he turned back his head, Onionhead, a superior devil, and a group of devils had come over. "Respectable Lord Sherlock, please allow me to make introductions. He is Eternal Fire's third successor, Mr. Andrew. This is the hero, Dungeon Lord Sherlock, who saved us. These are his servants." "What servants?" called Peasant. "SHH, shut up. Just watch the plot animation. Be immersive, be immersive." The gamers had a small conflict that was quickly resolved. The small conflict didn't attract Onionhead's attention. He said, "Lord Sherlock, Baron Andrew is here to have a high-level visit with us and to make some investments. And your requests for compensation and remuneration came from Lord Andrew's investment. I hope that Lord Sherlock and Baron Andrew can have a pleasant conversation." Sherlock nodded to show his understanding and showed a V-hand signal to Onionhead. Onionhead was taken aback. He pondered before showing a three-finger signal. Then he nodded. "Baron Andrew, welcome to Winterfell." Sherlock greeted Andrew cordially, and Andrew said smilingly, "Lord Sherlock, I heard of your big name while at Eternal Fire. I'm honored to meet you personally. I checked your background before I came. I didn't find you in any of the Superior Devil School records. I didn't find you in tertiary institutions or the schools for compulsory education. I thought we could be schoolmates. I graduated from Class 1 first year of Ultimate Devil. I graduated 2.5 years ago. I'm good at singing, jumping, and fighting." Cough, cough. "Baron Andrew, shall we change the topic?" Onionhead interrupted Andrew awkwardly. If the conversation continued, it wouldn't end well. "No, it's all right. I feel very close to young superior devils who have just started contributing to society. I have only contributed to society for a few years." Sherlock smiled as he said. Seeing Andrew frown, Sherlock said, "I managed to save Winterfell only a few years after graduating. I'm just lucky." Andrew was feeling jealous and he didn't hide it. He's a superior devil whose source energy comes from jealousy. It's not very common," Brew suddenly said, but Sherlock ignored him. "I see that Lord Sherlock brought tens of dancing partners to the ball. I believe your dancing skills must be quite impressive. Shall we dance with a partner for the next tune?" Andrew straightened his back and extended his hand. A sexy female devil with goat's horns walked to Andrew's side with alluring mannerisms. Her body was full of mosaic and could be described as flirtatious. She rested her hand on Andrew's arm and spoke with a voice that sent electric sparks down the spines of the nearby male devils. Shall we dance?" Sherlock looked at the gamers behind him. He didn't teach the gamers how to dance before coming to the ball. At this moment, Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, don't worry, the gamers know how to dance. The problem is music. The music of the other world. It's all right, play it for me," Sherlock said calmly. Chapter 231 Superb Dancing Skills. Chapter 231 Superb Dancing Skills. Blind Chicken's band was Winterfell's, if not the entire Northern Underworld's, most famous band. Their capability was beyond doubt. As long as someone made a request, they could play any tune. Their members were main singer Broken Voice, who was mute. Guitarist one finger, who was with 4 broken fingers. Drummer no leg, who was with broken legs. Bass guitarist without arms, who was a hoodlum. And others. The main mute singer used his fingers to communicate with his teammates. They adjusted the tune, and the bass guitarist stood out and yelled while the main singer played the bass guitar. The guitarist who had 4 broken fingers tied a stick to his wrist and stepped on the pedal as he hit the drum according to the rhythm. The drummer with broken legs sat in his wheelchair and played the guitar. The heavy metal music filled the air, and the dance floor was vacated. Andrew and his goat dance partner went to the middle of the dance floor. With the music, Andrew completed a highly creative top rock. His dancing partner complimented him, and their coordination was very good. They looked like they had practiced for a long time. Then his dancing partner executed a simple freeze and stayed there. Andrew made use of the strong beats of the music to execute several power moves like windmill, Thomas, air flare, leap rotation 360, 720, and 1080. The spectators gasped in astonishment. It's a superb dance. The difficulty is 25 points, coordination is 25 points, continuity is 25 points, and the musicality is 25 points. The cumulative result is 100 points, Onionhead said thoughtfully. Andrew did a series of moves, but his face wasn't flushed and he wasn't panting. He flicked his brow at Sherlock. Ayer, this is tricky. Shall we change to another dance move? Does Lord Sherlock know these? How about popping? Shall I ask if there are any dances amongst the gamers? Brew asked with concern. Sherlock glanced at the gamers who were preparing themselves just now. They were currently gaping in astonishment at Andrew's moves. Gosh, such cool moves. What is that dance? The one that flies around. Windmill, you silly dude. It's a windmill without using the hands. If the changing of hands is fast enough, the momentum is sufficient to execute the windmill in the air. The lid of Newton's coffin is about to explode. Who's helping me to sit down on the coffin? Sherlock turned his head and said, "It's not necessary. Let's follow our original plan." After Andrew finished a series of difficult dance moves, a new list of music requests was sent to the band. What is there such a tune? Who wrote the lyrics? Is this tune played like this? Give us 3 minutes to warm up. The 4 band members expressed their opinions. The 40 gamers stood in the middle of the dance floor according to Brew's instructions. After watching Andrew's superb performance, the gamers didn't know what dance they were going to do to defeat him. Why don't I do the beautiful life dance? Perhaps I can get 100 points. 666. What a difficult dance. A lawyer's warning letter. I know the Sukhavarti dance. Can I try? What shall we do? I don't know how to dance. While the gamers were chatting and thinking of solutions, the music filled the hall. The second set of the National Middle School mass exercise New Age calling, the bass guitarist shouted. The gamers were stunned. Wait a moment. The bass guitarist continued to shout. Step on spot, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. My body, I can't control my body. It's moving. Gosh, I haven't done this for many years. It's all right. Muscles have memories. Just let the body take over. The gamers chatted noisily, but soon they became quiet. The bass guitarist continued to sing. The first part, extension exercise. The gamers danced the second set of the mass exercise, New Age calling. The other devils inhaled in surprise, and Andrew was in disbelief. What such a difficult dance? How can the Houndhead men learn? When the gamers completed their mass dance, applause rocked the entire hall. Whistling, catcalls, gasps of astonishment, and sounds of creatures collapsing due to overwhelming stimulus were heard. An overwhelmed vampire dashed forward and bit peasant, who collapsed to the ground convulsing. Exciting performance. I didn't expect to see such a beautiful dance. Can you teach me? I will let the dungeon inhabitants do this mass dance at 8:45 a.m. at the plaza. From the spectators' behavior, it was clear who won the dance competition. Sherlock's team won the favor of the dungeon lords and nobles with their mysterious mass dance. Andrew became more jealous. However, he was helpless. He grabbed his dance partner and nodded to the devils and nobles before he cast a jealous glance at Sherlock and left. Onion Head smiled contentedly and applauded as he said to Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, that was awesome. You always surprise us." "Yes, how is Beast doing?" "Not too shabby. His capability is extremely useful to Eternal Kingdom." Sherlock nodded, and Onionhead extended his 4 fingers and said to Sherlock, "To thank Lord Sherlock, I'm adding an additional figure." "You'll understand. What do I know? I won't allow Beast to return to Winterfell because he's an important employee in my dungeon." Onionhead narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. An elderly orc said to Onionhead, "Dungeon Lord, your daughter has arrived at Winterfell." "Oh, I got it." Onionhead nodded at the orc and smiled at Sherlock as he said, "Apologies, my daughter was overseas studying for 10 years. I didn't expect her to return today." "Lord Sherlock, we'll chat another time." Onionhead bowed to Sherlock and left. Sherlock looked at the back view of Onionhead as he left. Behind Sherlock, Beast didn't venture far. When he saw that Onionhead had gone, Beast clenched his fist and hammered the wall. He walked to Sherlock and said firmly, "Lord Sherlock, I want revenge. I want to participate in this Dark Rider tournament. I want to get the first prize and have dinner with my wife. Then I will tell her everything." Sherlock hesitated, but he couldn't resist saying, "What if the plan was actually your wife's idea? What if there are changes? Life is already hard. Why don't you work comfortably in my dungeon? At least the citizens of Eternal Kingdom adore you." Sherlock pointed to the gamers, who quickly started speaking. Yes, Beast, continue to mentor us. I obtained full marks in my midterm examination all because of you. In depending on you for my college entrance examination. My results have been rocketing. If you leave, what's going to happen to my examination score? I want to get 100 points. Beast was in a dilemma. Sherlock patted his shoulders and said firmly, "It's not appropriate for you to exhibit your power in public. Let the citizens of Eternal Kingdom help you achieve this goal. They will get the first prize and help you redress your injustice." The gamers agreed to redress Beast's injustice. Beast was moved. He wished he could treat the gamers to sleeping worm red tea. Sherlock asked, "Do you have an heirloom or equipment to serve as rewards?" Chapter 232. Let me ask about the purchase on the forum. Chapter 232. Let me ask about the purchase on the forum. Andrew returned to his seat. His dancing partner passed him a lemon, and he chewed it. The lemon juice stained his tongue and teeth, and the sourness made Andrew feel even more jealous. Why did Sherlock, who has just graduated, save Winterfell? Why did he have such a good dancing troupe of gnomes and hounded men? Why do I have a single dance partner while he has tens of dancers? Why is he taller than me? Why is his succubus prettier than mine? Why? Andrew closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair. He felt the power derived from this jealousy. He breathed comfortably and said, "Our power, I feel unlimited power. I haven't felt such strong jealousy due to another creature. His dancing partner didn't know what to say and dared not speak. The ball continued. As the main character for the ball, nobody dared to approach Andrew as he was too jealous. He was distorted by jealousy, so nobody wanted to antagonize him. Andrew recovered himself. Then he stood up and smiled as he socialized with the other dungeon lords and nobles. Though the guests would like to chat with Sherlock and his servants, they were unable to do so as they didn't understand what the gamers were talking about. On the other hand, Sherlock was indifferent to their socializing attempts. With the existence of the gamers, his dungeon was perpetually in an isolated state. Too much interaction was actually a bad thing. The ball became more charged after the dance competition between Andrew and Sherlock. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Evelyn was struggling in her dilemma. Though she was Lord Sherlock's dance partner, she hadn't danced with Lord Sherlock. Though she wanted to request a dance several times, Lord Sherlock seemed preoccupied with other matters. Eggface would choke as he ate too much, so Lord Sherlock had to pat him. Yoder was drunk, so Lord Sherlock had to carry him back. Brainiac was emotionless for a long time, so his bones were out of alignment, and Sherlock helped him to adjust the bones. The other gamers agreed to help Beast so that he wouldn't break down. Sherlock had to comfort him. And there were 40 gnomes and hounded men who created trouble. When Evelyn saw a window of opportunity, she drummed up her courage and asked Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, shall we dance?" "Pom." Before Sherlock answered, the door of the ballroom opened. A young lady in a black gown stood at the entrance. Behind her were 3 timid hamsters who were looking around. The dancing crowd on the dance floor stopped, and many people whispered among themselves. "Is she the fallen angel, Lilo?" I remember numerous nobles went to her manor but were turned back at the door. Onion Head is indeed influential. Even the fallen angel was successfully invited. Wow, a fallen angel. This is my first time seeing a fallen angel. The werewolf butler cleared his throat and was about to announce something when the fallen angel raised her hand and interrupted him. She exuded a sense of decadence that enthralled the devils and underworld inhabitants. Even her aloof expression and arrogance were extremely alluring. When Andrew saw the fallen angel, he almost dropped his teacup. That was a fallen angel who only existed in the spirit world. Her status was on par with the superior devils. The creature who had fallen from the grace of the light and whose wings were filled with black feathers made Andrew's heart itch. His dance partner had lost all her allure. He walked over and grasped the hilt of his sword. The dungeon lords and nobles who were thinking of making a move gave way for Andrew to walk through the crowd. "Are the beautiful and holy fallen angel." So the rumors were true. The third successor of eternal fire, Andrew. Andrew clasped his hand on his chest and walked adoringly towards Lilo while unsheathing his longsword. "With just a glance, I'm already enthralled by you. The beautiful and holy fallen angel, if you're willing, I will make a vow of love with my sword in front of you." Andrew passed his longsword to Lilo, but Lilo didn't accept the sword. She walked past Andrew. In order not to get too close to Andrew, she extended her hand and used Marner to shift Andrew aside. It looked as though Andrew was a background that could be shifted. "Wait a moment, Miss Fallen Angel." Andrew was about to stop Lilo, but a hamster leaped in front of him and said bluntly, "Are you Andrew? Don't harass my lady. She's not here to look for you." That hamster rejoined his companions. The rightmost companion grabbed some exquisite barbecued clay from the waiter's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he asked, "Can I eat?" Under everyone's gaze, Lilo walked to Sherlock and asked, "I didn't know you were attending a ball. Do you have a dance partner?" Lilo looked behind Sherlock and saw tens of gnomes and hounded men, a skeleton, a small black dragon, and finally Evelyn. Evelyn didn't know where the courage came from, but she stared back. Bru's voice rang by Sherlock's ear. Oh, this smells like trouble. A pure and incapable succubus employee and God's gift of a fallen angel. Don't you panic, Lord Sherlock. I'll ask which stocks to buy on the discussion forum right now. Chapter 233 New Darkness. Chapter 233 New Darkness. I already have a dance partner. Sherlock looked at Lilo and pointed calmly at Evelyn. Then he looked at the group of gamers behind him. I thought of inviting you, but I remembered you don't like this kind of event. Since you're here, do you want to attend the ball? You can join us. The devil lords and nobles gasped softly in astonishment. Oh God, is that superior devil that frightening? It's too frightening. He has so many impressive gnomes and hounded men, and yet he's inviting the fallen angel. He's indeed a superior devil. Be reasonable, those gnomes and hounded men do look pretty neat. Good figures, too. The nobles chatted, and the topic became energized. The atmosphere in the ballroom became enthusiastic. The gamers were bewildered as they listened to the horrible dialogue and felt the ill intentions of the development team. Though the game required the gamers to be immersive, it was way overboard. They began shouting, "Imma 120 kg Atarku. Since when did I become part of Shirley's harem? My ancient Dodds look is only pretty neat to you. Enough, there are so many ill intentions in this game." Sherlock ignored the gamers' comments. Lilo adjusted her gown in front of Sherlock and made an acceptance gesture. She then moved beside Sherlock. Lilo and Evelyn were on both sides of Sherlock. Eggface, who was thinking of standing beside Sherlock, was being pushed outside. Lilo didn't speak. Evelyn didn't say a word. Finally, Sherlock frowned as he looked at Evelyn and Lilo. "Lord Sherlock, from the looks of the surrounding aura, you are now in a Sura arena. To escape from this aura, you need a special incident, or you can be dominant and make a choice early. However, it's not good for the stock market, which is currently at risk of total capitulation," Bru suggested solemnly in Sherlock's mind. Sherlock didn't respond to Bru, lowering his head to ponder. He was indifferent to the envious and jealous gazes of Andrew and the nobles. Evelyn was caught in a dilemma, while Lilo and Sherlock were both composed. The ball continued in the tense atmosphere. While the nobles were enjoying themselves in the ball outside Winterfell, the commoners were busy working. Due to the lack of a dungeon core, they were greatly inconvenienced. However, it was only for a short period of time since the new core was being shipped to Winterfell. The pains of the war were forgotten. The new darkness sprouted its roots in the vulnerable dungeon. Pissing Beef Balls was a strong werewolf. With his sturdy constitution, stylish permed bald head, and his daily uranium stick, he was a model underworld inhabitant with a nasty character. Pissing Beef Balls was a brute and very different from those werewolves with effeminate names. He always believed that he was the only suitable kind of creature to survive in the underworld. Today, Pissing Beef Balls was, like previous times, walking on the road on his journey back home. He recalled the things he did that day. He helped an old lady to cross the road and bought a whole shelf of supplementary books for a student. Then he helped to repair a broken carriage, cleared the intestines of a beetleman with bowel problems, and fixed a leaking roof. It was a fulfilling day. Pissing Beef Balls was in a good mood. He did many things that the underworld inhabitants would do, so he was extremely happy. When he walked to an alley, he saw a poverty-stricken gnome lying down on the road. Oh God, it was a new age, so why were there such negative things happening? Pissing beef balls couldn't let such things happen. He walked over and wanted to ask the gnome if he was feeling unwell. Most importantly, he wanted to know what color of clothing the gnome liked. Was it white, black, or checkered? The gnome climbed up on his own. Pissing beef balls smiled graciously. Before he said a thing, he became fearful. There was a problem with the gnome's appearance. He hissed with a forked tongue, and his nose was flat. The gnome looked like he had a serpent's face. Oh God, that's pitiful. This is no longer about clothing. I'll bring you to a plastic surgeon. Pissing beef balls grabbed the gnome's hand and felt a bone-chilling cold, but he didn't mind as he was sincere in helping the gnome. He intended to leave with the gnome. The gnome behind him extended his neck like a snake and bit Pissing beef balls' neck. Razor-sharp poisonous fangs grew from the gnome's mouth and injected toxin into Pissing beef balls' body. Pissing beef balls convulsed and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were opened wide and he vomited white foam all over the place. The transformation was completed in a short time. Pissing beef balls, or the previously living Pissing beef balls werewolf, stood up. His face had changed to that of a serpent. He turned his head and walked into the deep end of the alley. He was muttering faintly. If one were to listen attentively, there was a distinct and repeated word, Samuel. The Winterfell ball ended with a peaceful atmosphere. Lilo didn't say anything. She was only there to watch the ball and stayed with Sherlock throughout. Sherlock, who had no intention to dance, couldn't possibly dance in his situation. Evelyn tried to invite Sherlock to dance but was interrupted by Lilo. After that, she didn't have enough courage to ask again. Beast was in great pain after discovering Onionhead's true intent. Yoder was a hopeless drunk with a splitting headache. Edface was having stomach pain due to overeating. The gamers were online for a few hours, and their bladders were in pain due to being full. Brainiac wasn't in any discomfort. He was in good condition. After the ball ended, Lilo reminded Sherlock that she would pay Eternal Kingdom a visit very soon. After investing so many magic stones in order to allow Sherlock to destroy the world and trample on the Heavenly Kingdom, if the money was invested in a dungeon, there had to be results. Sherlock frowned and felt a slight headache. As Yoder was drunk, he was unable to fly the airship. After all, drunk driving was a serious offense in the underworld. Even the most hardcore creature wouldn't be drunk driving, especially when flying an airship. Nobody besides Yoder could fly the airship. Sherlock could only spend money for everyone to stay in a hotel. Walking back required tens of days. It was better to wait for Yoder to be sober tomorrow. At the Black Shop Hotel. "I'll take 3 rooms." Sherlock looked at the fortipless creatures behind him and said firmly to the gnome at the reception counter. Chapter 234 Sherlock's New Plan. Chapter 234 Sherlock's New Plan. Why were there only 3 rooms when there were about 40 creatures? Sherlock explained. The Lick and I will share a room. The Sad Ark and the small black dragon will share a room. That succubus will have a room. What, the 40 creatures? Oh, they won't be staying here. They're only here to help with my luggage and will leave afterward. Lilo, she had her own manner. After the ball, she would obviously return home. She extended her invitation to Evelyn, but rejected Sherlock's request to bring his servants to Romana for a short stay. Evelyn declined Lilo's invitation immediately. Sherlock paid for the rooms and a safety deposit, then he obtained the room cards. Sherlock brought along his servants and crammed into the rapid tunnel. The huge mouth opened, and the gamers yelled excitedly and took pictures enthusiastically. They were brought down rapidly and arrived at the deepest level. The gamers yelled excitedly again. Some gamers even unsheathed their weapons and intended to stab the mouth elevator. They were stopped by Brew. They stepped out of the elevator. Then, Eggface dashed into a room and locked the door. After the gamers were unable to break down the door, they crammed into a room. As the room was unable to accommodate all of them, a war broke out, and the sounds of fighting filled the entire tunnel. Some guests opened their doors and wanted to scold them, but after seeing the situation, they quickly hid in their rooms. Beast was the most depressed creature in the dungeon. He walked alone into the room and was squeezed by the gamers while he cried sadly. As for Brainiac, he was squeezed to a corner by the gamers, and he helped to heal the gamers. The gamers knew their limits and didn't go for the kill against their companions. They only broke each other's arms and legs. Yoder had short legs, so he didn't have a place in the room. Would he be chased out of the hotel? Sherlock wasn't in a hurry. He chose an empty room and threw out any gamers who ventured in. Evelyn hesitated for a long time. One room belonged to Sherlock, while the other room was fully packed. Even if she stayed in the tunnel, the fighting was too violent. Finally, she walked in embarrassment into Sherlock's room. Sherlock sat in the chair and saw the blushing Evelyn sitting on the bed. Sounds of fighting came from outside, and Sherlock pondered. Lord Sherlock, why don't you let the gamers kill themselves to return to the dungeon if one or two gamers sneaks out to play, and I retrieve their bodies? They will protest. If they badmouth the game, then there might be some rage quitting. Most importantly, it's convenient. Please wait a moment. Brew seemed to know something and said, Is this what Lord Sherlock planned beforehand? You purposely created the current situation. That is impressive, Lord Sherlock. Sherlock didn't reply to Brew. He reminded Evelyn, remember to drink more warm water. I'm going out. After closing the door, Sherlock surveyed the gamers who were fighting for their places. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock said, and the fighting stopped. He waved his hand and continued, let's go. I'll bring all of you to sightsee, eat, and play. The door of Eggface's room opened immediately. Eggface dashed out and shouted, I want to go. Winterfell was bustling with activity at night. The busiest commerce area during the day was still open for business at night. Winterfell didn't have night curfew. Moreover, the day and night in the Underworld were similar. Selling worms. The smelliest and tastiest worms. The Winterfell barbecue stall, there were various kinds of delicacies. Not wearing pants was taking pictures of the food at the stall enthusiastically. Gosh, the barbecue is too realistic. This barbecue clay and tree roots, smelly worms, and the barbecued spider leg, oh my god, the fragrance. Peasant was muttering to himself while burning chest hair said, Don't think about it. You don't have magic stones, and account top-up isn't available. This is only to tempt you. Once the commerce city is open, we'll be able to top up our accounts. Yeah. Did you read Marco Polo's post? All the things in Winterfell can be purchased using magic stones. Games are all the same. How can you be strong without topping up your account? Sylvarners said. Sister Varners is correct. It's the truth. The gamers all agreed. Besides the barbecue stall, there were numerous tea houses. The culture of tea was prevalent in the Underworld, and Winterfell couldn't do without tea houses. Eggface was salivating profusely, but he didn't have any money. He couldn't resist when he saw various bloody chrysanthemum tea. But Sherlock wasn't spending any money. He said before, "I'll bring all of you to sightsee, eat, and play." They had done the sightseeing. What other requests were there that would be too much? Yoder, Beast, and Brainiac didn't come. Only the 40 gamers, Evelyn, and Eggface followed Sherlock. Beast was still crying in the hotel as he said, "If you come back and bring me a cup of red tea, I'll feel slightly better." The gamers looked all over the place for red tea. Though they didn't receive the mission notice, they took the finding of red tea as a strange encounter mission. They didn't think of the reward from Beast. Perhaps they would obtain an exercise book. Impossible. Even if the game producer was unscrupulous, he wouldn't be that ruthless. Sherlock brought them out for them to relax and to make some advance preparations. In Sherlock's mind, he had a perfect plan of merging the gamers with Winterfell and the Underworld. The factory work points system was a part of the plan. The second part was the Winterfell Guild created especially for the gamers to earn magic stones. Then he would need more gamers to publicize it. When he rolled out the plan, it wouldn't be too sudden. The 40 gamers were quite easy to control. He could allow them to write their strategy guides. As Sherlock and his gamers were sightseeing, there was a group of creatures causing a commotion. Chapter 235 Unscrupulous Romantic Affairs created by the game officials. Chapter 235 Unscrupulous Romantic Affairs created by the game officials. On the streets filled with magic lanterns, the creatures gathered in a circle that encompassed a collapsed creature. They discussed the creature's plight. Sherlock and the gamers moved through the crowd. Within the crowd, a gnome was convulsing and vomiting white foam on the ground. A gnome was suddenly ill and collapsed on the ground, which invited the surrounding creatures to watch. The gamers followed Sherlock. Before they could speak, they were restrained by his dominant aura, and they entered plot animation mode. Sherlock looked at the gnome on the ground and frowned. Great filth, great filth, great filth. A Beetleman ambulance dashed to the scene as a creature on top of the ambulance shouted for the crowd to give way. The ambulance had the words "Fatality Hospital Ambulance" on it. The ambulance came to a halt, and a few creatures jumped down. Gnomes, orcs, and slimes who were wearing white nurse and doctor outfits jumped down. They proceeded to rescue the gnome who was on the ground. Give way, we are medical staff," the leading doctor shouted as he brought his staff over. They knelt down to check the condition of the gnome. The victim has obvious bite marks. The body is ice cold. The mouth is vomiting white foam. The face is turning green. "I think he's poisoned." "Doctor, a gnome's face is always green," a slime nurse with a good figure reminded the doctor softly, but the doctor rebuked confidently. "What are you saying? Don't I know that he's turning green? And he's not going to make it. We have to remove the poisoned area and move him up to the Beetleman. Prepare for an around-the-neck amputation operation. The wounded area has to be removed. Whether he makes it depends on his will to survive. It's bad." The patient stopped breathing. "Quick, prepare the operation for the removal of his lungs." A group of medical staff lifted the poisoned gnome and moved him to the Beetleman. There were shouts of "Great filth, great filth, great filth" as they left. Soon after the Beetleman left, the crowd dispersed. Some creatures were discussing whether the gnome could survive the ordeal. Only Sherlock looked at the distant Beetleman ambulance and pondered. "Lord Sherlock, is there anything wrong?" Bruce's voice was heard in Sherlock's mind. He shook his head and said, "No. It's none of our business." Sherlock went sightseeing with the gamers for the greater part of the night. Evelyn was too tired and went back to the hotel to rest. Finally, Beast and Yoder shared a room, while Brainiac and Evelyn each stayed in their own room. Eggface and the gamers went sightseeing for the entire night. Yoder was awake early in the morning. All of them took the airship and returned to Eternal Kingdom. Eggface was exhausted after being up the previous night, so he went back to his nest to sleep after he got back. More than half of the gamers went offline after they got onto the airship. The rest of the gamers went offline after they arrived at Eternal Kingdom to sleep. They were exhausted after staying online for a long period of time. The Winterfell experience of the gamers was posted on the discussion forum immediately. When Sherlock browsed the discussion forum, there were many posts and replies. One of the posts was, "Full Winterfell Ball Report and Matters Regarding the Official Games Goodies. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. It has been a long time. As there are many excellent gamers who are contributing excellent content to the forum, I'm posting less on the forum recently. However, this is an extraordinary post. Please support me so that my post can remain on the front page. The facts show that completing many construction-related daily missions is a wise choice. After the daily mission point system was implemented secretly, my companions and I spent a large amount of time to accumulate massive points. Yesterday, we received a special mission, which was to accompany Shirley to the Winterfell Ball. Winterfell is a special NPC dungeon. After the previous battle campaign scenario in Winterfell, everyone is familiar with the dungeon. My room is filled with useful furniture from Winterfell. The location of the ball was a manor in the rural area outside Winterfell. I will praise the high standard of the game's production. Let's take a look at the scenery in the manor. Picture. The plot had some new characters and possible future missions that include the superior devil Andrew. Picture. And the mission related to Sacred Light Mentor Beast. After Beast broke down, we got to know that he was the Winterfell business unit supervisor and the son-in-law of Dungeon Lord Onionhead. He's a strong believer in the power of sacred light and is a fervent learner. After the ancient gods invaded Winterfell, his father-in-law wanted to break off ties with him. So Onionhead deceived Beast and told Beast that he was dismissed so he couldn't protect him. Beast was to leave Winterfell and defect to Shirley. During the ball, Beast discovered that his father-in-law wasn't dismissed. Instead, Onionhead was promoted. Beast, who was deceived, wished to take part in a Dark Rider tournament and meet his wife, something he could do if he were to win the competition. Due to various reasons and also game plot requirements, Beast is unable to take part in the tournament. So the 40 gamers registered for the tournament. We are waiting for the competition to take place. I'm not sure if there are any other ways to register for the tournament. There aren't many problems. It's understandable if the development team has some silly plots. In the later part, we did a mass dance to help Shirley win the dance competition. I'm unable to understand this part. All portions are struck off. Then the development team introduced the romantic affairs of Shirley. Our succubus Evelyn wanted to invite Shirley to dance. I was able to see her intention. You can say that it's a normal dance or a romantic affair. I feel that it wasn't overly done. However, a fallen angel came and wanted to be Shirley's dance partner. I shall show the fallen angel's picture. The main point is that the scene was like a bad script from a low-quality novel. Everyone was smitten by the fallen angel. Even Andrew came forward to court the fallen angel. The result was predictable. The fallen angel ignored Andrew and walked to Shirley, asking to be Shirley's dance partner. This is frustrating. Why are the gamers not the main characters? Why are such fallen angels not arranged for us? Then the fallen angel and Evelyn each took one side of Shirley. Even our master, Eggface, didn't have a place to sit down. This is the evidence. Picture. After the ball, we were fortunate enough to have the chance to sightsee the night scene of Winterfell. Though we came to Winterfell before, that was to rescue the dungeon as the righteous saviors. The inhabitants were in a coma then. This time, the situation was different. We experienced the rich culture of the underworld nightlife. When we were sightseeing, we saw a wounded gnome who was on the ground. Then he was taken away by medical staff. We don't know the significance of the plot. As for the details of the underworld nightlife, I will create another post. After Sherlock finished reading the post, Bruce said, "Lord Sherlock, what's with that gnome? I can see your great concern." "Not much of a problem. The gnome had the scent of Samuel," Sherlock said directly. "Sir Samuel." Brew was shocked, but Sherlock didn't say anything more. A letter was thrown out from the flames of the dungeon core. To the respectable Lord Sherlock, Merchant Alliance. Chapter 236, Dark Rider Tournament. Chapter 236, Dark Rider Tournament. Respectable Lord Sherlock, we are representing all the members of the Merchant Alliance to express our deepest gratitude to you for saving Winterfell and the Underworld. Winterfell will be organizing the Dark Rider Tournament. Eternal Kingdom has obtained the tournament qualification. Before the start of the tournament, you may register at the designated location in Winterfell. To prevent a one-sided battle, the tournament is limited to ordinary creatures. Devils, spiritual, and undead high-level creatures aren't allowed. We hope that you can understand. The motto of the tournament is competition first, friendship last. We hope that everyone can do their best to fight and create an explosive battle. Fatality Hospital will be providing healing support, so don't worry about casualties. The first prize 100,000 magic stones, the alias Dark Rider, and a chance to have dinner with Onionhead's precious daughter, who isn't married. Second prize a sarcastic remark for not getting first prize silver trophy. Third prize nothing. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for supporting the Merchant Alliance. Love from all members of the Merchant Alliance. Sherlock accessed the official website and started typing as he gave an order to Brew. Sherlock created an announcement. The Merchant Alliance's first Dark Rider tournament is open for registration. Gamers who want to participate can gather in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall at 8 a.m. daily. Then, the gamers will be brought to Winterfell to register for the tournament. The trip to and from Winterfell will take a day. Please make proper time arrangements. Tournament rewards. Participation reward: every warrior will receive 1,000 points. First prize: the winner will receive 5 pieces of legendary equipment. The final rights of interpretation of the tournament belong to Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. The gamers in Eternal Kingdom were raving to register for the tournament in Winterfell. Every morning at 8 a.m., a large group of gamers would take the airship to Winterfell. Beast didn't know what the strange green-skinned creatures were going until he asked a gnome whom he had just baptized. "What are they doing?" The gnome, who was standing in the water cauldron with anticipation, replied, "They are going to Winterfell to register for the Dark Rider tournament." The gnome thought of something and said to Beast, "I know that you had a sad past. Don't be sad, it'll help you win the tournament. Then you will be able to have the Last Supper with your ex-wife." "Not the Last Supper. It's a chance for me to explain things to her," Beast corrected the gnome furiously. "My bad. It's your chance to explain things to her. Shall we begin? I have just revised my work. I'm afraid I may forget if time passes. The gnome inhaled deeply and recited the formulas repeatedly. May the Lord bless you, Beast chanted and pressed the gnome's head into the water. 10 minutes later, when Beast placed the gnome on the ground, he had already left the world with a distraught and hopeless expression. Beast sighed and shook his head. Baron Nicholas' factory order was sent to Eternal Kingdom. There were specialized technicians to assist the blacksmith Simber at the large furnace. Simber chose 100 excellent apprentices to observe and learn. Nicholas' order was simple. They were weapons and armor for female use and daily necessities. This included lethal maces for intimidating kids to get out of bed, choppers used during family violence, and the flail used for conflict between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The materials used were normal ore materials. Expensive ore materials couldn't possibly be sent to Eternal Kingdom for production since this was the first collaboration between Nicholas and Sherlock. When Sherlock saw Nicholas with the orders, he slapped his chest and assured Nicholas that he could retrieve 1,000 sets of weapons and armor in half a month. Nicholas didn't have to pay for the labor costs as it was to repay Nicholas for helping Sherlock. Nicholas was very grateful to Sherlock and took out 1,000 magic stones. He said that he had to pay for the food of the workers. Sherlock kept the 1,000 magic stones slyly and said firmly, "Lassie, you're too formal. Is our relationship comparable to 1,000 magic stones? Do I need these 1,000 magic stones? I don't need them, of course. I understand your kind gesture for the workers. I'm keeping the money to improve their food." Nicholas was moved by Sherlock's words. He left without any worries. He gave the delivery date and destination address of the goods to Sherlock. He also reported the situation of his liaison with the higher management of the Merchant Alliance. If Sherlock was able to complete his invention, the Merchant Alliance would help to promote and provide sales channels for his product. There would be a 10 commission for the promotion and sales channels. Sherlock didn't have any issues with that. He only needed to arrange a meeting between the Merchant Alliance and the Northern Gladiator Arena in the future. The gamers trained very hard under Blackhand. Some of the gamers also worked hard at the large furnace to process the female accessories, while the rest challenged the instance dungeon. The gamers looked forward to the Dark Rider tournament, the Spectre College's 15-member Spectre College Troops Training Grounds instance dungeon, and the final assault on the large lizards at the homeland of the Marsh Ink Skewers. The gamers were kept very busy. Previously on the discussion forum, there were comments about limited gameplay and the boring aspects of carrying bricks. But now these comments were non-existent. Every gamer was working their livers off. Those forum members who went awarded beta tester status were green with envy. While the gamers were enjoying the numerous gameplay options, Baron Andrew's jealousy had reached an unbearable level. He got to know that Eternal Kingdom would be sending more than 1,000 warriors to the Dark Rider tournament, so he arranged for his elite warriors to take part. In the dark areas of Winterfell, more and more commoners vanished without reason. There was an increasing number of suspicious characters in the dark alleys. The Winterfell garrison guards became busier and busier. The new Winterfell dungeon core was also getting closer and closer to Winterfell. Lilo was drinking tea in her manor, while Sherlock was in Eternal Kingdom playing his computer games and browsing the discussion forum. Evelyn continued her auction manager job as a white elephant. Meanwhile, swirling darkness and evil conspiracies edged closer to them inconspicuously. Chapter 237 I am lodging a complaint. Chapter 237 I'm lodging a complaint. As the days passed, the lives of the Winterfell inhabitants returned to normal. The crisis caused by the ancient gods' army less than a month ago was like a dream. As the new dungeon core was about to arrive in Winterfell, the first Dark Rider tournament was officially commenced. The 3,000 participants of the tournament came from Winterfell or the surrounding dungeons. 2,000 of the participants were from Eternal Kingdom. The tournament only catered for hundreds of participants, at most 1,000 participants. Due to the overwhelming response, the tournament proceedings came to a halt. However, Onionhead was very enterprising, and he came up with a pre-tournament mass battle selection to choose 300 participants. It took place at a huge training ground, and the mass battle wasn't open to the public. Andrew arranged for his elite warriors to participate in the Dark Rider tournament. He was unhappy with the sudden change by the Merchant Alliance to have a mass battle for the preselection. To Andrew, his warriors couldn't fail. Even if they were placed in a mass battle, they would obtain the first prize. His warriors were able to defeat all opponents, so he thought it was unnecessary to have semifinals and finals. The Dark Rider would be determined just by a selection contest. 2,000 participants from Eternal Kingdom. That was a joke. Even if they had the numbers, they were like dispersed sand and fought among themselves for selfish gains. Perhaps they would have defeated themselves even before his warriors had the chance to fight them. Though Andrew was jealous of Sherlock, he was condescending towards Sherlock's servants. How could a bunch of goblins, gnomes, and hounded men be compared to the high standards of a superior devil? During the selection contest, Sherlock was in front of Andrew. Sherlock was in an airship with 1,000 warriors. He brought them to the contest location. 200 of Eternal Kingdom's warriors were disqualified because they were late. Andrew was laughing merrily once he heard the news. They were that ill-disciplined before the contest, which meant they would have no hopes during the contest. What could a bunch of goblins, gnomes, and hounded men do in a battle? Unless they were all great magicians, they were just sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The contest commenced. As the third successor of Eternal Fire and a sponsor of 1,000,000,000 magic stones to Winterfell, Andrew had the qualifications to oversee the grand competition. The contest rules stated that all participants were to use blunt weapons to prevent casualties. They only needed to knock out their opponents. This was a measure to deal with the Underworld unions. If there were thousands of deaths in a tournament, it would alarm the unions. It might even cause widespread strikes, which would make the tournament not worthwhile. If the Merchant Alliance were to lose these inhabitants, they would lose a huge fortune. Onionhead's plan was perfect. Everyone cherished their lives. Even the rules stated the use of blunt weapons, so there would be few deaths. Even if there were deaths, they would be exceptions. It was a common occurrence to have 1 or 2 casualties in a violent competition. Once the contest started, the Eternal Kingdom gamers formed a shield wall formation and swept across the battlefield like a vicious tornado. For those difficult opponents, like the towering giants or the werewolves, the gamers simply tossed their bladder bombs or used Marna. Hundreds of instances of Marna were cast freely at the contest. After various explosions, there were tens of casualties and hundreds of participants who gave up. It wasn't a competition, it was a war zone. The participants were vying for the alias of Dark Rider and the magic stones. They went there to throw away their lives. The participants who stayed were mostly hardcore warriors from other dungeons, but they could never be as hardcore as the gamers. They were a bunch of bladder bomb-laden creatures who would run happily into a crowd and perform self-detonation. How could they not be happy? The self-detonating gamers had the support of rich gamers, and would be given legendary equipment. With the title of Dark Rider at stake, they would gladly bomb their way to victory. The game dungeon Eternal Kingdom wasn't lacking rich gamers. The combat power of a single gamer wasn't strong, but the mass battle wasn't a one-and-done duel. The participants were intimidated by the prowess of the gamers. When the remaining combatants recovered from their shock, they discovered that it wasn't easy to defeat the gamers who were in a combat formation. Moreover, hundreds of gamers were Marner users. They could cast spells as though Marner was free-flowing. Before long, only the gamers were left on the battlefield. Those opponents who surrendered and were knocked unconscious were in good states. For those opponents who went unconscious or weren't willing to give up, the gamers fought them viciously. After killing off those obstinate opponents, the gamers started to turn on each other. The contest became a violent and bloody spectacle. When fighting NPCs, the gamers were only allowed to knock them unconscious. However, there were no such rules between the gamers. Moreover, the feud between the guilds made them eternal foes. Between the guilds, their members would kill each other on sight, and they treated their opponents as their main motivation to play the game. Since they were given such a grand opportunity, why would they not kill each other? No matter how the gamers fought among themselves, it wasn't a problem because nobody could compete with them. Sherlock had obtained his desired result the moment the contest started. Andrew was bursting with jealousy. Why were Sherlock's servants so awesome he was able to muster a 2,000-member team that consisted of ill-disciplined trash? However, it turned out that they were great magicians and had terrifying explosives. Why were they so frightening? Was Lord Sherlock not afraid of the Union investigating him? Though Andrew was filled with questions, his warriors were all killed in the preselection contest. However, their loyalty was highly commendable. They were given many chances to give up, and they could have even feigned unconsciousness, but they chose to fight to their last breaths. It didn't change the result of the contest. All the participants from Winterfell and the other dungeons were out of the tournament. Only Eternal Kingdom's warriors remained. The plan was to select 300 participants for the semi-finals, but there were massive killings that reduced the participant count to about 100. The organizing committee from the Merchant Alliance quickly stopped the contest. Onionhead was appalled by the situation. He immediately looked for Sherlock and said, "Lord Sherlock, what's the situation? I'm letting my servants take part in the contest to support your work," Sherlock said as a matter of fact. "But Lord Sherlock, there are massive casualties," the Union's Onionhead said worriedly. Sherlock understood his intention and reassured him. "Don't worry, these goblins and gnomes aren't Union members. Houndhead men can't possibly have unions, so there are no problems with the unions. But I'm worried someone may lodge a complaint." Onionhead was full of worry, but Sherlock said confidently, "Impossible. I don't think anyone will lodge a complaint against me." At this instant, Andrew was writing a letter to the Union, letter of complaint. Chapter 238 Marco Polo's Hidden Mission. Chapter 238 Marco Polo's Hidden Mission. Andrew's jealousy had reached an uncontrollable level. Though his complaint against Sherlock would cause severe diplomatic repercussions, he was unable to unload the cart of lemons in his heart and control the exploding feelings of jealousy. According to normal circumstances, mysterious and strong, superior devils like Sherlock should be his allies. Andrew's complaint letter was simple. He described the contest situation and the 2,000 goblins and gnomes who took part in the tournament. Lord Sherlock, who was their master, didn't care about their safety or lives. There were massive casualties, and only slightly more than 100 survived out of the original 2,000. As the situation sounded desperate, The Union responded immediately. The Union started an investigation on the recruitment practices of Eternal Kingdom and discovered that only Simber, Moros, Mufarser, and Brainiac were registered employees. Simber and Mufarser were recruited via the Merchant Alliance, while Moros was directly employed. As Brainiac was a Lich and belonged to the undead race, he wasn't under the purview of the Union and was merely a registrant. The Union didn't have the employment records of Eternal Kingdom. Were the 2,000 goblins and gnomes not registered under the Union? That was impossible. Andrew received a reply letter from the Union. To Lord Andrew. Dearest Lord Andrew, Eternal Kingdom doesn't have 2,000 employees. There are only 4 recorded employees. Please don't make false allegations, as we are very busy. Andrew crushed the short letter after reading it. He looked at Sherlock's ascending airship, which was leaving the contest ground, with extreme jealousy. He thought angrily, Sherlock is a frightening opponent. He has supporters in the Union. This is infuriating. Sherlock was on the airship. He threw a glance at Andrew, not bothered by him at all. Lord Sherlock, I thought you would stay in Winterfell for a few days for the Dark Rider tournament. This is a large plot. I didn't expect you to let them fight among themselves after they defeated all other opponents. Tusk, you could have made the plot last longer by letting some strong opponents survive and then making the gamers prepare for subsequent rounds. Bruce's voice rang by Sherlock's ear. Why would I do that if I let non-gamers proceed to the subsequent round? Wouldn't they win? Why did I provide the gamers with unlimited mana for my personal enjoyment? That's 100,000 magic stones at stake. Bruce said immediately, no, the gamers have always treated you as the lousy game producer who would create a startling manipulation in the Dark Rider event, like making an NPC the winner. Then you wouldn't need to give out the legendary equipment and would deceive the gamers into working their livers off. In fact, some gamers are speculating that the game producer has changed or that the event was penned by another person. Is that so? If I cancelled their legendary equipment, would they be happy? Sherlock asked. No, don't do that. That would cause massive rage quitting. If the game's management is unable to fulfill the promises, that is worse than a ruthless game producer, Bruce said earnestly. Then there's nothing much to be said. The Dark Rider tournament is a money-gifting farce. Onionhead is using the tournament to raise his prestige. There might be changes in the future, but I'm not affected and not interested. Andrew has strong capabilities, but he depends on his jealousy to increase his power. I'm not bothered by him. Sherlock pondered and asked, how is the gamer Marco Polo doing recently? His performance is satisfactory. He's following our instructions to complete his hidden mission. Why didn't Lord Sherlock bring him back to Eternal Kingdom instead of leaving him in Winterfell? Bruce asked curiously. Because he's my laboratory rat. I'm not sure how the gamers are going to make money for me once they enter Winterfell. Marco Polo is a good candidate to continue my research since I need more test data. The hidden mission is a good leash on him, Sherlock said in an authoritative tone. I understand, Lord Sherlock. In a blacksmith shop of Winterfell, a blackened dwarf was using a magic furnace to forge a tool that looked like a hammer. Beside him was a gnome who was passing him various tools swiftly. The scene looked like a harmonious picture of a mentor and an apprentice, but after careful scrutiny, it could be seen that the gnome had strange green words above his head. They weren't in the common Underworld language, they were Chinese words used in the other world. Marco Polo. Pom. The dwarf blacksmith hammered a few times and finished forging his tool. He looked on with satisfaction before shouting in his hoarse voice, Great, we completed another order. He put the tool into a chest by the side. The chest was filled with various similar tools. Marco Polo took out a book and started recording. The dwarf blacksmith sat down and took out a metal stick. He ignited the stick using the fire from the furnace and put it to his mouth. There were sizzling sounds and some green smoke. The dwarf smoked happily and looked at Marco Polo as he asked, "Polo, your name is pretty good. Did your parents give you your name? It's very macho." I gave myself this name," Marco Polo said warily. As a gamer, after being put at a disadvantage due to his blabbering mouth, Marco Polo was now careful with his words, especially when he was exploiting the bug to stay in Winterfell. He didn't dare to get injured or die. He ate and slept on time daily. He had a more disciplined life in the game than in reality. That's pretty good. The dwarf smoked the sizzling metal stick and puffed out smoke rings. He smiled and said, "Yes, I heard you're from Eternal Kingdom. Isn't Eternal Kingdom a good place? I heard Lord Sherlock is a capable dungeon lord. Why did you escape?" "Escape? No. Why would I escape Eternal Kingdom? I'm here to make money with the permission of Lord Sherlock. I have a daily special mission." Marco Polo had a slip of the tongue, quickly realizing that he had made a mistake. The dwarf was taken aback and asked, "Special mission? What mission?" No special mission." Marco Polo looked around and said softly, "Lord Sherlock wanted me to train myself in Winterfell as he has heavy responsibilities for me." "Oh, that's pretty good. It's a pity you aren't staying here for long. I admire you for being more diligent than other creatures." The dwarf nodded, passed a card to Marco Polo, and said, "Here, this is the new magic stone card that I helped you apply for. This is also your salary for half a month." Marco Polo obtained the card excitedly from the dwarf. The game system sounds rang in his head. "Ding, congratulations on completing the preparatory hidden mission. First pot of gold. Ding, you are receiving the new preparatory hidden mission. Steady yourself." Chapter 239 I have a plan to counterattack the Heavenly Kingdom. Chapter 239 I have a plan to counterattack the Heavenly Kingdom. Mission title: Steady Yourself. Mission description: for the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. You came to the strange Winterfell and must steady yourself. Besides obtaining a legal identity, you have to find a place to stay. Mission objective: using the lowest amount of money, rent a business office. Mission reward: you will receive the subsequent missions. Mission tips: take a look at the old district. The buildings were heavily damaged, so the prices won't be too high. Marco Polo examined his mission carefully. He was supposed to rent a shop, but how much did he earn for half a month's work? 10 magic stones. As a gnome who wasn't well trained, he only obtained 10 magic stones for half a month of work. How could he rent a shop with 10 magic stones? He didn't know, so he had to go to the old district and take a look. Marco Polo thought that if there was a will, there had to be a way. He walked in the direction of the old district. The old district in Winterfell was severely damaged in the war against the ancient gods. It had more damage than the dungeon core main hall that was bombarded by the magic cannons. The main reason was that Lord Sherlock and Octopus Ball had fought viciously in this area. They caused the district to be in ruins. The old district was infested by many problems like gang activities, poor security, and a congregation of slums. Most importantly, it was filled with terrifying sins. There were creatures who loved learning, and learning materials were secretly circulated. The kids were fond of studying and practicing questions. Even the garrison guards made a detour around the old district during their patrols. That was the reason why Octopus Ball located his secret ancient gods stronghold in the old district. After being damaged by Sherlock during the war, the problems in the old district became worse. Marco Polo asked for directions and arrived at the old district. He was shocked by the appearance of the old district that looked like a chaotic refugee camp. When Marco Polo stared into the faces of poverty, they stared back at him. In the midst of the dilapidated houses and ruins, pairs of poverty-stricken eyes gazed at Marco Polo and the green words above his head. When Marco Polo was thinking of where to rent a building, he saw a barefoot gnome approaching. The little gnome had a clay lollipop in his mouth. It was clay compressed in the shape of a round biscuit before being barbecued. Then, a bone was used as a stick for the clay lollipop. What a cute and pure little kid. Marco Polo squatted down and pinched the face of the little gnome, but the little gnome spat saliva on Marco Polo's face and scolded with his kiddish voice, saying, "Demon, who are you scolding?" Marco Polo was furious. As an invincible gamer, why was he spat on and scolded by an NPC? Marco Polo grasped his sword handle, but before he could unsheath his sword, a group of poverty-stricken inhabitants surrounded him. An elderly gnome walked out from the crowd and caressed the little gnome's head. He enjoyed it and caressed again. The elderly gnome exhaled as though he was deflating a balloon. "Actually, I'm renting a shop. Are any of your houses for rent?" Marco Polo was befuddled by his predicament, but he asked this anxiously. The elderly gnome made the deflating sound again and said, "Where did you come from, foreigner? Why did you come to our territory?" "I'm a citizen of Eternal Kingdom. I'm here to complete Lord Sherlock's mission. I have to rent a shop in the old district." Marco Polo looked warily at his surroundings while he answered the elderly gnome. At this point in time, he didn't know what to say to extricate himself. The elderly gnome made deflating sounds and said, "Your Lord Sherlock destroyed our homeland." "No, listen to my explanation. We were saving Winterfell. We only bombarded the dungeon core main hall. The old district houses were damaged by Lord Sherlock, when he tried to save all of you. If we hadn't saved Winterfell, you would still be controlled by the ancient gods." Marco Polo was confident when he heard the elderly gnome's questions. He thought it must have been an arranged plot. All he had to do was brag about Shirley and the gamers' contributions. Then, the inhabitants of the slums would be grateful to him and treat him like a hero. They would provide the best clay, the sweetest wine, and the wildest beetlemen. Marco Polo was visualizing his treatment as a hero. But Marco Polo felt someone placing a rope around his neck, and the elderly gnome said with a deflating voice, "Kill him." He felt the rope tighten around his neck, and he could hardly breathe. He struggled and wanted to reach for the short sword at his waist, but the inhabitants of the slums immediately tied his hands. When his awareness was about to be extinguished due to breathlessness in his daze, he heard the little gnome say happily, "I want to hang this arrogant creature on the trigonometric tree." A creature by the side said, "You don't even know the induction formula. How are you going to hang him?" Marco Polo didn't understand the meaning of the words. Perhaps they were mission tips. Marco Polo used all his effort to shout in his feeble voice. When a function is odd, it changes while the sign depends on the quadrant. After that, he lost his awareness and fell unconscious. DMN. In the city Hefe of Anhui province, a gamer was cursing in a bachelor's condominium. He got up from his gaming capsule and took out his phone as he walked to the bathroom. "Hey, fellow, my account has been frozen." The system notice said I fainted and that my account is frozen. I can only access the game after 10 hours. My account is frozen for 10 hours. This mission is really difficult. What did I say wrong? I'm their benefactor, and yet they killed me. Perhaps the slum area is a stronghold of the ancient gods. That's possible. Forget it. I'm not lodging any complaints. The official website doesn't have a feedback interface. 12,315. Forget it. What if they disqualify me after I complain? What should I do? I'll just study and learn for the 10 hours. The slum inhabitants are passionate about learning. Let me memorize more formulas. Perhaps I can then have a common topic with them. Positive energy. Of course it's positive energy. Otherwise, how did the game pass the censorship checks? I suspect that it's a game for learning. And the game is fabulous. I'm hanging up and going to study. The youth hung up his phone. Then there were sounds of bathing coming from the bathroom. No matter whether Marco Polo was in the game or in the other world, he worked very hard to ensure he could complete his mission. Sherlock was just sending off Lilo, who came to observe Eternal Kingdom. Are you sure those goblins, gnomes, and hounded men are able to defeat all enemies and occupy the Heavenly Kingdom? Lilo asked with a lot of doubts. Not only them, there's also a black dragon. Eggface braced his chest and howled viciously. I'm also thinking about this problem. Lilo turned around and gazed at Sherlock as she said, after eliminating the possibility of you deceiving me, I feel that perhaps your plan might be feasible. So, are you investing tens of millions of magic stones? Sherlock's eyes lit up. So we'll begin the counterattack on the Heavenly Kingdom. We'll start with the invasion of the Underworld. Lilo took out a copy of the plan of counterattacking the Heavenly Kingdom. Chapter 240. Anything can be done with magic stones. Chapter 240. Anything can be done with magic stones. The carriage, which was pulled by 4 Hades horses, left rapidly. Lilo sat in the carriage and glanced at the receding Eternal Kingdom, goblins, gnomes, hounded men, and Sherlock. Farewell, farewell. The gamers clapped their hands rhythmically under the command of Blackhand. They bade farewell to Lilo. The training of Blackhand was very effective. The increased capability of the gamers could be seen. At least they had learned the basic skills such as cheering, marching, and military martial arts. After sending off Lilo, who came suddenly and left abruptly, they gathered to chat enthusiastically. Oh ho! Brew said in a direct tone beside Sherlock's ear. We're in deep soup. Our tour de force was too convincing, and the fallen angel wants to counterattack the Heavenly Kingdom. Why don't we go all in and conquer the entire world? We'll occupy Winterfell as our stepping board, then we conquer the Underworld, followed by the surface world. After that, we invade the Heavenly Kingdom and trample on the Holy Lord. Isn't that perfect? Sherlock examined the plan of counterattacking the Heavenly Kingdom, which consisted of tens of pages that were arranged in logical order. 1. Recruitment of 10 million servants. 2. Find a safe way to ascend to the Heavenly Kingdom. 3. Find a reliable replenishment of supplies. 4. Find a way to defeat the Angel Vanguard. 5. Find a method to make the Great Archangel lose his combat power. 6. Find the method to disable the power of Grand Priests. 7. Find. The battle plan of Lilo was comprehensive. Normal creatures only thought 3 moves ahead, but she did more than that. She wasn't simple. Could there be too much consideration? Sherlock started to ponder after reading the plan. What shall we do, Lord Sherlock? Let's exploit the gamers more and repay our debt. This Lilo is a nutcase. She may not be able to think properly. It's better if we stay as far away from her as possible, Brew suggested earnestly. Sherlock shook his head and said firmly, Impossible. It's impossible to repay the money. What shall we do, Lord Sherlock? Are we to recruit the insane number of servants and invade the heavenly kingdom? No, I have a better plan. Sherlock thought for a while. He seemed to have made a decision. Character name Marco Polo. Race gnome. Eternal kingdom reputation level 4. Log in exit. Confirmed logging in connecting. Marco Polo opened his eyes. In front of him was a roof full of holes, and a little gnome who was biting his clay lollipop and gazing at him. When Marco Polo awoke, the little gnome shouted, "He's awake, he's awake!" A group of creatures rushed in noisily. All of them looked at Marco Polo with a curious and learning attitude. Marco Polo panicked since he had been killed during a plot. To be precise, he was knocked unconscious in a plot animation. He didn't know how to proceed with the plot. When the creatures rushed in, he sat up warily. Then, he touched his sides and shouted in shock, "Gosh, my Winterfell standard short sword with level 5 improvement is done. That's my life savings." "Are you referring to this sword?" That was the familiar sound of a deflating balloon. The elderly gnome that gave the order to kill him appeared once again. He held Marco Polo's precious short sword. "What do you want? Let's have a good talk. Can you return my equipment to me? If you're worried I may resist, I can break my arms." Marco Polo almost knelt down to plead. He was fearless except for losing his precious equipment. "What an extraordinary warrior!" the elderly gnome exclaimed. Then he returned the short sword to Marco Polo. Though the creatures at the sides hesitated, the elderly gnome placed the sword in Marco Polo's hand. "Let me extend our sincerest apologies." The elderly gnome walked to Marco Polo and said, "I thought you were like the creatures outside who look down upon us as decadent creatures. They can lodge complaints against us anytime. We didn't expect you to be such a knowledgeable warrior." "No knowledgeable." Marco Polo was dumbstruck. The elderly gnome trembled as he said, "That's correct. You knew about the advanced formulas. That is awesome." That isn't much. My math teacher is good." Marco Polo was eating humble pie. The elderly gnome said excitedly, "Do you know of other arithmetic rhymes or formulas?" "Let me see. Yes, with a known unknown, it's important to separate. The separation method is shifting. Addition and subtraction will change the sign after shifting. Multiplication and division will be inverted once they are shifted." Fortunately, Marco Polo studied mathematics while his account was frozen. After revising, he was able to recite an advanced arithmetic rhyme. I know that's a single variable linear equation arithmetic rhyme. I saw it in the ancient books once," a creature shouted abruptly. "SHHH. The creatures at the side looked warily outside. Then they signaled for the blabbermouth to keep quiet. "Don't let the garrison guards hear that." Marco Polo had never been in such a situation before. He recited a few formulas and arithmetic rhymes, and the slum inhabitants were pleasantly surprised by his severe decadence. It was simply awesome. If they were to compare their knowledge level, Marco Polo was the most knowledgeable. With his professional knowledge, Marco Polo gained the trust of the inhabitants of the slums. They were initially distrustful and showed animosity towards him, but now they were worshipping him. Marco Polo couldn't understand the current plot, but the result was good. He pondered for a while before he understood. The game was directing the gamers to learn passionately. Only by learning would the gamers gain valuable equipment, obtain the power of sacred light, and advance the plot. Marco Polo felt regretful that he didn't study hard. If he could master nuclear fission and create a nuclear bomb in the game, the NPCs would definitely crown him as their king. That was awesome. After gaining their trust, Marco Polo remembered his strange encounter mission. He said to the inhabitants of the old district, "I am thinking of renting a shop." Everyone looked at each other before the elderly gnome said, "There's no problem. We're still in control of the old district, but we don't need magic stones. We hope you can teach us knowledge, brand new knowledge." Such a simple request, Marco Polo said, "No problem." It seems like the plan was successful. Next is setting up the Gamers Guild in Winterfell. Then we will trade and accept various kinds of missions. Sherlock browsed the discussion forum and read Marco Polo's latest post. Final stage of the Hidden series mission, creating the guild. Everyone, we are establishing ourselves big time in Winterfell. The content was about how Marco Polo obtained various hidden missions from Sherlock after he was discovered, and how he had successfully rented a shop in Winterfell's old district. The rent was to transfer knowledge to the inhabitants on a monthly basis. After making an agreement, Marco Polo followed the mission guidance and completed the final stage of the shop establishment with the help of the inhabitants' application for a business license. That was easily solved with magic stones. Marco Polo didn't have magic stones, but the inhabitants accumulated some money and helped him register his business. The name was Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. Business scope: anything can be done with magic stones. Chapter 241 It wasn't shameful. Chapter 241 It wasn't shameful. In the huge arena, the black-armored gnome Arthur was preparing at the side. Arthur was in the final round of the Dark Rider tournament. After going through the preliminaries, the public semifinals, and 5 days of competition, Arthur defeated all his opponents, who were all gammas, and proceeded to the final round. During this period, Arthur spent close to a few million renminbi to buy game currency to overhaul his personal equipment. The huge trident obtained from the ancient gods' battle was reforged into batches of weapons and armor using the large furnace. Though the trident was huge, it was only reforged into 5 sets of armor and weapons. These pieces of equipment could be used as special rewards for the gamers. The reward for the Dark Rider tournament was a set of legendary equipment. Arthur spent a fortune to ensure he had quality and cool king equipment. They were a helmet, breastplate, pauldron, plate leggings, combat boots, counters, and gauntlets. Arthur chose a single-handed sword, which was longer than the short sword. Corrupted Devil's breastplate, purple legendary equipment. Defense 150. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger Blacksmith Simber, Carpenter Mufarser. Equipment description: the breastplate was reforged from the strong weapon of the decadent Devil Commander. It's extremely hardy. Required reputation: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 4. Equipment inscription: already soulbound to Arthur. Corrupted Devil's combat armor 05. 2 set bonus: overall defenses increased by 10. 5 set bonus: when the armor successfully defends against enemy attacks, you will receive retaliation fury. The next attack will increase by 10 and 5 levels. Cooldown period is 5 seconds. The breastplate had the highest defenses. The remaining helmet, pauldron, and plate leggings were a bit inferior. The weapon attributes were higher than Arthur's current weapon. Corrupted Devil's single-handed sword, purple legendary equipment. Damage 0.90. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger Blacksmith Simber, Carpenter Mufarser. Item description: the sword came from the decadent Devil Commander's powerful weapon. It's strong enough to shoot down an airship. Exchange requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 4. Equipment inscription: already soulbound to Arthur. In the game, Arthur's equipment was number 1. Arthur was the only gamer who assembled the 5-piece set bonus. As for the special effects, Arthur, have you tried the special effects? Is the damage really effective? Before the start of the tournament, Not Wearing Pants, who was his support group, asked this question as he helped Arthur to relax. Should be. I can feel the power of the next attack getting stronger. Arthur nodded, and Peasant asked, could it be a psychological effect? I didn't see any special effects. Normally, equipment sets will have special effects. Take a look at DNF and WOW. They have special effects. What do you know? This is a brand new game. It's understandable if it doesn't have special effects. Sylvarners slapped Peasant and said to Arthur, Arthur bro, buck up. This is the last opponent. He isn't your match. No, Dragonborn is very strong. Based on their prowess, I feel he's on par with Arthur. Sylvarners glared at Burning Chest Hair and said, what do you mean on par? How can a novice gamer like Dragonborn be compared to Arthur with this set of equipment? He can single-handedly challenge the boss in the normal difficulty instance dungeon. After comparing equipment, Dragonborn doesn't have any chance. I feel him on par with Arthur. Well, have a brawl without equipment and see who's better. Burning Chest Hair was indignant. Sylvarners took out her bow and said, if you want to fight Arthur bro, defeat me first. I can't win. Seeing Sylvarners with her bow, Burning Chest Hair gave up. Someone shouted that Arthur had completed his preparation. Only 1/3 of the spectator seats were filled. Many of them were students from technical and minor schools, the nobles who were there to support Onionhead, and the gamers who wanted to watch the finals. The gamers even set up bets. Sherlock wasn't interested in gambling, so he didn't bother with them. It was understandable why the finals went popular. After the preliminaries, all the contestants were from Eternal Kingdom, so there wasn't much interest. But there was an exception. Baron Andrew, the highly jealous devil, sat on the platform and exuded an extremely sour aura. Sherlock only glanced at him because he could feel Andrew's intense jealousy. The tournament commenced. The finalists were the black-armored Arthur and the silver-armored Dragonborn. They fought fiercely once they came onto the platform, both of their combat skills flawless. The set equipment had psychological effects. It caused Arthur's strength to increase tremendously. Both of them were fearful, but before long, Dragonborn was killed. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. The first battle between Arthur and Dragonborn ended with clear results. Arthur's support group cheered wildly and congratulated him for being the Dark Rider. As for the legendary equipment reward, Arthur had one set already. The reward equipment would most likely be sold for money. Arthur didn't seem to have made any loss. The members of Springfield Flower Kindergarten went disappointed. Losing to Arthur wasn't shameful. The most important thing was that their chairman obtained the second prize. However, the reward for the second prize was disgraceful. Chapter 242 New Winterfell Dungeon Lord. Chapter 242 New Winterfell Dungeon Lord. Compliments for the new Dark Rider. Sherlock skipped over the title of the newspaper and looked at the contents. It's really good. We have just obtained 100,000 magic stones out of the blue. If only there was such a tournament every year. Brew said thoughtfully. Now, Arthur and Beast are probably meeting Beast's ex-wife. I wonder what will happen. It's a pity we aren't able to watch such drama in close proximity. If Beast's ex-wife agrees to help him and Beast leaves the dungeon, what shall we do? Though I don't like the power of sacred light, without a grand priest like Beast, it's a great loss to us. There won't be a second chance like this. And it's free too. I believe in Onionhead's capability. Since he decided to have Beast leave Winterfell, he would have done some preparations. We shouldn't be concerned. Sherlock waved and asked, "How's Marco Polo doing?" "He has successfully assimilated with the decadent inhabitants. Those poor inhabitants learn together with Marco Polo daily and treat him like a teacher." Brew was amused and said, "Because of this, the shop in the old district is almost completed. Only the business application and official approval need to be completed before we can start our business." "What does Lord Sherlock intend to use the shop for besides doing business? Are you accepting missions?" "I suggest categorizing the missions according to level S, A, B, like in Naruto. The main thing is to give titles to the gamers and give the adventurers different levels. In order for them to increase their adventurer levels, they have to complete certain daily missions and pay a certain amount of coins and reputation points. This will be perfect." Sherlock nodded confidently and then asked, "What is Naruto?" "It's a famous comic and a comic initiator for the other world." "I understand. I'll make arrangements to read it. The Gundam you recommended is pretty good." "Lord Sherlock, it's good that you like it. As a side note, your planning is fabulous." Sherlock and Brew discussed the matter of the Adventurers Guild. As it concerned the gameplay of the gamers and the possible revenue of Sherlock, it had to be properly planned. Beast was feeling anxious. With the company of Arthur, he waited for his ex-wife. The night banquet was arranged at the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall, which was pretty classy. Arthur sat with emotion in the chair, while Beast was disguised as an attendant and stayed by Arthur's side. To make it more realistic, Sherlock created large green Chinese words above Beast's head that said Beast. The disguise was working very well as nobody was suspicious of Beast. After a long time, a female Auk who claimed to be Onionhead's daughter arrived and sat close to Arthur. As Arthur was about to relinquish his seat to Beast, Beast pressed down on his shoulders and shook his head. The meaning was clear. This female Auk wasn't Beast's ex-wife. In the building opposite the banquet hall, Onionhead was standing by the window with his hands behind his back. He could see clearly Arthur and the female Auk having dinner from the window. The entire dinner was within Onionhead's surveillance. "Great judge, Lord Sherlock is very cooperative. He didn't make use of the chance for Beast to meet your daughter." The elderly Auk stood beside Onionhead and watched Arthur having dinner. "Lord Sherlock is very trustworthy. Moreover, I'm well prepared. I won't let my daughter meet Beast." Onionhead pulled the curtains and sat in the chair as he said, "How's the transfer process going?" "The arrangements are almost complete. The new dungeon lord will arrive together with the new dungeon core. They'll arrive the day after tomorrow." The elderly Auk took out a briefcase and said, "I placed the transfer arrangements in the briefcase. After the transfer process, you may assume your new post." Onionhead nodded and inhaled deeply as he gazed outside the window. "I hope everything runs smoothly. I'm counting on you, Lord Sherlock." The huge airship landed at the entrance of Eternal Kingdom and floated into the dungeon. It was moored at the empty space near the exit. Yoder, Beast, and Arthur came down from the airship consecutively. Beast was depressed, and Arthur frowned while trying to comfort him. "Don't be too sad. Perhaps your ex-wife has already remarried." "War." Beast ran off while sobbing. The affairs of Beast came to an end. After completing the hidden mission by accompanying Beast to the banquet, Arthur didn't obtain any good rewards. He only obtained some reputation points and game currency. Not every strange encounter mission would have good rewards. For example, the reward for Beast's strange encounter mission wasn't impressive. The only good thing was that Arthur got a trip to the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall and had a free dinner. He couldn't stand the Auk who thought she was pretty flirting with him the whole night. When the airship landed, the gamers gathered and surrounded Arthur to ask about the strange encounter mission. Sherlock stood at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall and observed Arthur and his companions. Then he went inside and shut the door. Eggface was sitting on the ground. In front of him were some wood and metal pieces placed vertically on the ground. They looked like the arrangement of a small city. Eggface held a huge, dragon-shaped piece of mud in his front claws as he muttered, "I am the reincarnation of Calamity Ow." Then he put the mud in the midst of the city to indicate the destruction of the city. Sherlock warped to Eggface, but he didn't interrupt Eggface's game. Brew said in Sherlock's mind, Dungeon Lord Onionhead will be handing over Winterfell in a few days. Does Lord Sherlock want to blackmail him for a sum of money if he doesn't comply? You can lodge a complaint at the Merchant Alliance. I'm a principled devil. How can I do such a thing? Moreover, Onionhead helped me to obtain numerous rewards and benefits and let me take care of his son-in-law. Sherlock sounded convincing. I wonder what the new Dungeon Lord will be like. I hope that he's an amicable creature. Hopefully, the new Dungeon Lord won't interfere with you setting up the Adventurers Guild in Winterfell, Brew said thoughtfully. We'll know soon enough. Sherlock sat in the chair and propped up both his hands. The big question is whether we can get along with Andrew. Andrew, Lord Sherlock, what are you talking about? Brew was shocked. This news isn't out yet. When the Winterfell Dungeon Corps arrives the day after tomorrow, Andrew will announce the news himself. The reason why he didn't let out the news is to observe the situation first. Sherlock said confidently. He bought the Dungeon Lord post with a few billion magic stones. That isn't something extraordinary. Chapter 243 Opening Winterfell. Chapter 243 Opening Winterfell. At the Winterfell teleport portal main hall, Onionhead stood at the newly functional teleport portal and bade farewell to the new Dungeon Lord, Andrew. The Winterfell Dungeon Corps didn't meet with any mishap as it was escorted by a large elite security contingent to Winterfell. The Dungeon Corps provided the daily mana required to run this neutral dungeon of the Merchant Alliance. Lord Andrew, I'm leaving. I'm handing over Winterfell to you. Andrew smiled and replied, Don't worry, Judge Onionhead. As the third successor to Eternal Fire, Andrew was able to be the Winterfell Dungeon Lord because he invested a large sum of money. Even the Dungeon Corps was bought by him. What could Onionhead possibly say? Onionhead and his elderly Auk attendant walked through the teleport portal. Onionhead glanced at the dungeon for the last time before he vanished into the portal. Though Andrew looked young, he was an ambitious superior devil. After becoming the new Dungeon Lord, he made a revolutionary new plan. Number 1. His daily breakfast changed from fresh mud mixed with smelly worms to toasted worm in mud soup. Number 2. In the Dungeon Lord main hall, females weren't allowed to wear skirts shorter than the knees. The official recommendation was long pants. Number 3. Everyone had to greet Andrew as the Great Dungeon Lord Baron Andrew, and other miscellaneous changes. While Andrew was dealing with the daily affairs of Winterfell, the gnome Marco Polo had obtained the licenses for business trading and commissioning of missions at the Winterfell Commerce Unit. A new update patch was released on the official website of Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Update Logged version 0.24. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.24 Official Update. Added a new special title, Dark Rider the First Gamer Arthur. Added a new special currency, Magic Stones, to be used as the currency for business transactions outside Eternal Kingdom. Gamers can make use of any type of gameplay to obtain the currency from NPCs or other gamers. The source of the currency is currently restricted to NPCs. Added a new exchange system. Magic Stones exchange. Magic Stones can be exchanged for reputation points, game currency, special titles, and weapons. Guild level increases, as well as the purchase of guild lands and other guild-related gameplay, can be paid with using Magic Stones. Added a new building, Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild Main Hall. The gamer Marco Polo triggered the series of hidden missions and created the new building that is located at the old district ruins. That will be the location for Eternal Kingdom to conduct business and recruitment. Added new gameplay, Adventurer Recruitment Missions. The Adventurers Guild will accept mission requests from all over the Underworld. Gamers can accept these missions or approach NPCs who provide missions. Completion of the missions will garner reputation points, game currency, equipment, clothing, animal rides, and even magic stone rewards. The missions will be categorized into different levels. Gamers can make use of different methods to increase their adventurer level. Please consider the levels before accepting the missions. Tips before accepting missions: try negotiating with the NPCs. It could be effective. Added new gameplay. Business gamers can pay a fixed amount of coins to join the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild and obtain business rights. Your equipment, with the exception of soulbound items and other products, can be sold at the guild. You can also negotiate with NPCs to help them with their orders or obtain various goods in order to accumulate the special currency, Magic Stones. Open the new area, Winterfell. To elevate the gaming experience, we decided to release the completed Winterfell. Gamers have to observe the following rules to achieve game balance and reduce the server load. 1. Gamers who are non-members of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild have to pay Magic Stones for the dungeon toll. Gamers without Magic Stones will be sent back to Eternal Kingdom. 2. Please engage all Winterfell NPCs with normal logic. Don't say strange things to NPCs. 3. Winterfell is a safe zone. All PK activities and attacks on the inhabitants are strictly prohibited. You may retaliate if attacked. 4. All illegal activities are prohibited. Please respect the laws of the Merchant Alliance. 5. If you flout the law, you will be removed from the registers of Eternal Kingdom until you create a new character. Don't implicate Eternal Kingdom. 6. I will add more when I think of them. Added new BUG after being offline during an update. All evil and disobedient gamers will have their magic stones reset. There are no complaint channels, so don't complain. Added a new daily mission, constructing the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild Main Hall, a new building that requires gamers to construct it. Please use your imaginations and submit your design blueprints within 10 days. Sherlock will select the best design for implementation. There are many new types of gameplay for gamers to explore. Please take note and abide by the laws. The third beta testing is about to begin. The official website is available for third beta testing registration. Please register as soon as possible if you are interested. Lastly, I hope that everyone has a pleasant gaming experience. Study hard and be progressive. After the announcement was published, the gamers informed each other and ran to the Dungeon Lord main hall noisily. Eggface placed a small table at the entrance of the hall. The table had a card-reading device. Eggface wore a pair of spectacles and a working suit. He sat on the ground and shouted, "Queue up and pay money. To join the Adventurers Guild, pay 10 silver coins." Though the price was high after joining the guild, it was like free entry into Winterfell. Moreover, the gamers could accept missions at the guild to earn magic stones. The magic stones seemed to be more precious than the game currency and could be used to purchase items from NPCs. The queue became very long. Sherlock was relieved to see the gamers' enthusiasm. After the gamers paid up, they each received an application form for the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. After completing the form according to Eggface's example, they could enter Winterfell. The gamers rushed to visit Winterfell. Chapter 244 version 0.24 update and strategy guide post. Chapter 244 version 0.24 update and strategy guide post. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom was a positive game that encouraged gamers to be progressive, law-abiding, and passionate about learning. Even when a large neutral dungeon such as Winterfell was opened to the gamers, they wouldn't do what they wanted like in other sandbox games with a high degree of freedom. The killing and robbing in Skyrim and the GTA series of games were prohibited in Winterfell. The Winterfell inhabitants were friendly and unable to attack the gamers. Some prominent private property and objects were being watched under tight security and were unable to be taken by the gamers. Gamers were still able to interact with non-private objects like sculptures and public decorations. However, the interactive nature of the objects didn't mean that they could be carried away. A gamer arrived at the Winterfell teleport portal main hall via the teleport portal. He attempted to remove a long row of chairs to bring back to Eternal Kingdom, but was discovered by the guards. The guards dashed over and shouted at the gamer. "What are you doing? This is the property of the Merchant Alliance. You aren't a local. Which dungeon are you from?" "I'm from Eternal." The gamer was about to show his identity when he blacked out. A row of words appeared before him. "Due to your flouting of Winterfell's laws and your attempted betrayal of Eternal Kingdom, your life was terminated. Please create a new character for the game." The published announcement wasn't joking about the severity of its punishment. Winterfell was a strange environment for the gamers, so they would need time to grow accustomed. Many gamers tried to get used to the realistic environment in Winterfell. For example, they had to tap their magic stone card when boarding the public Beetleman. Otherwise, they would be chased off the Beetleman. All the items in the shops had to be paid for using magic stones. And the gamers could work in the shops. Dragonborn, Take a Spear Hit, and Seal-Head Ling Chong walked on the streets of Winterfell in the direction of the Old District. If not for the presence of goblins, gnomes, and orcs, from the proximity of buildings, the comprehensive public infrastructure, the prosperous outlook of the street shops, Winterfell was like a real city in the Otherworld. Things that could be done in a real city could also be done in Winterfell, including finding a job. The entrances of shops were filled with recruitment notices, and they went for show. If the gamers inquired, they could obtain application forms. It was extremely refreshing for the gamers to experience various types of gameplay. The three of them applied for part-time work at a blacksmith shop called Only Have More Expensive Stuff. The application process went like this. The Stone Golem shopkeeper said, "Welcome, our shop is having a 100-year anniversary event. All products are on sale, and there are benefits packages." Hounded Man. Dragonborn asked, "Are you hiring?" Take a Spear Hit said, "What about a hounded man? Though I'm a hounded man, I'm a gentle person. Don't be prejudiced against me." Seal-Head Ling Chong said, "Don't worry, if the hounded man does anything funny, I'll kill him." The Stone Golem shopkeeper then said, "Work hours are from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Apprentices don't have salaries. Food is provided but not lodging. However, I will allow you to sleep at the shop entrance. Young lads should learn more skills and bear hardships. Don't think of a high salary all the time. Be humble and train hard. When you're being conned, you will then feel better. We don't take hounded men. Take a spear hit, swore Vogely. In the dungeon lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock sat in front of the computer and browsed the gamers' replies to his new post. The Eldark gamers have to support themselves. Dorn gazing wait, it that are bug what if we cannot enter Winterfell pay magic stones? What if we don't have magic stones? Earn the magic stones in the dungeon S5E2. I completed the design. Take a look. Picture. These are only drafts. The details will be discussed in the game. Angmar, show us the Winterfell lores. Lousy game producer, is that intentional? Bite before drinking. We have to work our livers off to build the main hall. Dreaming War Emperor Business Simulator. The game producer is a genius. Treacherous intention. Be reasonable. Why are you not opening up the channel for topping up our accounts? The gamers were fully supportive of the updates, and they were fully engrossed in the discussion. Lord Sherlock, are you going to replace the current coin system with magic stones? Brew asked as Sherlock was engrossed with the computer. Of course not. The coin system is my method to exchange for the magic stones held by the gamers. If I use the magic stone system, I don't have enough magic stones to reward the gamers. Sherlock objected without hesitation. If we use large amounts of magic stones to exchange for game currency, it will cause severe inflation, and prices will skyrocket. Many gamers will be unhappy. We have to take precautions. Brew suggested, I feel that the exchange of magic stones should be restricted to reputation points, the purchase of legendary equipment, and in-game services. Your suggestion is good. I'll consider it carefully. Sherlock nodded and browsed the discussion forum. The gamers were efficient in coming up with strategy guides. Within half a day of the announcement being published, there were various strategy guides. A few strategy guides were extremely popular. One of them was Not Wearing Pants Strategy Guide. Strategy Guide New Scene, Winterfell. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. I'm writing a strategy guide again. Dungeon had numerous updates. Winterfell, a dungeon that seemed out of reach to gamers, is now opened for exploration. That is correct, we can enter Winterfell via the teleport portal. Before entering Winterfell, there are a few disclaimers. 1. Entering Winterfell requires magic stones unless you are a member of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. The joining fee is 10 silver coins. Since we don't have magic stones, we can only pay the 10 silver coins. 2. Shopping in Winterfell requires magic stones. The game coins used by the gamers cannot be used. 3. Don't think that magic stones are more important than game coins. According to my experience, buying equipment in Winterfell using magic stones isn't as good as using reputation points and game coins to purchase equipment in Eternal Kingdom. Moreover, there isn't much of a quality difference. 4. Gamers have to abide by the laws. That includes not killing, robbing, or committing arson. However, we aren't prohibited from scolding with vulgarities. That is good. The magic stone system is an important part of the new currency system. It's likely to be the symbol of rich gamers. From the gaming trends, many gamers will try to earn magic stones from NPCs. Furthermore, magic stones are the only currency for the guild gameplay. Next, the types of gameplay in Winterfell. The game officials didn't introduce the types of gameplay in Winterfell. I don't think they are lazy, as there are simply too many types of gameplay for them to start. From my experience, If I didn't know that this was a game, I would mistake it for a real other world. That's because the behavior of the NPCs is too realistic. Though gamers are unable to commit crimes in Winterfell, we can freely interact with the NPCs, which don't conform to any templates. They are like a unique individual in the real world. When you try to talk to them, they will be reluctant to speak. Even if they speak to you, they won't be enthusiastic. If you say strange things or scold them, they will bear a grudge against you. Besides the interactivity with the NPCs, there are other types of gameplay. You can visit a restaurant to have a meal or go to the shops to buy things. You can even enjoy various services like tattooing, perming of hair, and massage. You only need to pay using magic stones. Basically, you can do anything in Winterfell the same way you can do in the real world. This is the awesome part of this game. This game is like a second life. I will discuss the concern of all gamma-seeing magic stones. The Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild is still in the design stage. A lot of veteran gamers have posted their designs and ideas. We also received missions to visit the actual site to take physical measurements. Today, we went to the Old District and met Marco Polo. He gained the support of the NPCs in the Old District. Our guild location and the shop front were provided by the NPCs. The more knowledge you have, the more respect you will gain from these NPCs. The creatures outside the Old District are different. They will capture you instead. Please remember this. Since the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild isn't completed, depending on the Adventurers Guild to earn money isn't possible. However, there are plenty of chances to work in Winterfell. There are so many professions available. There must be one that suits us, for example, the carrying of bricks. I'm recommending a few good construction sites that we have researched. The benefits are pretty good. Map 1, Map 2, Map 3. Or you can go to other places to do odd jobs or become apprentices. But these jobs provide very few magic stones, like tens of magic stones per month. That is even less than 100 magic stones. Carrying bricks will let you earn 10 magic stones per day. To the commoners, carrying bricks is the most profitable job. That's the same as reality. Being an apprentice will allow you to learn a life skill like blacksmithing and carpentry. To learn more skills, I found an alchemy shop to become an apprentice. I worked 5 hours daily without a salary, but I learned skills. I think I didn't make a loss in reality. I'm being conned. Lousy game producer, you haven't learned anything. You came up with these devious gimmicks to ensnare the gamers. Forget it. This is only a game. It's not worth getting angry. As time is limited, there are many things that we are unable to experience. I will systematically go through the things to note in Winterfell. 1. Speaking nonsense isn't unlawful, but will invite beatings. Don't spread rumors, as it's against the law. A gamer tried, and his account was frozen for a few hours. 2. Don't eat without paying or steal other patrons' food. This is against the law. Your account will be frozen for a few hours. 3. Don't try multi-level marketing on the NPCs. Your account will be frozen. 4. We haven't tried swindling, but I suggest not to because the NPCs are very realistic. Their lives are pretty hard, so I cannot bear to swindle them. 5. Exhibit a good attitude when applying for jobs, just like in real life. The chance of succeeding will be higher. 6. If you do away with your salary, the chance of success is 90. 7. Play the game like how you live in the real world. 8. I will leave it blank. I will add once I think of it manual comedy. The third beta testing is starting soon, and many gamers will log into dungeon. Opening up Winterfell at this critical juncture is for the first beta and second beta gamers to stress test the environment and gameplay. If you discover good types of gameplay, please post them on the discussion forum for everyone to discuss. I hope the third beta test will commence soon. In doing an advertisement, the Pioneer Alliance Guild is the only guild for first beta gamers. We have the only Dark Rider, the Rich Arthur, and the best gaming instructions and strategy guides. Our feet-scratching receptionist, Sylvarners, will personally welcome you. We have the most luxurious guild land in the process of excavation, the most advanced technology with the help of hemp rope technology, the most powerful sacred knight, and the highest number of rich gamers. We are providing more benefits in the future. What are you waiting for? Join us quickly. Looking forward to the completion of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. I cannot wait to become an adventurer. I will post the strategy guide at the earliest opportunity. Look out for my post. Let me challenge the Devil King. That's all, folks. I'm going to play the game. Chapter 245 What Happened to the Dungeon. Chapter 245 What Happened to the Dungeon. Unique really 1000 Nights. The lousy game producer is playing dirty. Quit this game. Kohara. The main point is in front of the crowd. Southern breeze going north. I'm carrying bricks in real life, and now I'm carrying bricks in the game. I'm carrying bricks in Eternal Kingdom, and now I'm carrying bricks in Winterfell. Where is the best place I can learn to operate an excavator? 33 cats. That's preposterous. Hemp rope previously showed the teachings of the Heavenly Kingdom. Sylvarners, who is the feet-scratching receptionist, I'll beat you up online. The post of not wearing pants had a lot of supporters. Besides not wearing pants, there were other gamers like Leather Bear in Abandoned House from Dragon Roger and Stirfried Vegetable Rice from the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance. They also published strategy guides in a bid to recruit guild members. After observing the discussion forum and in the game, Sherlock discovered that the gamers loved to play the game with a guild as the basis. Even when they explored Winterfell, they went in with guild members. Brew explained they are community-based creatures. Even in the game, they will form groups to perpetuate. The guild gameplay will be the mainstream gameplay in the future. Sherlock didn't expect the guild gameplay to be that important. It was time he gave emphasis to the guilds. Perhaps it was time to increase the guild prices. When the Eternal Kingdom gamers flooded Winterfell to create their livelihood, the inhabitants were more or less affected. The creature who was affected the most was a brute orc called Tiny Meatball. He wasn't a shopkeeper or the guard for the Winterfell teleport portal main hall. He hadn't even met the gamers. He was the Winterfell garrison guard captain who was in charge of non-urgent requests from the Winterfell inhabitants and providing them with some assistance. Simply put, he was in charge of civil cases. Tiny Meatball was having a hard time for the past few days. He was having a hard time because there was an overwhelming number of requests from the Winterfell inhabitants. Actually, there was no problem with a large number of requests. He would solve the problems. The difficulty was, during the process of solving the requests, he encountered many outrageous incidents. For example, an angry sludge monster brought a gnome whose hands and feet were stuck in his body to the garrison guards. Tiny Meatball recognized the sludge monster as the boss of a tea restaurant opposite the teleport portal main hall. There were 3 sludge monsters in his family, and they were pretty thrifty. The gnome was half-naked and wearing a large pair of underpants. There were strange green symbols above his head and his mouth was gagged. The gnome was looking around when the sludge monster said, "Captain, this creature came to my shop to work for 12 hours daily. I saw that he had armor and a weapon and looked like a respectable creature, so I agreed. He came to work half-naked and I let him be. But he ate all the food in my kitchen. Do you know what he said after eating?" "What did he say?" Tiny Meatball frowned and asked. "Gosh, this modeling is too realistic," the sludge monster shouted furiously. "Even worse, he inscribed evil mathematical formulas in my kitchen. That's horrible. I can't operate my tea restaurant anymore. Ooh, 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 ooh." Evil mathematical formulas. The sludge monster took out a round adamantine rock, and the images showed various mathematical questions, which were made using clay food materials and were written on the walls. "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh." The gnome with green symbols struggled and wanted to speak. Tiny Meatball let his subordinates remove the gag, but the sludge monster said worriedly, "Captain, don't remove the gag. This creature is full of evil intent and is a nutcase. No, as this is an extremely evil incident, I have to investigate thoroughly." A garrison guard removed the gag from the gnome, and the gnome laughed and shouted, "This is hilarious. What a lousy setting. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. Demon, if you don't release me, I'll recite the Eigen equations." "Hurry, gag his mouth." All of the garrison guards were shocked by the gnome's blabber. They quickly gagged his mouth. It was too terrifying. This wasn't too frightening until a creature suggested, "Why does this creature look like an inhabitant of Eternal Kingdom? Look at his head." Before the words were spoken, the green symbols above the gnome disappeared, and he fainted. Tiny Meatball didn't know what happened, but since it was a terrifying incident, he had to give a death sentence, a public execution. He ordered the guards to lock up the gnome so that the criminal could be sent to the bazaar for execution tomorrow. The most intriguing thing was that the gnome vanished that night, leaving only a large pair of underpants on the ground. The prison was intact, and there were no tunnels. Tiny Meatball felt chills running down his spine. This was only one of the weird cases. The strangest and most classic ones were the case of being verbally abused without reason, case of an apprentice's embezzlement, case of stealing and fainting, case of an initial investment of 1,988 magic stones with returns of 3 million after 3 months, case of a lost creature with no money and asking for a loan of 500 magic stones, case of a robber blabbering nonsense, and the case of a creature chanting the blessings of Satan and selling Satan's souvenirs. It wasn't frightening to have many cases, it was frightening to have a criminal vanish without any trail. They seem to have vanished into thin air. Don't they leave behind equipment? No, they're tunneling underground. They faint with their heads crashing on the ground. When you aren't paying attention, they vanish. Do you understand me? Not a single victim was able to describe in detail what happened, so those criminals vanished without leaving any trails. Tiny Meatball felt that it was outrageous. Despite being a garrison guard for tens of years, he hadn't encountered such phony cases before. He smoked a uranium stick and put on his coffee-colored windbreaker and a hat. Then he walked out. He had decided to walk on the streets to capture those nutcases proactively. He had to take a look at the dungeon and figure out what happened. Chapter 246. Remember, my name is Tiny Meatball. Chapter 246. Remember, my name is Tiny Meatball. A construction site in Winterfell. The diligent workers wore safety helmets as they carried bricks. Giants with safety helmets were also busy working. At the entrance was a large sign, "Dangerous Incidents Occurring, Land Development Private Limited." Slogans were seen everywhere. Safety and productivity are our priority. No compensation if safety helmet isn't worn. Our company and Fatality Hospital have become collaboration partners. Our company is working here 24 hours a day. If there's any disturbance, you can try beating me up. When the workers saw the slogans, they would check their safety equipment instinctively. Tiny Meatball, who was wearing his coffee-colored windbreaker, gazed at the busy construction site as he adjusted his windbreaker. A short gnome, who was his assistant, stood beside him. He was called Peanut. Peanut, look at this construction site. What did you discover? Tiny Meatball smoked his uranium stick. His deep eyes were filled with intelligence. The safety protocols of this construction site are pretty good. There shouldn't be any problems. Winterfell has been pretty strict with safety. Tiny Meatball extended his finger and pointed at a hounded man pulling a cartload of metal bars as he asked, "Take a look." "What is that?" "Metal bars used for building the foundation." Peanut narrowed his eyes. No. What is carrying the metal bars?" "The shoulders." "Whose shoulders are those?" "A construction worker's." Tiny Meatball smoked his uranium stick, and his nose emitted agitated humming sounds. "That's a hounded man with green symbols above his head. All the suspects in the recent cases have had green words above their heads. The hounded men are included." "Tiny Meatball, you found the blind spot." Peanut looked in astonishment at Tiny Meatball. Tiny Meatball puffed his uranium stick. He wanted to speak but held back. At that moment, a fat hamster wearing a safety helmet ran over and panted as he said to Tiny Meatball, "Apologies, Captain Tiny Meatball. The construction site is busy. I heard you were coming and came over straight away. Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's nothing much. I'm here to investigate a few things." Tiny Meatball pointed at the diligent hounded man and asked, "Who is that hounded man? I heard that Eternal Kingdom made the hounded men intelligent." "It's the first time that this hounded man is working in Winterfell." "Yes, it's rather strange." The hamster supervisor nodded and said, "Initially, I rejected the hounded man when he asked for a job, but he said he didn't want any salary and would like to learn some skills. I thought he was a promising youth, so I arranged for him to carry bricks even though he is a hounded man. His head is too big, so I rushed out the safety helmet for him." "Carrying bricks to learn skills." Tiny Meatball frowned and looked suspiciously at the hamster as he recorded notes in his journal. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not exploiting the hounded man. He didn't want any salary and wanted to learn skills." The hamster clarified and said, "He's rather hardworking." "I understand. Let me question the hounded man." Tiny Meatball sat on the side of the construction site. The hamster ran to the hounded man and shouted, "Take a spear hit, come over here. The Winterfell garrison guard captain is looking for you." The hounded man put down the bricks in his hands and walked over, befuddled. He walked and muttered to himself. The workers at the side shook their heads and whispered to each other, "Ai, that's a pity. He's being targeted by the garrison guard. I thought the hounded man was quite promising." "He's a hounded man, an intelligent one. Is it normal for the garrison guard to question him?" "That's right. It's a pity his luck is bad." Take a spear hit said, "Gosh, my luck is pretty good. The garrison guard is looking for me. I have triggered a strange encounter mission." Tiny Meatball noted the words based on his sharp intuition. He said to the hounded man, "I'm Winterfell garrison guard Captain Tiny Meatball, who is in charge of civil cases." "You're a houndhead." The hounded man broke into laughter. Then he discovered that he was rude and quickly restrained himself, but he was trembling very hard. What are you laughing at? Tiny Meatball asked bluntly. Am I incorrect in saying that you're a hounded man? No, I'm not laughing. I'm professionally trained and I won't laugh. Take a spear. Hit's face was distorted as he restrained himself too much. He said, please continue. Are you from Eternal Kingdom? Tiny Meatball was unhappy, but he continued to ask questions. That's correct. Take a spear. Hit nodded in cooperation. Are there a lot of you here in Winterfell? About 1,000 of us, Take a spear. Hit said. Why are you here? Tiny Meatball asked, but Take a spear. Hit didn't reply. He was taken aback for a while before he asked, wait a moment. Is this mission about questions? Are there any rewards? Rewards? What rewards do you want? Peanut scolded Take a spear. Hit fiercely. Y'all answer my captain's questions. AI, don't be so fierce. Tiny Meatball restrained Peanut as he pondered. Take a spear. Hit was an inhabitant of Eternal Kingdom, and he didn't commit any crime, so using a violent approach wasn't appropriate. Tiny Meatball took out a magic stone from his magic stone card and passed it to Take a spear. Hit as he said, this is a reward for a good citizen. Tell me honestly, there are more rewards coming. Take a spear. Hit gaped at the magic stone that was like a small gold nugget. He grasped it in his hand and said, we're here to play. I mean, we are adventurers from the Adventurers Guild in the Old District. We will receive many missions in the future. We are also doing trading. You can assign missions at the guild. Take a spear. Hit blabbered about everything, and Tiny Meatball noted down the important terms like the Old District area and Adventurers Guild. Peanut was looking worried, as the Old District was a terrifying place. He was feeling uncomfortable just by hearing it. Take a spear. Hit answered many questions, but the information revealed wasn't important. For example, he divulged that the Springfield Flower Kindergarten Guild's leader was Dragonborn, who was a capable big shot. Take a spear. Hit was asked more questions like, are all of you here to commit wide-scale crimes? Are you committing crimes by learning mathematics and other natural sciences? And why are the caught suspects vanishing? Take a spear. Hit shook his head to all these questions. He restrained himself for a long time before he said, gosh, is that a crime? Then he shook his head and said he didn't know anything. Tiny Meatball knew that things went simple. Normally, he would bring the hounded man back to the station for interrogation, but he was a citizen of Eternal Kingdom. If he brought him back without reason, it would cause a diplomatic rift. If Take a spear. Hit had committed a crime, then it would be a different story. After asking many questions, Tiny Meatball was sure he wouldn't get important leads in a short time. He gave an address to Take a spear. Hit and said something that he would regret deeply in the future. If you or your friends have information, look for me at the Garrison Guard Station. This is the address. Don't worry, there is a reward for information. Then he put a magic stone in Take a spear. Hit's hand. Before leaving, he said, remember, I'm Winterfell Garrison Guard Captain Tiny Meatball, who's in charge of civil cases. End Vol 3 Part 1.